divorce or whatever, every time you have to do this. I did a series a couple weeks ago on divorcing, on women divorcing. And so I talked about the first thing you always have to do is who's on your beneficiary list if you have that spouse on there. So again, if everything is steady Eddie, yearly, but the second birth, death, divorce, large influx of money, exflux of money, lose a job, get a new job with a higher income, those are times when you must review because things have changed and you can possibly help save yourself taxes by making those adjustments. So yearly, unless things have changed, and then immediately.
That's really great information, because I know that there have been people, I've heard some nightmare stories about people who did not do that. And if something should happen to their home, they didn't have enough money to rebuild or to recoup their information. One of the things that we talked about when we first started today, and I highly suggest if you've missed anything that you please go back and rewatch this. Matter of fact, I want to make sure that you know who you're listening to, because you have some great information here for you to get started on, even if you're just thinking of home ownership, how you can leverage this towards your generational wealth. You are watching Fly Nubian Money, and we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. We're here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. I always want to say Pacific because I'm all over the place, Eastern Standard Time. So you can calculate wherever you are. I am joined by some awesome queens today, Madonna, Athena, Minister Connie, and myself. We are talking about home ownership, and you never want to miss any of our episodes. We talk about some really key information. So you want to make sure you text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948 so that you'll receive notice when we go live and any other things that we have for you. Sometimes you get special little gifts when you text that. So make sure that you like and subscribe and text that number. So one of the things that we talked about when we first came on is some major challenges for women purchasing a home, or for anyone buying a home, but especially in our communities. And one of the things is affordability and housing costs. And the first thing people think of is usually single family homes. And there is a difference between single family and multifamily. A multifamily can be purchased up to 4 units under an FHA loan, which is your first time. Usually first time home buyers do an FHA loan because the down payment is 3.5%. But you can buy up to 4 units with that. So you want to talk about affordability. Well, you're living in one, but you can rent out the other 3. And that also can leverage the loan that you're taking out, because they'll take into account how much rent you are getting in. So in essence, you could be living pretty much zero with your tenants paying the mortgage on that property. That is an important thing to understand, that when you're purchasing a home, it doesn't mean you're just buying a single family home. You can buy a single family, a triplex, a duplex. And also, guys, if you're thinking, I can't deal with the house, I can't deal with the grass and you could buy condos and townhomes. There is a wealth of opportunity in real estate that can fit your needs. So don't think that you're just thinking inside the box. Start thinking outside the box, because just as Minister Connie purchased her first property, which is a duplex, that's 2. And you heard her say she purchased with an FHA. So, Minister Connie, when you purchased with that FHA, how long did you own that property? Do you still own that property? And how long did you hold it if you sold it?
I held that property for probably 10 years. I lived in it 4 years. Got married to the guy that sold me the property, and we bought another home. But I also had bought a 4-plex, my next property, and that had 2. I put my business in there, So I had my businesses on the first floor of each side, and then I rented out the apartments on each other side. So I was getting in 4 incomes off of the fourplex. So it was great. And how I bought that.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's going on? I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. Today on drboycetv.com, we're going to talk about this interesting story that I just read about a mother who felt the need to spend $16,000 on her daughter's prom. Now, we're not here to shame the mother. We're not here to shame the daughter. Certainly, we're just here to kind of analyze this and think this through. And I'm going to just let you know what I see. And I'm going to be honest. And so I hope that that's okay. So anyway, get comfortable, buckle up the seatbelt. We're going to get started on drboycetv.com right now.
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm, great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones who late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to cosign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV. Here we are.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I want to say hello to everybody, and I see Vic FM. You're the first one in here, and he says, I love you, and I hope you're having a great weekend. Well, same to you, brother. Love you, too. Thank you. And let me know if you guys can hear me okay. Give me a yes if you can hear me. I am traveling with my family, and my wife brought me out here to sunny California, and we brought the kids, and so you know how it is when you stay in a different location. You got the Wi-Fi issues and everything. So give me a yes, give me a quick yes if you can hear me. I want to make sure I'm coming through all right. What's going on, Shirley Harrell, Athea Muhammad, London Miss, Roxana Green, TC, Doris Daniels? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, and and as we get started, before we get started, I want to remind everybody. You guys know we do financial consciousness training or economic awareness training every single morning at 10 a.m. It's 100% free in the Black Business School because I really want us to elevate our economic awareness. If you can't see the money, you can't be the money. So economic awareness training, EAT, means I'm going to show you how to eat so everybody can eat. So if you want to eat, then you got to be able to see the food. And that's what we do every single morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. It's 100% free. It's just all I ask is that you bring your family. So if you want to join, text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948. Or if you live in another country, just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. So let's elevate our consciousness so we can understand things. Now, I'm going to do a quick straw poll. I saw this story that was really interesting. There was a prom where basically the mom, because she did not have a prom of her own, because she was feeling, I guess, emotional about what happened to her, she really went all out for her daughter. She spent $16,000 on her daughter's prom, and I'd be curious to know, what do y'all think? Like, give me a yes or no. Give me a yes if you think everything's cool. It's not a big deal. We're overreacting. It's her business. It's fine. And give me a no if you think, I feel a little bit weird. Like this is a lot. This is a little bit too much. How about, did anybody in here? I'll be curious. Did any of y'all spend anything close to $16,000 on your prom? Does anybody? I mean, again, I'm not even gonna sound like a Gen Xer. I'm gonna sound like a boomer right now. Okay, I'm gonna sound like a boomer. What the hell's going on with these kids and these crazy proms? Have you seen how they've been flexing at their proms? Like I saw a guy who pulled up. He had a police escort, like the president of the United States. So the police escort comes through with 4 police motorcycles with their sirens on. And then he had a group of cheerleaders that were walking behind the police escort with their pom-poms. And then he pulls up in a Tesla Cybertruck. Like, what's going on right now? Like, is this like the flex on them Olympics? Like, is that what we're doing now? Is this our new competition? Like, did I miss the memo? Because I got to show y'all pictures of my proms. I had a couple of nickels to rub together. I had to buy my suit and my girlfriend's dress. And my parents didn't know that my girlfriend was pregnant, so we had to get a little bit of a extra large kind of dress. I mean, they just thought she was gaining weight. They thought I like big girls or something. And that's how we did it, man. We didn't we didn't do all this crazy stuff. I don't know. So I don't know. I find it interesting, right? And I'm not here to judge. I'm not here to talk bad about anybody. So let's just keep that 100% clear. I think we can have an honest conversation without it being either enabling of unhealthy financial behavior, but also without it being just, nasty and cold. And because we don't know this lady's business. For all we know, $16,000 might be nothing but a thing to her. She might be somebody that might spend 16 grand going on vacation. She might be a multimillionaire. She might have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in the bank. And there are people who do this. If Kim Kardashian can look fancy and buy luxury items, then why can't a black girl have these things, right? So nothing wrong with that at all. I want to make that 100% clear. Okay, so give me a yes if you agree. We can have this conversation in love without it just being a nasty gossip fest. Okay, all right. So let's jump into some of this, right? And let's just talk about some things to sort of factor here, really from an economic awareness standpoint. When you're talking about proms and you're talking about economic awareness, this really is something, and we do our economic awareness training every morning. This is really where you're able to kind of understand and see just how wealth works and where your money's going. We can see why Black people have less wealth than other groups. We can see why the Asian and Jewish communities have the highest incomes and the highest wealth levels. We can see why Black consumption patterns are a little bit disturbing and how they're influenced by things like hip hop culture, right? Because for 30 years, these poor kids are growing up in an environment where rappers have done nothing but flex on them every single day. They constantly, drive up in these fake, these cars that they rented from somebody with rented jewelry in a rented house, and they give you a false fake lifestyle that makes you think that somehow you got to live like that. And if you're not living like that, then you're not a quality person. Quality of individuals, in my view, should be measured by how hardworking you are, how smart you are, whether you're a good person or a bad person. Do you have goals? Do you treat people well? Instead, we rank quality of people by how much European shit you got on your body, like how much Gucci you got, dog. How much? I saw you wearing Louis. I saw you wearing Prada. And it's the funny thing to me is that these European companies, they don't even hardly like Black people that much. They don't even like you, but you give all your wealth to these people that don't like you to impress people who probably don't like you either. And I do think that is something worth at least being conscious and aware of. So what tends to occur, in my view, is with these proms kind of getting outrageous, I think that what's happening is that kids are putting pressure on other kids. And I think that the kids are feeling like they have to go above and beyond to show off at prom. So rather than being evaluated favorably because you made good grades or because you have a big goals for the future, people just look at what kind of car you're driving. And I'm gonna tell you what the car you're driving, the clothes you're wearing don't mean nothing in terms of what kind of person you are. It means nothing. I know people that have lots of money who are just complete scumbags, who don't even take care of their kids, who are horrible human beings, who are dumb as bricks, who are lazy as hell. And there is no reason that a person should be evaluated on a higher scale just because they're showing up with a bunch of fancy stuff. Also, you don't show your wealth by throwing your wealth away. Throwing your wealth away is not a flex. It is not a flex to say, hey, I'm doing really well financially, and I'm going to prove it to you by giving all my money away to white people. That's not a flex. What that shows is some sort of deeply embedded insecurity that you have. What it shows is that you don't feel confident and comfortable enough in your own skin that you have to spend money to buy self-esteem. You have to spend money to buy esteem from others. You have to spend money. You have to give your money away in order for you to feel complete, to feel human. And I just don't understand why that is not something that isn't discussed more regularly. Maybe it's because we just don't always have what we need to do that. And maybe I'm overthinking it because I'm a finance professor and my wife is a therapist. So as so imagine a finance professor laying in bed with a social work PhD who's a licensed therapist and analyzing these things. We come to these awkward insights that may sound strange on the forefront, but I think it really speaks to a need for healing in the community to help us get where we got to get to. Now, do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. If this is your first time here, I hope that you will join us and hang out with us, because we are the best on earth when it comes to Black wealth and Black economics. We don't play. We are extremely good at what we do. And I was on the faculty at Syracuse University for 13 years. I taught at the Ohio State University, University of Kentucky, et cetera. And our goal is to make Black people the most intelligent economic group of people on the planet, at least those who want to listen. And I speak to you every single day because I'm serious about this too. So we're talking about spending on proms and overspending. Now, when I think about proms, when I look at kids flexing out on their proms and going crazy, you know, rolling up in Camels and Bugattis and everything else, it makes me think about that next step, the bigger version of the prom, which is called the wedding. And I thought about how much people spend on weddings. And I think that there's a connection there, right? There's a connection between just basically this idea that you're having this big event where you're showing off for.
I want to address something that you just said that I think it was wonderful. Number one, I love this big idea, the big picture idea. And let me tell you what I do to kind of incorporate those big ideas into my life. I write out, it could be like 4 or 5 goals that I have for myself. It can be financial, but it can also be other areas of your life. I mean, it's making $1 million is a mindset. And to have that abundance mindset, you need to have abundance in your life in all different ways, you know, so wealth is not just how much is in your bank account. So number one, I'll give you a technique that I do with this big idea. All of my big ideas, I record myself saying them with nice soft music in the background, and I say it over and over again and repeat. So when I go running, when I'm doing like cleaning the house or doing the dishes, I play them on my headphones over and over again. When I'm sleeping, I play them over and over again. And guess what? Sometimes things just fall right in your lap, because it's like the law of attraction. I mean, y'all know about this. I mean, it worked for Oprah Winfrey, so it's got to work for the rest of us. Ain't nothing that special about Oprah. You know, we could be in our own, whatever you believe about Oprah aside, she's successful. You know, she has abundance, and follow what she does. She gave you the plan in all of her talk shows, right? So incorporate that into your life. So that's the first thing I want to say. The second thing is that celebrate all of your successes. You know, sometimes there's always going to be some setbacks. There's always going to be things that happen to you financially and otherwise that's less than ideal. Yes, recognize those things. But also any place in your life where there's success, where you're going towards your goal, you're not at $1 million yet, but you know you're getting there. Pay attention to those things. Have gratitude and appreciation for what comes your way, for the people who come into your life that helps you along the way. We all live in our hero's journey, right? And in the hero's journey, you have helpers along the way to get you where you need to be. Acknowledge that, have that for gratitude and appreciation. So that's the second thing that I wanted to say. So the third thing I wanted to say in terms of trauma, listen, life does not guarantee that things will go your way. You're always going to have bad things happen to you. It's what you agreed to when you came here on earth to be born. Bad things will happen to you, but it doesn't have to be traumatic. The trauma happens when you don't have a nice, safe space to process that trauma, to process things that have happened to you. But as soon as you have a place where you can process and talk about your thoughts and feelings, it's not trauma. So I think that people throw the word trauma out because something happens that you don't like and they think, oh, that's traumatic. Well, it doesn't have to be, because you can have a place, you know, such as my co-host here, any one of us can help you process all of these things that have happened to you that was less than ideal. So anyway, Lene, I hope that answers your question.
It did, and it answered it good. And when I heard your phone go ding, or somebody's phone go ding, I realized my laptop was about to die. And so I was like, you know what, let me go ahead and put it on the charger real quick before I reset, and just say thank you so much to everybody that's in the room. Thank you for joining us on today. This is Fly Nubian Money. If you like what the Queens are saying and you want to continue to watch us on a daily basis, you can text the word Queens to 87948. It says to receive your book, but I'm not sure if you're going to actually get a book today. That's Queens to 87948. That way you can be notified whenever we are going live, which is Monday through Friday. I believe it is 1 o'clock Eastern. Somebody correct me if I am wrong. But thank you so much for being here with us today. We are talking about how to make your first $1 million from scratch. All right. So I apologize if you guys hear my little show notes right here. So you might hear a little flapping of the paper in the background, but we're going to act like we don't hear that. So before I want to transition into actually the investing part of making the $1 million, because we kind of talked about the mindset, which is the most important part. And it's the first piece, the ability to say, I'm going to make $1 million. And notice I said, I'm going to make $1 million, not I want to make $1 million. I am going to make $1 million. And then be strategic in what does that look like, right? Is that you have to understand the first $10,000 that you're going to make. You have to understand that you got to make $100,000 then before you can get to $1 million. So let me ask how to make, okay. So I see a fly on the screen. There you go. So let me ask Madonna, what was it like when you made your first $10,000? And then what was it like when you made your first $100,000? Was there a difference? Did it feel different? Was the strategy different? Was the mindset different? How did your first $10,000 feel versus your first $100,000?
Well, it is a progression. But yeah, when you hit that first 10,000, and depending on where you come from, you're like, that's the pinnacle. But then by the time you hit your first 100,000, then you have a strategy that you can follow. Now, it's a strategy that keeps growing because nothing stagnant helps you continue to grow. So you have to keep learning, training, referrals from people, working the business. So once you get there, it's a big jump from that 10,000 to that 100,000, but it's because you're continually growing. And don't ever think once you hit that point, okay, I'm there now. Okay, so I'm done. No, you're never done. You have others to teach. You have to keep yourself going. And so it's just a progression. It's never, and I'm not talking about greed. I'm not talking about greed, but it's a progression. And when you want to see yourself help more people, and helping more people brings you more money, you're enjoying what you're doing, then it's just a wheel that keeps turning.
I remember when I made my first $100,000 in a year, not one.
Demons through life and how you can work through these things. Remember when I was mentioning to you all that undiagnosed, untreated trauma is, in my view, the greatest impediment to Black wealth, because to build economies, you need trust, and traumatized people traumatized people cannot trust very well. Traumatized people also can't even trust themselves. They don't come through for themselves as well as they could otherwise, because when you have all these extra emotions you're carrying around, this extra baggage, it really makes it difficult for you to reach your fullest potential and become the person that you're supposed to be. So this is one of the reasons why I think even with our kids, we want to work very, very hard to help them shape their identities and at an early age, so that they don't have these impediments that keep them from becoming their very best selves, right? So I personally think even things like racism, I know that racism in Kentucky, growing up as a Black kid in Kentucky, really sort of gave me a weird inferiority complex that I was constantly fighting, where I would be shadow boxing. I'd be fighting battles that didn't even exist, because I was so traumatized by this idea that I was going to be treated differently just because I was Black, and I know that even as I got older, there would be situations I would walk into where I didn't feel comfortable, or I was dealing with all these excess emotions that kind of blocked me from being able to really just do my thing and to react to things in the right way, in a measured way. It's like when I was teaching at Syracuse University, I remember dealing with white kids, and it sometimes conflicts would emerge because maybe I'd get offended by something somebody said or whatever, instead of me just dealing with the issue. Now, I think that we might have, speaking of dealing with the issue, are we back? Do we have audio?
Yes, I have audio. I figured it out.
Okay,
quickly.
great. All right, very awesome, very awesome. All
Okay.
right, so babe, why don't you tell them who you are, what you do? I assume most of y'all know this is my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, and I'm going to mention this really quickly. My wife is a not just a therapist. She is a therapist that trains other therapists, so she's really good at what she does. Also, she is, and I got to give props to the black woman next to me. I hope that's okay. She is one
Well,
of the few, a very small percentage of PhDs. First of all, less than 1% of the population has a PhD, and that percentage is even lower when you talk about people that look like us. But then even beyond that, a small percentage of PhDs become full professors at a university, right? So she's really rare in her field. She's one of the best around. I watch her every day in terms of the fact that she listens to therapy trainings just for fun. I've seen her read books hundreds of pages long on the subconscious mind. So she's really a great partner in terms of being able to understand what's really happening with our mindset and our money. So with me saying all that, babe, why don't you tell them
look
who
at
you are, what
you.
you do, and everything else? Because I have to lay it out there. I want to lay it out there because I don't want people, because there are a lot of people on the internet who sound good but don't know what the hell they're talking about. And I know you put in 20 years of work, 30 years of work into this stuff, right? So to me, I think there's a difference between somebody who has been studying something for 20 or 30 years versus somebody who just got up one morning and decided to start a podcast, and so because it really can cause you, it makes the difference between getting good information and bad information, or scientifically proven information versus just something that came off somebody's hip. So anyway, I'll let you go ahead and take over from here. Why don't you tell them about what you do and everything else?
Yeah, my name is Dr. Alicia, and I am a social worker. I like to present myself as a social worker first because that's my background in my training, and I work as a professor in the Department of Social Work at a nice institution. So that's what I do. I do train other adults who want to change their career and become a social worker, many of them, and I also do a lot of supervision for individuals who want to get their license. So I'm a licensed therapist, and so I help sign off on other individuals who have completed their degree and they also want to become a therapist, a licensed therapist as well. So that's some of the things that I do. And I also have my own private practice, and I do a lot of work, particularly with a lot of your students, Boyce, but also some other people as well. So I work with families, I work with couples, I work with individuals who have these demons attached to them. I love this whole, what is it? You said financial demons
Yeah,
that you're
financial
going to talk about
demons.
today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
So,
yeah. Go ahead,
mhm.
please. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think I love that whole concept. And, I'm not going to say demon in my practice, but I mean, that's essentially what we're doing. How do you get rid of demons? Like, what is it? The exorcist? I
Mhm.
should be like the priest and the exorcist to get rid of the demons inside of you. So, I love
Yeah,
that. I love that whole
yeah. Well,
concept.
yeah. Well, let me lay this out. I don't think I've never seen that term financial demons used in any other setting in any textbook or anything. But but that's the goal of the Black Business School and our financial therapy department is we're not here to just simply replicate what's already been studied. We want to go deeper. We want, we're the black wealth, the black wealth surgeons, of America, in the sense that, to solve a serious problem like the racial wealth gap, you really need to do that surgery. You need to do that specialist focal, very, very deep focused specialization that's going to allow you to figure out from a nuanced fashion, like what's really happening here, right? So the term financial demons is basically something, or you can call them money demons, either one, whatever you want to call them. It basically comes from any fears or anxieties or negative beliefs about money that can really undermine and sabotage your financial thinking. Now, I want you guys to give me a yes or no. Would you say that there are money demons in the Black community? Do you think that there are fears when it comes to money that plague us, anxieties, just stress that comes when it comes to money? Are there negative beliefs that hold us back? And also, the thing about these psychological barriers is that they might come from past experiences. I want you to think about the past experiences that you've had or that you've seen other people have that may affect their decisions when it comes to money. Social pressures like keeping up with the Joneses, following whatever you saw them do on BET, ingrained beliefs. Do you think that there are any money demons that relate to ingrained beliefs, maybe cultural baggage, or social norms or generational curses that relate to money that keep us broke, that keep us struggling. And the thing is that here's the thing about a money demon. A money demon, it can show itself in the form of stress, poor financial decisions, or maybe even avoidance of financial responsibility, right? For example, maybe the guy who would love to get married and have children, but he doesn't because he's afraid that he cannot provide for anybody other than himself. Hey, give me a guess if you've seen that before, right? So I want to kind of dig in and what's in just a point of confession. I know my wife she always goes too deep into stuff like this. So I don't want you talking about me, but I'm gonna confess a financial demon I had about marriage. When I was 28, I met a nice lady who was older than me, who was financially secure, and I did not pursue the relationship because I said I'm broke. I only I only make $1,000 a month, and she was making probably $10,000 a month, and it made me feel very awkward. She had her own house and a nice car and all that, and it made me just feel like, gosh, this is not. This is not cool. And I don't think that was her at all. That was really me. Now, mind you, I'm glad I didn't marry her or date her or anything because I got to marry you. But still, like, I think little financial demons like that are things that we kind of overlook in terms of sort of seeing how our relationship with money shapes how we make decisions. So let me ask you this, babe. Based on what I said about financial demons, in your practice as a therapist, do you see a lot of money demons pop up in terms of maybe fears or anxieties or negative beliefs about money that may sabotage the thinking of the clients that you see and things like that? Or what in your experience as a therapist? I know you can talk about individual cases, and I don't want you to do that, but how often does that come up?
Well, financial demons is what, and other types of demons, we can take it in terms of your thoughts. That's what gets you into my office. It's the results. It's how it shows itself. And that's when people tend to be like, okay, I need to seek some help because I can't function every day. The stress is so overwhelming that I can't continue on with what's happening in my life. And so when it starts to become overwhelming, it's the consequences of attaching yourself to these financial demons. It's an attachment that you have to them. And it's a thought process. And it's interesting because with financial demons, the more you feed it, the bigger it gets. And you feed it in two ways. The first way you feed your financial demons is by avoiding it. Is by just saying, you need to open up your credit card bill and you need to look at what you spent last month, which is what we're going to do after the month of May. It's crazy, right? You know that you have all of these issues that you need to deal with and you're avoiding them and you're not addressing them. And so what happens is that short term, you feel a relief, but long term, it ends up getting worse. So that's how the financial demons grow. Number one, by avoiding. And the second way financial demons grow is by fixating yourself on what you don't have and comparing yourself to others and say, I don't have this, I can't do this. It's this rumination that you have in your head about what you can and cannot get, what you think that you think. It's what you think that you cannot have. And that's the second way you feed these demons. These demons actually are energy that lives off of you. It attaches itself to you and it grows based on your fears.
Okay.
It's like the movie It. You ever see the movie? I love the movie It because really it is a perfect dramatization of what happens inside of us. You have to remember, ain't no devil in terms of how I see it in my work and how I see life in general. There is nothing outside of you. There is no devil. There is no demon. The real demon is your thoughts. And if you look at the movie It is a representation of what happens inside of all of us when we start feeding this demon. And that clown, it got bigger and better. It fed into their insecurities and it grew until one point in this movie. And it's when they stop and they turn around and they face that clown and they start beating that clown up and they start attacking it. And that's when the clown shrinks down into nothing and just goes away. It's the same horror film. All the horror films that we have is nothing but how something gets attached to you. But Hollywood makes it seem like these scary people are doing something to you. There's nothing outside of you that's against you, really, other than your mind. And I really do mean it in terms of racism, white supremacy, believing that the white man is all that and they got everything and they're the desirable people. That's mind control. That's them feeding us the demons of this other thing is better than we.
Wow. Okay. So, so one of the things I'm gonna lay out a theory here is one of the theories I have is that based on what you're saying and based on, movies like It and stuff like that, or maybe the movie Smile. You and I saw the movie Smile, which, Smile's a really creepy movie where basically, people, you would witness somebody like doing something crazy, like cutting their own throat with a big smile on their face, and they'd be doing this. And it was a real creepy thing. And what we realized when we saw this movie was we said, oh, this movie is really about trauma. It's about how trauma is contagious and how that causes us to, that traumatized people can traumatize other people, and it becomes almost like a virus, right? So it almost seems like with money demons, one aspect of the money demon concept is that you're really also talking about, in my opinion, these preconceived beliefs that people have that really come from these generational curses that are passed down, right? Or perhaps a money demon might be a trauma that you experience because somebody financially traumatized you. Let me give you an example. I talk about this a lot in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. When you loan money to somebody that you trust, and it's your cousin, and you give them your last few dollars that you had stacked up to pay the rent or the mortgage, and your cousin just, ghosts you or disappears and doesn't want to pay you back. And then every conversation becomes awkward, after that. They yell at you and cut you out when you ask for your money back. And then, so at the end, you lose your money and you lose a loved one. That's very traumatic. And I think that can become a demon, because the way I see that demon manifest is people, they transform. It's like the demon possesses you now. Right? You used to be Mr. Loving and trusting, and I want to help everybody. Then you become, this is why I don't loan money to relatives. I don't care. I don't care what's going on with you. I almost feel like that's a transformation, right? Almost like a demon possessing you. I mean, what do you think, babe?
Yeah, well, I mean, I just don't recommend people loan money to anybody, really. I think that you should, if someone is in a dire situation and they really need money, you probably should just think about what you're comfortable parting ways with. What's an amount? All of us right now should think about, okay, what amount of money can I part ways with where it's not going to make a big difference to me? And that's how you need to think about working with people who are close to you in terms of money. Just give them the money. Just say, enjoy yourself. I hope everything is okay, because listen, when you loan somebody money and you see them walk around with a new pair of shoes on, it's always going to create a dynamic. It's going to be like, okay, so this person can't give me back my money, but they can buy a new pair of shoes. I recommend just try to avoid loaning somebody money anyway. But think about that. Think about how you feel when you have worked hard and you have been successful, and there's other people in your family who's not been successful. I mean, that's also a money demon as well, because there's this guilt that comes that you feel like survivor guilt. And you have made decisions and you have decided to structure your life in a way where you have success, but you don't understand that you worked really hard for it. It's not luck that got you where you are. It's, for many of us, it's hard work. And you start looking around at everybody else and you're successful and other people aren't successful. I mean, that's exactly, those thought process is also can be a financial demon as well, because you think, why me? Why am I so successful and other people aren't? So that, and you see it with a lot of celebrities, and definitely you see it with a lot of, especially when you talk about athletes who grew up in the neighborhood where it was a lot of poverty, and they become successful and they bring all their friends along. Now, it's okay to deal with it that way as long as you have good boundaries there. But it's other people who need to work just as hard as you. And they also need to, also show and prove that they have this, this ability to be able to come up with you. So I think it's beautiful to come up, bring everybody who's available and who's willing to do the work, but you still have to do the work, and there's no substitute for that.
Well, it's funny, and I think this is a good opportunity for you and I to see things from different perspectives. First off, when you said use that word recommend, like I recommend people do this.
I
One
do
thing I
recommend.
always
That's just
one
my
thing I
recommendation.
well no no one thing one thing I always tell everybody is I don't give financial advice. I don't because you have to have a license for that. But then also, I don't want to tell you what to do. I'd rather establish a framework for you to be used to make decisions. And I want you to just make sure when it comes to taking risk, because everything's risky. Money's risky, love is risky, trusting people is risky. And where I believe, where I find that people tend to be the most upset, at least I am. I know the times I'm most upset is when I was taking a risk I didn't know I was taking a risk with. I was going into something where I didn't know what it was. It's like if you're dating and you're expecting a relationship to lead to marriage, and the other party thinks it's a one night stand, then the problem is not so much whether or not a one night stand is better than a long term relationship. The problem is that there was a misunderstanding. People didn't know what they were getting into, and I bring that up because when I think about loaning money is an important part of a functioning economy. You have to loan money for an economy. If the banks all stop loaning money tomorrow, the entire US economy would crash in a way that was permanently damaging for the next 40, 50 years. Like if all the banks just said, we quit, we scared, we don't want to loan money to nobody because y'all don't be paying nobody back. Um, the economy would not function anymore. You have to have lending. Whenever you look at wealthy families, when we were talking about that segment of India where they own all the hotels, 40% of the hotels in America, they loan each other money. They do. The difference is that they have a code of conduct where they have a process that they go through. If you don't pay somebody back, you don't pay back cousin so and so, oh, they're gonna come get you for that. You're gonna have to deal with that. And so to me, when I think about loaning money, I look at it as obviously you shouldn't loan money to everybody, and then also you have to know what you're getting into, right?
But
Because
that's not
because
a personal loan. What you're talking, I'm referring to personal loans. What you're referring to is like business loans, and I think that's different. You should make a different.
I do agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree with that. You're right. You're right. But
yeah.
what I will say too, though, is here's where I'm going to definitely agree with you about loaning money. Why you should be skeptical about it. Remember this: most of us are pretty much products of our habits. Our life is a manifestation of the choices you make, the habits you have, and the way that you think. Like if I weigh 400 pounds, you can look at me and pretty much guess what my eating habits probably are, right? Most of the time, right? It doesn't make, I'm not dissing anybody, but that's just true. Or if I'm in really great shape, you can look at me and see, or if I live in a big mansion, you can see that I probably did something financially that got me in that mansion. So when you see a person, and how many of y'all, give me a yes or no, give me a yes in the chat if you can think of a relative who always has financial problems. Give me a yes if you know, if you think, I want you to think about that cousin who always is behind on the rent, who's
And don't go
always
up to them. Don't go up to them and say you got financial demons or money
no, no,
demons.
no, no, no.
Don't
I'm
say
not
that
saying
to
that. No, no, no.
people.
But let me finish this. Let me finish this in that. Let me finish this
Uh-huh.
analogy, and then I'm gonna hand the ball back to you, babe. I want you to give me a yes if you can think of that cousin who's always behind on the rent, who's always an inch away from being evicted, who's always got a trauma story, a scary story, who's all and doesn't even know that their role in the process. It's always somebody else's fault. It's always temporary. It's always just this one time, right? And so really, to your point about not loaning money to people, you got to understand that it was their bad financial habits and choices that got them to where they are right now. So, by definition, to some extent, at least 8 times out of 10, when you make that loan to that cousin who's always struggling financially, that is a bad loan because that person in your mind should have bad credit because you can see that they're making bad choices. So your odds of really getting your money back are probably much lower than you think, but maybe you can't see that because they sound so convincing when they tell you it's just this one time. I'm gonna pay you as soon as I get my check on Tuesday, and it's really Uncle Rerun's fault. I don't have any money. So my point is to say that that's where I agree with you. That maybe in that situation, again, it's not me telling you not to do it. It's me saying make sure you know what you're getting into. So if I know I'm loaning money to a deadbeat or who doesn't know that they're a deadbeat, I'm not going to tell them they're a deadbeat. They're already feeling pretty bad. I don't want to make them feel worse. Then I might loan that money knowing that it's a gift. So you say, hey, I need $1,000 by Tuesday. I might say, okay, here's $150. Here's my contribution because I'm not prepared to give you $1,000 or $500 or some number that's really going to set me back. And I think that's where the trauma, and you can give me your thoughts on what I just said, babe. But I think that's where the trauma kicks in, is where you loan that person an amount of money you're not comfortable giving away, and you need that money back, and then they don't deliver, and then you're scared. Now you're the one who's financially unstable because you were climbing up a ladder. You reached down to pull them up, and they pulled you off the ladder. So now you're freaking out because now both of y'all in financial trouble. That's what I've seen happen many times. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's so fascinating that okay, so I'm gonna put my I'm gonna speak from the position of the lender, of the person who has seen the heartache in another individual. They've connected to that, and they've decided that they need to be the hero in somebody else's story.
Mm.
They themselves feel like they need to be the hero in someone else's story. So in that sense, the loaner, the individual with the money, is in an up position. And then they feel like I can help this person out, not really to help that person out, maybe, but also it is a feel-good moment for them. So there's a lot of individuals who use their money and their position of power, not necessarily to help that person, because sometimes you cannot help somebody by opening up your checkbook. Sometimes when you look at situations and you see somebody in these dire situations, you cannot help them by opening up your checkbook and just writing a check. If you could write a check and help people out of their misery, it would be so much easier. It depends on how you look at the situation and how you assess the situation, because sometimes other people's sort of issues is a way where you can jump in and be the hero so that you can feel good. So you really do, it's a dynamic process. You really do need to think about what is driving your behavior, that you feel like you need to save everybody. And ultimately, nobody can save anybody. And I hate to put it that way. As a therapist, I want to say that I can help save everybody, but I really don't think I can. I know that what I can do is I can help people. I can give them the map and I can give them the compass of how to have a successful relationship, how to be healthy in their interactions with other people. But it's up to them to use all the evidence-based practice that I know, because that's what I operate on as a therapist. They can use those things. They have to, outside of the sessions, do the work. They have to decide, okay, I'm going to make a change and I'm going to face this demon, because all demons are negative thoughts. I'm going to face my negative thoughts about this situation. I'm going to look at it directly and I'm going to shrink it down, face it directly. Someone wrote in the chat, the shadow side. They're spot on, whoever that person was. I can't remember their name, but that's the shadow side of you. And when you avoid and when you fixate on things, that is when that shadow grows. But when you start thinking about not what you don't have, but what you do have, and address that, that is what grows. I don't know, should we call it a financial angel? Maybe money angels. Money angels all around you. Abundance is around you, but you have to see it in your everyday life. And you have to empathize with other people who haven't quite gotten there. So I was saying that, interrupting you, I'm sorry, to say, you don't talk to somebody and say, you got a financial demon. That's not what you do to other people. Because the point of this on Sunday morning is not to save anybody else. The point of this is to use these tools that Boyce talks about every morning, is to use these concepts and incorporate it into your own life. That's the point. You can send people the link and ask them to join, but it's up to them if they're going to click on the link, if they're going to listen to this, if they're going to incorporate all of this into their life.
Well, okay. So, by the way, I want to mention to everybody that we're talking about money demons today, and money demons are pretty much any sorts of fears, anxieties, negative beliefs about money that sabotage your financial well-being. In fact, let's do a quick poll. I want everybody to give me a yes if you can think of at least one money demon that you may have that keeps you from reaching your goal. Give me a yes if you have one fear that's really held you back. Give me a yes if you have maybe some anxieties that hold you back. Give me a yes if you have some negative beliefs about money that were passed down to you that have held you back. Maybe, like, for example, you should go to college and give $200,000 away of your money so you can get a job that you hate. Again, I'm not saying that this happens to most people, but this is one belief that maybe should be adjusted a little bit, not because college is bad, because I don't think it's bad, but because maybe that isn't giving us what we want. Also, I want you to give me a yes if you have some sort of psychological barrier that maybe comes from a past experience that involved money, maybe a past trauma, maybe something related to society pressures, pressures in terms of what you do with your money, how to use your money. In fact, I'm gonna lay this out, babe, and I want you to kind of take this in the direction of one limiting belief about money that plagues a lot of people. Have y'all? I don't know if y'all have ever heard me talk about this, but I brought it up a long time ago. One time on SNL, they did a segment called Black Jeopardy. And my wife is laughing because she knows how it just irked me so bad. And they had Leslie Jones, the comedian, and she was on this show called Black Jeopardy. And in Black Jeopardy, I remember they had two black people and a white guy. I think the white guy was Tom Hanks. And so if you remember, in the show Jeopardy, what they do is they ask you the question and then you give the answer. So the question was something like, they give you the answer and then you state the question. That's what I meant to say. So the answer was, your boss wants to take $50 out of your check every week for your 401k. And I think Tom Hanks was, the white guy's like, you say absolutely or whatever, right? Like you put, you want to invest. And Leslie Jones goes, and she says, you better give me my money so I can buy me some scratch offs. And that was really, it didn't make me laugh, right? I'm sure people thought it was funny because they're like, yeah, that's what black people be doing. We be spending our money on scratch offs. Yeah, well, that's why you ain't got no money in your 401k, right? Because somebody told us that makes sense. But they're kind of positioning us for a lot of long-term financial anxiety. I've seen people who become millionaires off their 401k, but by maxing it out at an early age. You max that thing out at 22, 23 years old. When you hit retirement, you're very wealthy. And remember that you don't just get the benefit when you retire. You're financially secure for a good 20 or 30 years, even before retirement, because you've got hundreds of thousands of dollars sitting over to the side in case you lose your job, in case you really need the money, in case you want to buy a home, in case you want to quit your job, or in case something bad happens. So let me ask you about this, babe. So what is your assessment in terms of what I just said about that Black Jeopardy thing? I feel like that's kind of a money demon that some parts of our culture, what we call the culture, it can be a little bit anti-wealth, because you don't see a lot of wealth coming from the culture. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I mean, there was a really sad display. And, I know so many people that would do that, so that's why I would chuckle a little bit when I saw it. I was like, I chuckled initially, and then I was like, oh, that's pretty sad. That hurt. I mean, to me, it just really hurt because she is representing Black women when she's on SNL. Any Black woman on media represents subconsciously all Black women. So for her to say that she's representing in the minds of other people and in our minds as well on a subconscious level, she's representing how we feel about ourselves and a part of us that just want instant money. And, a scratch off, that's exciting. I love going to the casino. That's exciting, quick money, but that's not long-term. And it's sad when you think about it the second time. So your initial reaction is to giggle, but then you think about it more and you're like, dang, that hurts. It really hurts that's where we put our nest egg in, spending our money at the track. I had an uncle who would be at the track all the time, spending his money. I mean, if he had invested, he would have, before he passed away, he could have left his kids some money, some actual money. And it's sad because that is a money demon in our culture. And it's so fascinating how money demons are really just negative thoughts and beliefs about money. and thinking that we don't have enough and thinking that we can't do enough. And money demons is also in how we spend. You see it in how we spend. We want to have social approval and respect of others. And unfortunately, we live in a culture where you are respected if you have, and not only that if you have money, but if you spend it in this elaborate sort of way, you get this social approval and respect. And that's the thing where that's the sad part about it. Because I mean, I know millionaires that walk around and they just have on regular t-shirt and jeans. You wouldn't even know they were millionaires, but they walking around and they're just happy with themselves. They don't feel like they need to have to flaunt it or go to the club or go to VIP section and spend a ridiculous amount of money on the weekend. It's just insane what people do. And that's us running a program. We're running a program that's been given to us and reinforced by SNL. Thank you, SNL, for reinforcing that in us. It's terrible.
Well, it does create kind of this weird awkwardness where when you start doing things that are healthy, you start doing things that are smart and savvy and embrace delayed gratification over instant gratification. And it's really unfortunate when you run into somebody who is so possessed by their own money demons that they literally accuse you of not acting black, like you acting white, and and that happens a lot. You have people that make healthy choices, and then somebody says, "Oh, you think you white, or you think you better than everybody else," and I know I've gone through that. I don't know if anybody else has ever gone through that, but I've gone through that. If you
it's crazy.
Yeah. Just even when I and I mean just when I just think about, like, even when I created this platform to sort of do what we do, I remember I would say this is the home for intelligent Black people. And you remember when Kwame Brown, the NBA player, was like you uppity, you think you better than everybody else. And I'm like, well, what's wrong with being intelligent? Like, would you feel better if I said this is the platform for stupid Black people? You a sellout. What are you talking about? Like, that you don't like the word intelligent? Like, that was so strange to me. And I really would say that is a self-esteem issue. If you think that being Black means you're supposed to be ignorant, then just go sign yourself up for slavery. I mean, you would do well in 1702. Massa would love you. You would do quite well on the plantation because you are under all these constant threats. There are so many people that want to control you, that want to extract things from you, they want to harm you, they want to incarcerate you. They don't even, they want your son dead. They want to own your entire family. So why would you go into a battlefield like that where threats are everywhere and then want to be ignorant, blind, deaf, dumb, and stupid? That don't even make no sense. That's completely illogical. And so circling back to just money demons, babe, when I see a money demon, I think of it like the movie The Exorcist, where the demon possesses you.
Yeah.
And in my view, when you have not healed, when you have experienced horrific amounts of trauma as a child, like lots of us do, and you're carrying all this with you, and you explain to me, by the way, my wife is a certified trauma specialist, right? By the way, she did get a certification. I remember you got the certification because she talks to me a lot, and I try my best to listen, and you were telling me things as you were learning them. I remember you telling me about how trauma, like, literally kills you, how traumatized people have all these physical health issues, mental health issues. And a lot of us, once you understand trauma, you can identify traumatized people when you see them. It's that person who's going to cut you out over a bowl of Cheerios. Maybe it's that person who sprints away every time they run into a healthy relationship, right? Just whatever. Or who takes a molehill and turns it into a mountain, whatever. And it's kind of like one of these things where these demons do possess us. And if you imagine me being possessed by a demon, I'm not really who God meant for me to be. I'm who Satan meant for me to be. I'm who the devil wants me to be. I'm showing up and I'm like, yeah, and that demon may come from, some anxiety or some fear, or perhaps it comes from drugs and alcohol, some bad habits that I have. Maybe it comes from my failures of the past or things that haunt me. Maybe it comes from societal pressure. I was listening to my favorite rapper who told me that I'm supposed to disrespect women, stay high and drunk all the time, beat people up if they make me mad, and make poor decisions, right? But to me, that's what I see. I see the demons possessing us. And to me, to be healthy, you got to do an exorcism. You know, you got to exercise. The more you exercise those demons out of your body, I think the better you are, like the healthier you are and the better of a human being you are, for not just for others, but also for yourself. What do
Yeah,
you think?
it's so crazy. You're talking about the financial demons. I remember going to college and I had a this white boy in my one of my classes, and he had on like dirty gym. He had on old gym shoes. And where I come from, like, why would you be wearing old shoes? And in my mind, I'm making fun of him because he got on these raggedy shoes. But as I got to talk to him, I'm like, this man is wealthy. And in my mind, it's just like, why would you have all that money and still wear these? Like, you should get a brand new pair of shoes. I was like, you need to go now and get the shoes because I cannot understand. Like, in my mind, it was just like the first thing I would do if I had money or if I came from a family with a whole lot of money is I'd have on some nice shoes. You know, I would not walk around like that. And I think like in white boy land, maybe that makes him feel more wholesome and more genuine. I have no idea, but I couldn't understand it for the life of me. And I'm just looking back on that. I'm like, what was wrong with me back then? But that was where I came from, you know? And so I think the best way to get rid of the financial demons is number one, to recognize that it's there. Most people don't understand how they don't reflect on what they do and how they spend their money and what they feel like it's important. So I really do think that we need to reflect. We need to reflect on instances and become very self-aware, be able to connect the dots. Because listen, Boyce just talked about trauma, and I just want to say something about trauma. Trauma is not because a bad thing happened to you. That's not trauma. Trauma is when something happens to you and you disconnect from how you feel, and you disconnect and you can't connect your current behavior with what's happened to you in the past that's triggering you. You don't understand that. That's when it shows up as trauma. So the best way to get rid of the financial demons is self-awareness and insight, is being able to understand. You can do the exorcism on yourself. You know, basically you do. I ask questions like, tell me what happened. Why did you react so strongly to this? What was it reminiscent of? And you have these conversations in a place to process all of these unfortunate things that happen to you so that you don't disconnect from it and you walk around as a traumatized person and spending your money impulsively on these things meant to cover up the pain that you feel inside.
Well, you know, and it is that covering up the pain makes
Mm-hmm.
sense, particularly when you consider that money is a drug. You know, money, receiving money makes you feel good. Not having enough money can create anxiety, just like a drug.
Or the belief that you don't have enough money.
Say it again? Oh yeah,
The
the belief.
belief that you don't have enough money.
There we go. And it's you know, like if you imagine how a crackhead must feel when they can't get no crack. There's a lot of
Oh,
anxiety attached to that, right?
but let me tell you, nobody is better at getting money than somebody who's on drugs. They are really good at manipulation.
Yeah, yeah.
And manipulation. They are, I mean, I have seen just remarkable performances from people who are on drugs, manipulate others to get money out of them. They make it's their entire life. As soon as they wake up in the morning, they're like, how am I going to get my next fix? Who am I going to call? What sad story am I going to tell so this person can give me some money? Ooh, what do I need to do? And they execute. Nobody has more clear vision and execution than a drug addict. It is really remarkable what they do.
Well, you know, well, I'll tell
Mhm.
you, it's you are right. I mean, you know, when I think about the financial crackhead, though, like just the person that
Oh, yeah.
that has various financial addictions where money is used as a way to ease certain pain, it makes you think about the study by Professor Andrew Lowe at MIT, where he talked about how money affects the part of your brain that is also affected by cocaine. And so, to me, I'm also thinking about it in terms of just this idea that you know that making certain choices that may not be healthy for me allows me to heal pain that exists because I'm carrying these demons around, and the demons have to be fed. So the demon might be a gambling addiction. The demon might be you know, fear or anxiety. I think other demons, one demon that plagues a big part of the community I've noticed is scarcity. Scarcity, when you talk about scarcity thinking versus abundance thinking, a
Mhm.
person who thinks in terms of scarcity is going to fight you over resources. They're going to compete with you when they could collaborate with you. they're going to hate on you when they should be congratulating you. Because why? Well, because they see whatever you're getting, whatever you have, whatever you're doing as a reflection of why they don't have what they want. Or you getting something means there's less of it for them. You get a good man, she's upset because she can't get the same thing you get, or you're doing well and making money. Well, now your success reflects on my lack of success. So to me, an abundance mindset might come from I would argue that a less traumatized person is more likely to have an abundance mindset and to say, look, there's enough for everybody. I want to see you win. I'm happy for you. And I've seen this just even in terms of just even business. When I would think about collaborating with someone, it's mutually supporting each other. But then I see them and I'm like, wow, this person's really competing with me. Like they feel that they can only be successful if they tear me down or something. And I just think that to me, that's a demon. The scarcity mindset. Remember, Europeans brought that scarcity mindset to Africa. And you saw what they did to Africa. The Africans were open and trusting. They said, look, there's plenty of fruit. There's plenty of
There's
gold.
an abundance in Africa.
Right.
Yeah.
There's plenty of lumber, whatever you want. We got it. And the
And
Europeans
that becomes part of your culture. I mean, just think about how the Europeans came in and just invaded Africa. It's because think about Europe. It's a cold rock. Nothing grows in Europe. Nothing's colder. I mean, I enjoy Europe for the culture and everything, but I just do not. That place is it's cloudy. It's always cold in my mind. Like I've never been to a beautiful tropical, beautiful vacation in Europe where the weather was great. Like the people are great and the culture and everything, but the weather is just not always. Take a jacket. You could be in, January. I mean, July, June. You're gonna need a jacket in Europe. So I mean, that part was just kind of unusual for me. And then I start thinking about the climate and how everything is just so nourishing, the soil, everything. Like you throw a seed somewhere, it's going to grow and there's an abundance. So that's what's put into our culture as Black people. And I really do think that we need to actively work on getting back to who we are as originals. I'm talking about as indigenous populations. I spend a lot of time sitting with the indigenous mindset, and I love spending my time meditating and focusing on the music of indigenous people. Nothing is more uplifting than listening to music and sounds that heal the body, that not tear us down. So, all day yesterday, sorry, boys, had to listen to my indigenous music that I had to play, but it's positive. It's beautiful. It tells you you can do it. And all of that has an effect. It all has an effect on how you see life. So I love taking out time in this westernized society and sitting with Native American tribes and listening to the indigenous, because I know that's who I am originally. I'm so connected to it that I know it. I'm getting off into this woo-woo, boys.
So it's okay. It's okay. So if you have a question for Dr. Alicia, put your question inside the Q&A section, and we're gonna go through the question. Make the question short if you can. That way we can get everybody's question. Also, Alicia's website. She sees clients on an individual basis. She sees couples. She also sees families. So if you'd like to go take a look at what she does, you can go to coachingwithdralicia.com. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. And if you go to drboycebooks.com, she has workbooks on things like financial anxiety and some other things that relate to relationships in particular. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, we have a whole section on love and money. We call it the Love and Money Lab. And you can go in there and dig in and find stuff that can help you not just have healthier relationships, but maybe deal with what's going on internally when it comes to your finances and all that stuff. Because you gotta fix it, you gotta heal if you want to grow, if you want to evolve and become a better person. So let me just sort of jump back to the guilt. I've heard you talk a lot about guilt and shame. And one thing I've noticed in terms of a money demon that can affect a lot of people is maybe guilt or shame about mistakes that were made, right? Give me a yes in the chat if you have financial mistakes that are just embarrassing. Give me a yes in the chat if you have come back from a terrible credit score, or you're trying to come back and you're just so ashamed of it, you don't even want to look at it. Or maybe you're so far behind on certain bills, you're just like, oh my God, I can't even, I'm not even gonna open it. Or maybe you have shame about maybe you're an investor and you have shame. I don't know about y'all, but I'm gonna tell you what, I'll start off by admitting my source of shame and embarrassment. I'm embarrassed by the fact that I didn't just hold on to my Bitcoin back in like 2014, 2015. I think I sold it and then I made all these adjustments and I'm like, boys, all you do, all you do is sit on it. Just you were doing too much. Right? So I make mistakes. We all do, right? And that mistake I made was more so driven by some of the things that I talked to you all about, which was basically, I think as the market was moving, I said, okay, well, maybe this Bitcoin thing isn't going to work out. But I know people, starting with my wife, who literally bought the Bitcoin in like 2015 or 2016 and didn't even look at it for 6 or 7, 8 years. And then next thing you know, I think you made $100 investment. It turned into almost $1,000. And that is the best way to invest. So that's a source of shame and embarrassment I
No,
have.
I feel guilty because I couldn't find my password. I had to reset my password to go back into my account. It had been so long since I've been in there.
Yeah. And I think that there's just a lot of there is a
Yeah.
lot of shame because you maybe for a lot of us you start off struggling financially. You don't always know what to do. You make mistakes for emotional reasons, maybe because you have a short-term temporary problem and you handled it in a way that had some long-term implications. Maybe your student loans leave you feeling a little bit guilty and angry because of whatever. So what about guilt and shame? How did tell me about that in your practice and when you confront that when somebody's just feeling really guilty and bad about mistakes they made in the past that they can't go back and fix, how do you even approach that?
Yeah, I mean, well, guilt and shame are two different things. And from a clinical perspective, guilt is basically when you do something wrong and you feel bad about that particular act and you work to try to correct it. So suppose my scenario I like to give is suppose you are there's an office building and you work at this office and everybody's coming in and out of the parking lot and everyone's parking. So if you drive into this parking lot and you hit somebody's car as you're pulling in, you hit the side door, it's a little bit of a dent. It's what are you going to do about that? So guilt says you feel guilty. You say, you know what? I am going to go into the office. I did this. I'm going to go into the office and maybe talk to the receptionist and ask the receptionist, do you know whose car this is? And if they do, maybe they connect you to the person, the owner of the car, and you go up and you say, hey, I just hit your car. Here's my insurance information. I'm really sorry about that. Boom. That's guilt, right? Where shame is something where, shame is where you think, what is wrong with me? There's something wrong with me. Maybe that's the first time you've hit a car or something, or maybe you've hit a bunch of different cars and then you're just like, oh my God, there's something wrong with me. Why am I getting to these car accidents? And it kind of can carry itself out in a sense where you don't necessarily feel guilty, but you may tell yourself, what do you tell yourself in the midst of that shame? Where some people can say, you know what? I'm not going to feel shame because I don't get into car accidents. This is a one-off. But shame happens when you say, you know what? Maybe I've been hitting people every time I pull into a parking lot. There's something wrong with me. I need to kind of fix it because I need to start learning how to drive better, or I need to figure out how to pull into this parking spot better. Now, the thing where unhealthy shame comes in, where I talk about it in my office, is where you feel shamed and what you do with it. You say, you know what? I think there's something wrong with this person. Why would they park their car that way? I wouldn't have hit them. You're not taking responsibility for what you've done. Okay. You say, you know what? I never would have hit them if they hadn't been parking their car sideways. So what's wrong with these people in the way they're parking? See, I wouldn't have done it. You take no accountability and no responsibility because you can't deal with the shame. It's too powerful for you to deal with that shame because it's tied to so much insecurities. And I see that a lot in my office, particularly with romantic relationships where you've done something to your partner and you know you shouldn't have done, and there's so much shame attached to it. You feel like such a terrible person that you cannot apologize to your loved one by something that you did. Your actions caused someone else to feel this way. You need to feel guilty about it. But some people come from such a place of shame in a clinical sense that they can't take responsibility for what they've done.
Okay, wow, that's giving me a lot to think about. Okay, so shame
No
is
accountability.
okay, so the shame might appear as me sort of creating a belief that something's wrong with me because I did something for which maybe I should feel some sort of guilt.
It's your
it's almost like,
behavior. It's not being able to disconnect. You disconnect. I did something wrong with I am wrong. It's the
okay.
behavior attached to that. And what you do if you feel level of shame, and a lot of it is parenting. That's just parenting that instilled in you, there's something wrong with you. Okay, you make a mistake. All children make mistakes. And as parents, we need to correct their behavior and say, I love you dearly. You're a beautiful person who made this mistake. Let's see if we can fix it, right? That's what you want to give your children. But when you say, what's wrong with you? You must be stupid. People calling you names and putting you down. You have so much shame attached to that when you're an adult, you can't have relationships with anybody because you're making mistakes and you're not accountable to it. And some people call it narcissism and it is a narcissistic trait, but I don't want to put it in those words because that's a clinical word. All of us, we shouldn't be using that on a daily basis, but it's just not being able to say, I behaved in this way and I need to make it right.
Okay. So put that in the context of money and money demons. Like, so
Yeah.
are you saying that my shame of mistakes I made for which I should feel guilty, that internalizing that shame can create a demon that might affect my choices going forward? That because I'm ashamed that I kept a bad credit score, I see myself as financially irresponsible, and because maybe I don't want to deal with the shame, maybe I avoid certain things. Like, because it almost sounds to me like you're saying the shame isn't required. Maybe guilt is okay, but shame is not required, because shame is almost like that internalization of guilt to say something's wrong with me, as opposed to something's wrong with what I did. And when you carry that shame, that becomes the demon that possesses you, that then causes you to engage in avoidant behavior because you don't want to confront the shame, or you don't want to confront the bad feelings that may come with that shame.
Because
Is
you
that kind of
feel
what you're
so
saying?
ashamed, you fall apart every time you make a mistake. No one expects you to be perfect, but you put that on yourself, this level of perfection that you have on yourself because you're too ashamed. You're too ashamed, and you make a catastrophe just because you had a bad month or something. It's not a catastrophe. Things ebb and flow all the time. That's a universal law, right? The Hermetic principles. You also study Hermetic principles. It's a law. What goes up is going to go down, and you have to be able to figure out how to ride the waves without internalizing it and thinking there's something wrong with you.
Now I think I get that concept. I know that professionally, kind of dealing with something that feels like shame is what allowed me to really do what I do. I remember when I would go on TV and do stuff, you're always so scared in the beginning that you're going to make a mistake or say something stupid or get something wrong. And I remember just kind of saying, just because I get something wrong doesn't mean I'm not qualified. Just because I make a mistake doesn't mean I don't know what I'm doing. Everybody makes mistakes. And nobody's any better than me. Other people make mistakes and they don't, it's not the end of their careers. They don't walk away in shame and give up. You just keep coming back. Right. So that to me is really, I almost feel like what you're saying about guilt and shame is also connected to self-love. Like in my view, this was literally my processing. And again, I'm not a therapist, but I think that we are our own best therapists. So what gave me a lot of confidence, not fake confidence. I don't have to pretend to be confident. I really am confident in what I do and what I know. What gave me confidence was not this false belief that I'm perfect. What gave me confidence was having enough self-love to forgive myself when my imperfections show up. When my flaws pop out and I do something stupid and I say, oh man, dang, I really messed that up. It's all right. We're going to go right back at it. Because I love Boyce, and if you love something, you'll never give up on that thing. You'll never give up on that person.
And you apologize. You're good at apologizing to Boyce. You can say, "Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. How can we make this right? How can we make this right? And let's just move on." That is beautiful. Nothing's worse than when somebody does something and they go into this place of shame and they never apologize. They say, "Well, I wouldn't have done it if you hadn't have done that. I wouldn't have done it if you hadn't done that. I wouldn't have done it. It wasn't just on me. If you hadn't done this," where you start to just in your mind, because the shame is so painful for you, because it's, of course, reminiscent of how you were treated when you were younger. and you start seeing that person as a parent, and you start saying, no, I wouldn't, and you feel like you need to defend yourself instead of just saying, yes, it was a mistake. I did it wrong. I feel sorry. Let's move on. And
I do agree, but I'm gonna tell you one area where I'm going to challenge that a little bit is sometimes I feel like I need to defend myself. There's some, like if someone comes up to, and I get it, I hear what you're saying. I want to hear your perspective on this, but if somebody comes up and says, you stole my purse and I didn't steal your purse, my first reaction is going to be like, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you think I stole your purse, but I didn't do it. Right.
No, what you say. Yeah.
So
Mhm.
go ahead. I want to hear your perspective on, but I think defending yourself is okay too in some situations. Like, I don't think being defenseless works, right? What do you think?
No, I mean, you asked them the question. You say, okay, wait, you think I stole your purse? The best thing, it's a reaction to be defensive. All of us get defensive, but you have to stop yourself and you have to say, okay, what information do you have that makes you think I stole your purse?
Mm-hmm.
What information did you gather to make you conclude that I stole your purse, and hear that person out? Because that is where a lot of problems can really be dissolved between individuals, is the other person doesn't feel like they've heard the other person out. So you hear the person out and you say, wait, you saw me on video? Show me the video. And then you look at the video, you'd be like, what day? I wasn't here on that day. I wasn't in the parking lot. Maybe it's a video of the park. You hit my car. Okay, well, there was cameras out there. Show me the camera of me hitting your car, because I really want to hear how you came to this conclusion. Do that instead of defensive, because it's these beautiful conversations that are never had between individuals, and they just start fighting each other, and it escalates. It doesn't have to. And in the moment where you really feel defensive, that's a signal to yourself to stop and say, how did you come to that? What information did you gather? Because it could be that person really did see a video of you stealing their purse, and then you can clearly say, yes, I totally understand why you thought it was me. But guess what? I wasn't even there. That was somebody else that looked like me. Let me show you. Let's work together and find out. I don't know. You don't have to work together with somebody to find out who stole their purse, but you can definitely give them some empathy.
Okay. Yeah. Well, and it's funny. It reminds me when Oprah said a long time ago, where she said, everybody just wants to be heard.
Yeah.
And I think that was a really wise thing for her to say. And so I think that really that, all these emotions you mentioned, guilt and shame and everything else, sometimes can make us dismissive of other people, and that doesn't work. And then sort of circling that back around to the financial stuff, in terms of money demons, I really think that being able to have a healthy way to process those feelings that we may have, the guilt and the shame of bad financial choices and just the outcomes, I think that goes a long way in being your best self and being able to, right. So either you can fix the past, or maybe you can't fix the past, but either way, I think self-love love is powerful. Love goes a long way. And I think, and I would encourage you to love yourself enough to say, God is not through with me yet. I ain't perfect. And y'all have heard me say that. Y'all have heard me say, look, hey, just chalk it up to my imperfections. Because I know I'm good at what I do, and I'm proud of that. I'm proud that I worked so hard to become good at this. But at the same time, that self-love is huge in that, because you never become perfect at anything. And so don't give up on yourself, so don't give up on yourself because you got a bad credit score. Don't give up on yourself because the student loans have buried you. Or you feel like they buried you. Don't give up on yourself because you don't know everything you need to know. Keep pouring into yourself. You are the best investment you will ever make. And then one of the other best investments you'll ever make is the people that you love and the people you care about. So you pour into them with knowledge and preparation and information and everything else. And then eventually that turns into resources. It turns into action. And that's how you succeed financially. That's how you get rid of those money demons, and you start operating on a higher frequency. And that's what economic awareness is all about. Economic awareness is partly driven by self-awareness, driven by consciousness, being aware and conscious of all the things that might keep you from getting to where you want to get to. So dealing with the money demons, I think, is something that we all have to do. So, babe, I want you to get the last word. I want to mention everybody, Dr. Alicia Watkins. Her website is coachingwithdralicia.com. So feel free to go to her site if you want to see what she does as a therapist, and she meets with couples, individuals, and families. So that's coachingwithdralicia.com. Also, I have this book called Financial Lovemaking, and she and I actually created this 5-day love challenge. If you guys want to take a look, if you go to boyceandalicia.com, remember that, babe? We
I
did
do
that about
remember that.
about 3-4 years ago, but it's really good. So feel free to go to boyceandalicia.com. You get a free copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking. And also, if you want to get other resources from Dr. Alicia, you can actually text the word love to 87948. So she does a lot of good stuff on relationships and in addition to financial therapy. So babe, why don't you, I'll let you get the last word. Any parting thoughts you want to share?
Yeah, I'm really thinking right now, even making a financial mistake doesn't make you a financial mistake, right? And I think that when I say you can correct it, you can just say, "Oh, that was terrible. Let me fix it by adjusting things. Things need to be calibrated in your financial life all the time, and take out time to focus on your finances. It doesn't have to be every day, Boyce. Boyce talks about finances and focuses on it every day, but that's fine for him. Okay. But I really do think that you should schedule whatever's comfortable for you to just fix it and stop ruminating on the past. That rumination, and really get to the point where you can process things and you feel like you processed it out, these terrible things that have happened to you financially, and you can get to a place where you can have compassion for yourself and you can have grace for yourself, but you now know better and now you can do better going forward. Absolutely. So that's what I would tell people.
That's right. All right, awesome. All right, let's do better, be better. Let's fight
Know
off the
better.
demons. The money demons hit all of us. And so if you want that, just sort of a quick summary of the money demons you may want to investigate, and maybe this is something we can go deeper into. Maybe we can develop a class around this or something. But I would just to give you some ideas on where you might look for those money demons. One might be scarcity, having a scarcity mindset. They may cause you to have insecurities that they get in the way of progress, like jealousy and or competing with people that you should be collaborating with, guilt over spending or things like that, or maybe debt or mistakes that you made in the past. Guilt and shame are big factors. Also, maybe anxiety over things like debt or income or financial instability. Financial anxiety is very big. If you go to drboycebooks.com, Dr. Alicia has a workbook to help you work through and analyze and become aware of any financial anxiety you may have. She did a whole financial anxiety workbook. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. You can scroll down to the love and money section. Maybe a fear of failure. Anybody got a fear of failure? Just I'm scared to go start this business because I'm scared this business is not going to work. Well, I get that. Everybody feels that way, and it's really hard to imagine putting a lot of time and money into something and having not work out. It's tough, it's embarrassing, and you don't get a lot of support. You don't have a lot of people in the family saying, go, go, go. You have a lot of people sitting back saying, I can't, I'm just waiting for that Negro to fail. When they fail, I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna tell them why they did. And it's always the people that ain't doing nothing that do the most talking. So having a process to sort of get to that point is, I think, a really big deal. And actually, if you want to look into like a business that you can start that doesn't fail, again, go to drboyceprime.com. Those are a lot of Prime members are in this class right now, and you can say something in the chat. drboyceprime.com. I think that whole idea of starting your business by selling stock options is really, in my view, the most effective, most superior way to starting a business, or the most superior method I've ever seen, because the business is highly liquid. It doesn't require any work, and you start making income from day one. You just need a capital base. So if you want to go take a look at that, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com, or if you text the word money to 87948, I'll send you a free training called How to Make Money Without Working. It is highly efficient. It is literally how I make my money. Errol's, and I see Errol, James, I see you all. So yeah, so feel free to just talk to the other students that are in the class. I like that better than the other method, because the other method was you throw a bunch of money at it, you work your butt off, you wait a year or two, and then maybe you make some money, right? And that's really a hard way to get ahead. So to me, I was like, oh gosh, I should have been doing this when I was 20. So teach this stuff to your kids so they can do it when they're 20 instead of wasting 20 or 30 years like the rest of us did. Other areas where a financial demon or money demon might show up might be maybe you avoid making plans because you're having trouble dealing with instant gratification versus delayed gratification. Instant gratification and the dopamine dopamine release, the good feelings that you get from sleeping and chilling when you could have been working a little bit, or eating the wrong foods when you could have been eating healthy, or just making unhealthy choices when you really want to sort of think about the long term. I think that's a demon too. That instant gratification is another type of demon that really affects so many of us in our lives. It affects all of us. It's a demon that I fight every single day. Do I eat a salad, or do I put my hand in that bag of chips? And my wife will tell you right now, I got a bag of chips next to the bed. So some of these demons don't ever really go away. It's a daily fight. So literally sometimes that inability to focus on the long term, to have that higher level of consciousness required for you to focus on the long term, to me, that's a demon. That's another type of demon. And I know I'm saying too much, and I don't know if my wife has something to say in response to that, but
I probably do.
literally all of us we have our higher selves and we have our ghetto self. You know what I'm talking about? Like, you got the higher level of you where you're just doing everything right. You're getting up in the morning, you're handling your business, you're making plans, you're getting it done. And then you have the other side that's just lazy and don't want to focus and doesn't want to do the right things, doesn't want to even eat right, doesn't want to save, wants to spend, right? So really, this is why I actually started doing this money in the morning financial consciousness thing, because what I realized is, I said, if we wake up every morning and we commit ourselves to being our best selves, that gives us a much higher probability of success. Because remember, being the best does not always mean that you're always at your best. Like I'm pretty good at this financial thing. Some people would say that I'm one of the best, but I ain't always at my best, and neither are you. None of us are. So my goal is every morning to convince you to find the best version of you and make sure that person shows up for work every day. And that's how you're going to win. That's how you're going to succeed. That's how you're going to overcome all the demons, the cultural demons, the psychological demons, the emotional demons. That's how you're going to fight the battle. And the battle never ends, but you will win because you're built for this. Babe, did you have something else you want to say before? Because I know I said a lot. Did you have something you wanted to?
Well, we'll save it for next time.
Okay, all right.
I don't want to get into a loop with you.
All right. Well, I hope that you will give Dr. Alicia a digital round of applause, digital thank you. I know she's my wife, but I'm sorry. I'd like to give my wife props for how hard she works. She elevates me because she's super disciplined. She's in that. She got me to join the 5 a.m. club, and we get up every morning and go work out. And and I'm inspired by her work ethic. And I always tell people, some of these sisters out here just kicking butt, taking names. And so you're a wonderful ally in this game of life. So thank you very much for joining me, babe. I really appreciate your time. And also, her website, one more time, is coachingwithdralicia.com. And so if you want to see what she does as a therapist, feel free to go there. And or if you want to get some free material from her, you can actually just text the word love to the number 87948, and there's some stuff that we can send you out that way as well. All right, so have a good day, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Every single day, 7 days a week, we do money awareness, financial consciousness training each morning. So make sure you're on the text list. To get on the text list, text the word morning to the number 87. Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's going on? I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome to Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I'm here with my lovely wife, Dr. Alicia. How you doing today, babe?
I'm doing all right, but I wish we were like on our pillows for real.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, sometimes we do pillow talk and we're not actually on our pillows, and so I don't know if I don't know if you call it table talk now or something, but this is us in our offices, and it's funny because we're actually in rooms right next to each other. So
this is office talk.
Yeah, I guess it's office talk, water cooler talk. Maybe that's what we can call it.
Water cooler talk. Yeah. And we have a water cooler. We should just sit our chairs out there in the water cooler and just.
We do have a water
drink
cooler.
Water
we legitimately do, and we drink a ton of water every day. And when we get up in the morning, first thing I do when I get up is start drinking water. But anyway, all right. So I want to welcome everybody and say hello to everyone that's joining us today. In case you don't know, Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins is where I get together with my lovely wife, Dr. Alicia, and we talk about issues of the day. Just we try to have intelligent, fun conversations about things that Black people might be interested in. And I want to do a quick sound check. Can you let us know if you can hear us? Give us a quick yes if you can hear us. Okay, yes. Let us know if you can hear us. And also, I want you all to know that I am a finance PhD and a finance professor. My wife is a professor of social work and a licensed therapist. So we have some fun little debates about topics, things that relate to love and money, and just anything that makes us think. And so I want to say hello to Vita and let's see, Hallelujah, is that right? Big Bird. My name is Corey. How you doing, brother? Good to see you. NA. Let's see, Chanel Shakur, Michael McCurry. Good to see everybody. So good to see you. All right, so let's hop into the conversation as you hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe, all that stuff. All right, so Michael Frederick says, think and go rich. That's right, brother. You got to think and you got to grow rich. All right, so here is what I wanted to talk about. So did anybody see, give me a yes or no, did you see that Kamala Harris invited the cast from A Different World to the White House? I'm going to ask my wife, did you see that, babe?
I saw it a few months ago. I think it's a good idea. That was a very good idea.
It was a few months ago, though. It was like a few days ago.
A few days ago?
Yeah,
I saw it on my social media. Maybe they were promoting the idea and it actually happened a few days ago, but I remember seeing things online about them coming to the White House a while ago.
Yeah. It was so Kamala brought the cast of A Different World to the White House, and they had a they had a little powwow, I guess. And I think that it was related to the student loan stuff. I think that it was the student loan discussion that kind of led them to bring them in, because, as you know, the Biden administration is talking a lot about student loans and student loan forgiveness. So they thought that bringing in the cast of A Different World would be kind of a cool way to celebrate that. And I'm gonna tell you, I love the cast from A Different World.
Yeah.
And I know you do too. I mean, how many of y'all, give me a yes or no, how many of y'all watched A Different World when you were growing up? Give me a yes. All the Different World fans, give me a yes in the chat if you grew up with that show and really liked it and enjoyed watching it and just had a lot of fun with it. I know I did. Were you inspired by that show, babe?
Didn't miss an episode. Oh my goodness. I was in college. Weren't you in college too when The Different World was on? So that, that was a beautiful thing to see and to witness. Shout out to Bill Cosby for making this happen.
Yeah, and you and I are friends with Daryl Bell. It's Daryl Bell. Daryl
Bell. That's his name.
You know what? The reason I did not, Daryl Bell, by the way, Daryl Bell played Ron. He played Ron, Dwayne Wayne's best friend. And I'm sorry, Daryl, if you're watching, brother, I apologize for getting your name wrong. The reason I felt like I said his name wrong is because there was a great attorney at Harvard Law School named Derek Bell. Derek Bell, the creator of critical race theory, actually.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
I use all of his stuff in my diversity practice class. Oh, yes.
Did I ever tell you I talked to Derek Bell one time when I was teaching at Syracuse?
Really? I would love to speak with him.
Yeah, I have no idea why we were on the phone together, but we talked and I liked him. And that's all. At that time, I didn't know how big critical race theory was. I just knew he was a Harvard professor and I respected that. And another great one there was Charles Ogletree. Charles and I, we both spoke at the National Black Law Student Association Conference. We were the two keynotes, and it was in Detroit in 2006, right before Kwame Kilpatrick got popped up and.
This is so crazy. 2006. Yeah, I hung out with Kwame Kilpatrick at the FAMU homecoming because I was living in Tallahassee at the time. Small world, so Boyce. Isn't it a small world?
Well, it's not a small world. It's a different world.
It's a different world.
It's a different world. Anyway, all right. I know my parents. Every time I think of this, I want to start singing that song. I know my parents love me. Stand behind me come one day. Ooh, that was a great song. And you hear it. It's almost like that song from the Jeffersons. Remember? Nobody knew the words, but it's like, being down burned on the grill. Take that hope. I think black people, I'm gonna tell you, here's what I think. I think black people, we're gonna get to the top in a minute. But I feel like
TV better.
We make the best theme songs. Good times, anytime you need a payment. Good times, anytime you need a friend. I feel like we are just like every song that has been made for TV shows. When we sing it, we blow it out. When they do it, you get I don't know. The best white theme song I've ever heard was "Wouldn't You Like to Get Away? Sometimes
Cheers.
You want to go where everybody knows your name." That was a good one. And
I like Family Ties. Family Ties. That's a black person singing Family Ties.
Oh yeah, what was that? You got to help me know the words now.
What, Family Ties?
Yes. It was something about family, and it made you feel really good. And then the only other song, and then I promise we're gonna get back to the topic.
Okay.
And the only other song that I thought was cool was Frasier when he was sounding like a black man. Baby, I hear you with the call in for salads and scrambled eggs. Anyway,
And
so
the Golden Girls, you can't forget the Golden Girls. Thank
Okay,
you
there
for
we go.
being a friend.
That's okay. So they do have a few good songs. All right, I think we're the best ones. But anyway, so here's what. So let's get back to all right. So Different World, they visit Kamala Harris in the White House, and it was interesting because I was really curious to see how people felt about this visit, because you know how the Democrats do. They tend to show up and get extra black when it's election season, and they sort of disappear when for the other 3.6 years. But the last few months they pop up and they start doing all this black stuff. And I think black people kind of know what's going on. They kind of hip to the game. So I went to Kamala's page, and so Kamala has the video, and it's really it's real. Let me turn this off, because if I play the theme song, they'll give me a strike on YouTube. But anyway, so the interesting thing was a lot of the comments were very negative. People were not they were just generally not very supportive of what happened here. Like, not because they don't love the cast of Different World. I think they seem to feel manipulated.
Oh, the timing of it all. I mean, they got to pull out all the stops now. This is some serious stuff.
Yeah, almost like one of those things where it's like, okay, here you go, doing what you do in every election, where you get extra black, and then after the election's over, we don't hear from you again.
Ignore them.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm looking for the comments. I actually lost the freaking page. I had it up on my phone, queued up, and I want to read some of the comments. And once I find it, I'll read them. But
on
generally
Instagram, right?
Yeah. So what basically happened was, so Kamala had them all in, and it was pretty beautiful in the sense that you love the cast, you love the show, they deserve to be invited. They all seem to be very, very nice people, and people were very supportive of the cast. But I think that they felt that Kamala was sort of using this HBCU thing to pander to the black vote. And Kamala actually went to an HBCU, and people still almost act like she's faking it, right? Because she married Dougie. Dougie's not a black man, and also Kamala, unfortunately, the Democrats have a reputation of really pandering to the black community right before election season. What do you think about that, babe?
Oh yeah, I mean, come on, Different World cast have been unemployed. Well, some of them have been employed, but a lot of them have been unemployed for many, many years. And now that it's a couple of months here before pretty soon we got the DNC convention, and then we have the election coming up. And I think this whole thing with Trump is scaring people because he has a lot of attention. And so they're pulling out all the stops. And I'm sure it's a strategy meeting. They're sitting around at this table trying to get black people on board. And we have snuffed it out. And I want to hear the comments. Bring the comments up, Boyce.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting is I'm looking at the page, and basically what she did was they just bought the cast in and kind of did their thing. And then a lot of the comments were very much basically accusing them of pandering to the black community and kind of saying, oh, you want to be black now, that kind of thing. And really kind of accusing them of manipulating black people emotionally, which I think that we are really we're really vulnerable to a lot of emotional manipulation. I think that the show Different World, it's interesting that we're so emotionally attached to things that don't even belong to us. A Different World, even the show, the brands, the characters, all those trademarks and copyrights connected to that show belong to, I think, Warner Brothers. Mm-hmm. And so the idea that we sort of look at that show and we say, okay, that's a black show, or that's our show, that right there kind of speaks to this odd idea that maybe perhaps we have to really rethink what ownership really means. Like, how do you really claim something that isn't actually yours? It's like if I date you or marry you and I think that your body is my body and I own you, that's not a healthy way to think about it, I guess. And I almost feel like it's the same way when it comes to television. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, when we were talking to Dara Bell, the first question out of our mouth was what? Where's the Different World reboot? What's going on with the reboot? No, they're going to do a reboot of Good Times where they're living in the projects. They're going to glorify that whole thing.
Anytime you need a payment. Sorry. They like those black struggle shows, don't they?
The struggle shows, but they're not going to do something like, and then you can't reboot. You can't reboot the Cosby Show because it's so tainted at this point. So I mean, Different World was
it ain't tainted. It ain't tainted for me.
Well, it's tainted for a lot of people, though. A lot of people do.
Yeah, it ain't tainted for me because you know what?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Bill Cosby did some stuff. Maybe he didn't. But y'all got to remember
his legacy. Sorry, boys. I'm not saying I agree with it.
Yes. Oh, go ahead, babe. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm not saying that I agree with it, but his legacy, I mean, he was on the top. He was the best of the best, and now he is on the bottom of the bottom. I think he is, poor thing, he's blind. He's really getting up there in years. Looks like his health is failing him, and I wish him the best, but it does not seem like he is able to save his legacy. And, Different World, maybe visiting the White House, maybe they can get their own reboot. Maybe they can take this as an opportunity to really put some positive images out there of Black people. Maybe we as Black people can start a campaign. Let's do a reboot of A Different World. That would be pretty awesome to see, because we know the effect that it has on your subconscious. I mean, when The Different World was happening, enrollment of Black people at HBCUs and in college in general was the highest it had ever been with that one TV show. It works, boys. Media works. It definitely programs you.
Well, what's interesting is that the comments that I saw relative to Kamala, sort of showing off the cast of A Different World to get votes. There were people in there that went out of their way to say, by the way, we should thank Dr. Cosby and Dr. Alvin Poussant for creating the show.
And Dr. Comer.
More than one person said that. More than one person stepped into the comments, and most of the comments were very negative toward the use of this imagery. It's like okay, you want to use Cosby's creation to get these votes, but then at the same time, you've kind of taken this guy that maybe he earned some of this. I'm not going to excuse his his alleged behavior, but you're going to sort of say we don't want anything to do with him, but we're going to take what he created and use that. And I personally think that's a little bit disingenuous. I think it's I think that you can still enjoy the Cosby Show. In fact, let me ask everybody, give me a yes or no. How many of you still watch the Cosby Show and enjoy watching it? Like if you saw it on TV right now, how many of you would give me a yes if you would watch it and enjoy it? Or how many of you would just turn it off because you're so appalled by his presence on television? Answer me in the chat. Also, as you hit the thumbs up button, I want to remind everybody you're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is my wife, Dr. Alicia. And by the way, if you want to know where my wife does her thing, you can actually go to her website, which she sees clients on an individual basis, couples and families. So you can go to coachingwithdralicia.com. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. Okay. So yeah, I see my name is Corey says I still watch it unapologetically. Ryan Turner says yes. Terry Silver, yes. I'm looking for a no. I don't see any no's. There's no no's. So what's interesting is when you talk about Cosby's legacy, I think about that and what that means. I'm going to say something that is going to sound a little strange. I don't think his legacy is ruined at all. I think that his legacy in the Black community, his legacy is very strong. Now, mind you, people might still think that he's a pervert, that he did some stuff he shouldn't have done. But most Black people, if I did a poll and said, do you still admire some of Bill Cosby's achievements? A lot of Black people are going to say, hell yeah. He created A Different World. He created educational shows. He created Fat Albert. He gave all that money to the HBCUs. He gave money to HBCUs when all these celebrities out here just talk a big game and don't ever follow through. They don't. And so I'm not saying that this means Cosby's a good guy. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that it sounds to me like just like any other person that we consider to be a hero or a legend, just like every slave master who raped slaves for a living, or just like every racist that's been in the White House, maybe his legacy's just mixed. Maybe that's what it may. Again, maybe among white people now, his legacy's gone. But I personally think that's a fragile legacy to begin with. I think that if you are a Black man and you have a good reputation amongst melanin deficient people in America, you're always at risk. You're always in danger. You're one bad Rolling Stone, New York Times article away from having everything you work for destroyed in front of you. So I personally think, based on what I just saw in the chat, to the people that matter to me, y'all matter to me. They don't matter to me, but the people that matter to me still love Cosby. They love Different World. They see nuance. What do you think about that?
Okay, so I got two things to say. Number one, I think everybody out here needs to sit down with your family right now, starting today, and start watching every single episode of The Cosby Show, starting from episode 1 all the way to the final episode. And then when you're done, go on to the Different World and start watching that together as a family, because it is priceless piece of art. Okay, I just want to say that. Now, yes, we know the contributions that Bill Cosby has made to television and to Black people in general, but we also know that he fell flat on his face. He went to prison. Seemed like any and everybody who was around him in that time started hollering and got on the bandwagon. I'm talking about subconsciously. We saw him fall, and his legacy in general, his legacy in general has been tarnished. He fell from grace. He was voted, I believe at the time, he was voted the #1 TV dad from what was it called? TV Guide voted him. That means he beat out all the other white fathers that we saw on TV. He beat all of them out. He was the #1 TV dad. He cut across everything. And I think with Bill Cosby, I think he knew the impact of his work. He knew the impact of the Cosby Show, and he was a little upset with what happened after the Cosby Show, because remember, the Cosby Show was like a seminal piece where we can say, look, Black people can name their children Theodore Huxtable. What was his middle name? Theodore. I mean, come on. That's so, it's a little elitist in a way, right? To have a doctor and a lawyer and to show all of that. He thought that the rest of the Black TV shows would follow suit, and it did not. You know, what happened after the Cosby Show met its success, the subsequent shows behind it was, you know, back on a little bit of buffoonery again. And I think Cosby became very upset with what Black people were doing. And he felt, you know, he felt that we needed to carry ourselves a certain way. So it was this inner battle. And I think, you know, that made him, he was a little, I think he became a little cynical when you listen to his speech. And then he gave that speech. Do we want to talk about that speech he gave? The famous speech. The pound, what's it called? The pound cake speech. Come on.
Yeah.
The pound cake speech.
Remember the 90s?
That was very good speech he gave.
You know what you're talking about when you were talking about the buffoonish shows in the 90s. I think the epitome of that was Homeboys from Outer Space. Remember that? And was Daryl in Homeboys from Outer Space, or am I just making that up in my head?
And that's another thing, because they used the characters from the Cosby Show to put out, because he was very upset because Lisa Bonet did, what movie was that where he played? She was sleeping with the devil. What movie was this?
Yeah, she had sex with the devil or something crazy like that.
The devil. He was livid because that's his daughter. You know, subconsciously, that's his daughter that just got turned out.
Wow. Now, was Daryl in Homeboys from Outer Space?
I don't know. Somebody will look it up.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up. But yeah, so you are right. Now, yeah, Daryl was in that. Yeah, with Flex. Isn't that funny that Flex Alexander and Daryl Bell, mind you, you know that Flex and Shanice are friends of ours, right? Flex hit me up on Instagram back before they took down my Instagram. I had a page. I knew I would get. I kid you not, in my inbox I would get messages from. I keep calling him Theodore Huxtable, but that's not his real name. His real name is Malcolm Jamal Warner. Who is, by the way, a very cool dude. And me and Malcolm would talk extensively. And I love talking to Malcolm because he's a smart guy, and he would hear me say things about politics that would shock some people because I say what's on my mind. And he would, instead of saying, "Oh, that's stupid" or "That's crazy," he would say, "Can you explain that further? I'd like to understand that." And that's all. I think that's it. I think that's all anybody wants is like, can we just hear each other? You know, like maybe I'm saying something that's gonna shock you a little bit, but I'm not a stupid man. I thought this through. So yeah, but then Flex out of the blue was messaging me because I think he does comedy shows or something, and he was like, "Yeah, you should come to my show when I come to Chicago." I was like, "Cool." And then Daryl Bell, you know, who is a great guy, super smart, and Daryl kind of helped us understand the limitations of what they can and can't do. I was shocked, and I hope you don't mind me sharing this. I think it's public knowledge, but I was really shocked when I found out how much of a grip Warner Brothers has on the show. How they literally got a trademark or a copyright or something on Whitley's accent. Like Jasmine Guy
she cannot speak in that accent. Her accent was copyrighted. So
that's insane.
For her to use the accent that she came up with, she'd have to get permission and pay somebody if they'll give it to her. She'd have to do that. So she has to speak in a different voice. What you gonna say?
No. I think that's interesting, right? And that really gets into, I think, the difference in terms of how Black people. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, that gets into the difference in terms of how Black people and non-Black people view ownership and entertainment, right? I think that when it comes to entertainment, we tend to think about trying to get on the stage. We want to be seen. We want to sign the deal and be the entertainer and get all the attention and the fame.
This is so hard, boys.
Right. Well, we do. But here's what's interesting, right? The people that are in other communities who see the talent that our people have, they're not thinking about getting on the stage. They want to own the stage. They want to be behind the stage. They want to put $1 billion into the distribution of the images that are on the stage. They want to get the trademarks, copyrights, patents, whatever related to whatever's being created through entertainment. So when we saw hip hop, we saw, if you use hip hop as an example, we saw hip hop as creativity and a party and fun and everything else. They saw that as a business, and I think that so all these copyrights and everything on these shows that we consider to be Black shows pretty much means that others have monetized Black attention. And we've provided that willingly. We're not getting money from this. We're not making the revenue from this, but they are. And they're thinking, okay, what's the next big thing we can use to monetize the attention that we can get from the Black community? Oh, that's right. Let's create a movie called Black Panther. And it'll become a thing, and black people will show up wearing their Black Panther costumes, and it'll become a must see TV for every person in the Black community.
And at the end of the movie, I want to jump in. At the end of the movie, a Black woman is going to save the colonizers. Is going to join in and help and save them from everything. After talking about them all throughout the movie, you're going to join with them in their council. You're going to bring them into the fold. So strong heavy. Black people, again, it's another representation of we are serving them. That's what the Black Panther was.
Guess what? I found the Kamala the comments under the Kamala Harris post.
Okay, what did you say?
So I'm gonna read that in a minute. But before I do that, if y'all could do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. You're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins. I'm a finance professor. My wife is she's a full professor of social work, not just a professor, a full professor. I got to give this Black woman her props. And also she is a licensed therapist. And so her website is coachingwithdralicia.com. If you'd like to get some free resources from Dr. Alicia on healthy relationships, things like that, and a free e-copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking, you can just text the word love, pull out your phone, text the word love to 87948. And that will also allow us to remain connected and break away from these YouTube algorithms and all that. And we are on Spotify. If you look up my name on Spotify, you'll find us there. But we want to be able to connect with you directly because, as you know, sometimes these paid platforms just disappear, and we don't want that to happen. So if you pull out your phone and text the word love to 87948, you'll get stuff from us, and it will enhance your life. If it doesn't, then that's okay. You can just walk away, but we'd love to make your life better. All right, so let's I'm going to read the comments. So Kamala Harris brought the cast of Different World to the White House, and she was using that to promote the Biden administration's initiatives on student loans. And so I'm gonna just read the comments straight down. Okay, so there is Okay, so the first comment isn't so bad. It's from a retired doctor named Negro Damas.
That's a great name.
He says, I'm a retired doctor. Y'all need to start doing more TikTok because of the influence it has on young minds. They do not get info from CNN and Instagram. My young niece did not know of the Biden's awesome accomplishments because she gets her news from TikTok. So sad. Okay, that's not bad. But then the next person says that they effed up their show by having Kamala in the video. Like, it was a great video until Kamala appeared. The next person, B. Irvin, says, oh, it must be time to get the black vote. Let's see. Another one says Cree Summer hasn't aged today. She hasn't. She really
has
cool.
not. Well, you know, she's on Abbott Elementary. She did a cameo on Abbott Elementary.
Oh, that's awesome. And then the next comment, I am Dream Jules, says it's election year, so she's black again. You know, Kama, they didn't call her Chameleonaire, because Kamala Chameleonaire, she tends to like sort of change races, like depending on where she's at. So sometimes she's Indian, sometimes she's black, sometimes she's a white woman. That's pretty impressive.
But you know, there's a whole thing. You know, there's a whole thing on TikTok about they've been monitoring her silk press. They said she get her silk presses done, and all she do is get silk press and laugh. And I was like, you know what? If I was ever vice president, that's what I would do. I'd have a fresh silk press every time you saw me. I'd be laughing and giggling because it is nothing. It's just wonderful being the vice president. It's not much on you when you're the vice president.
I don't know about that.
All you do is just hold up whatever the president says. You just like all you do is listen to what the president says, and then you just say it in your own words. You can put the president's speech into AI, Chat GPT, and just create yet another copy of his speech, and that's it. Vice president. At least that's what I see. So what he said. I don't hate it.
Okay, so here's another one. Someone says the VP ain't FBA. FBA stands for Foundational Black American, which is interesting because they rarely put a black person in that high of an office who is just standard African American descendant of slavery.
They have to show allegiance. They have to show allegiance to them.
Yeah, or maybe you have the white spouse. The white spouse is another. Yeah, I think the white spouse is another signal that you are a little bit safer. And in addition to that, if one of your parents is from another country, like Ketanji Brown Jackson had the white spouse, also her family's not African American. So really, I think it is important, you know, when we're looking at so-called black faces in high places, I think that it is okay to make a distinction between those who are African American and those who are just black. What do you think?
You know what just occurred to me?
What?
Isn't that what we saw in the Black Panther? Because it really wasn't African Americans that helped the white people out. It was the other black folks that helped them out. It was the people in Wakanda, where the African Americans were kind of just like playing basketball and doing treacherous things. Because remember, Killmonger, is that his name? Killmonger? I can't get
Killmonger.
You know how I feel. Killmonger represented African Americans. And his role, he was so demonized in his role. He wasn't helping out. So that's what we are. We're part of the Killmonger group. And I think that the other group, the Wakanda group, who eventually came in with their accents, because I let you know that they're not here. Those were the people that helped out. So that's what we're seeing. We're seeing selected black faces just so that we can have an avenue to cultivate their agenda, to further their own agenda. It ain't just all black people. It's this select group of black people who are furthering their cause, and they're not African Americans.
Well, the way I kind of look at that too, what I kind of see with Killmonger versus the Black Panther kind of thing, and you are 100% right about that, is that there is, I think there's this belief that African Americans are these flawed, damaged people, and that the best thing, you know, in the tradition of racist white paternalism, the best thing they can do for us is to teach us how to be a little more civilized and how to put the past behind us, right? So, and what's interesting is that even this week I saw Nick Cannon, who was humiliated pretty badly, unfortunately, by the people that, you know, kind of run Hollywood. I saw him do an interview, and he was kind of saying, we have to get past this whole blame the white man thing. And I felt like, and I don't disagree, right?
Hold on, wait.
Nick Cannon said, but don't get me wrong, it wasn't a bad interview. I don't think Nick's a bad guy. I spent about an hour on the phone with Nick's father. I can learn a lot by listening to how your father talks, and I liked his dad, and I liked Nick. But unfortunately, Nick. Well, the hard part is that Nick was the wrong guy to deliver that message because unfortunately Nick is a little bit incarcerated. He's in this space where he's making lots of money playing these roles, on these goofy shows, and
a walking just stereotype.
Yeah, but then on top of that, though, it's like he was humiliated. Like they really, when he did that interview with Professor Griff, where they got into this conversation about who the original Jews are, which is apparently, that's just a conversation you're not allowed to have if you're from Hollywood. You're not even allowed to ask the question. Like remember Kyrie Irving, he just literally retweeted somebody asking the question. They punished Kyrie in the same tradition that they punished Nick. And it's kind of like sort of saying like, look, you need to remember who's boss. So Nick submitted to that. Nick apologized repeatedly over and over again.
He's got child support payments.
Well, he does.
He got child support payments. That's real talk right there.
That's so true. I mean, I guess a lot of people would apologize to pay their child support.
He's got to survive. He's got to survive in this world.
Nick's gonna have to work till he's 112 because he got about 8,000.
Never stop. Ain't never gonna stop.
That man got a big family. Anyway, though, but the thing was that I felt like Nick was not the right guy to deliver that particular message about what African Americans need to do, because he's speaking from a position of what appears to be some type of servitude or something where he has to be committed to something. And so anyway, so going back though, let's go back to the whole Killmonger thing. I think with Killmonger, you're right. It does represent sort of this idea that African Americans need to get over it, that we are damaged and that we behave this way because we have refused to get over the fact that we are hurt by what others have done to us and what we do to each other. And so the idea that Killmonger was presented as the bad guy and that the Africans were presented as the good guys, and the so-called good guys end up saving the white guy.
Loyalty. Yeah.
I think that there's a real message in that.
Yeah, and if you look at Black Panther 2, if we want to get into the second one, everything was, I mean, okay, I love the rise of the Black woman, but it was the rise of the Black woman to yet again save white people. And that's always been our job, is to be in this servitude role. Come on.
Well, remember the end of the Harriet Tubman movie?
Oh God. Shoot the man. Why wouldn't she shoot him at the end? I was like,
where Harriet. Think about this. In the Harriet Tubman movie, the only person Harriet actually killed, and remember, Harriet was known for carrying the shotgun and taking people out. The only person Harriet killed was a black man.
She shot a black. I mean, she had her gun at the white guy, and then instead of shooting, she made this stupid speech about it ain't right to enslave somebody. Right.
You ain't supposed to enslave people.
This is the dumbest. Who are these writers? This is the dumbest. I could not, as an actress, I'd be done. I'm like, this has got to change. Never make it.
Well, the Harriet Tubman movie was just interesting because you could see where the writers of this film created characters specifically to pursue their agenda, right? There were two characters that we know were fictional, that we know did not exist, and that was
the gay man.
There we go. I forgot about
this. So that makes it three. Hold on.
So there was the gay guy, and remember though. Hold on, but then there was the woman where Harriet Tubman had a scene that was like a woman to woman kind of intimate scene, and then there was the big, angry, dark black man who ends up killing the black woman. And I said, this is so crazy. They literally, in the middle of this film that's supposed to be kind of historically accurate, they create black characters that fit their agendas. And they make the black man the most evil person in the movie when you've got slave masters sitting on the other side who don't even get punished for what they did.
Now, one slave master died in that whole film. You trying to tell me, come on, not one slave master. And this ain't no hate for LGBT, for the LGBT group. This is their month, and I applaud that, because I think that that's a good thing that they have their month, by the way, Boyce.
Of course.
I just want to say that. But there is an agenda there. And that was the agenda, is to feminize Black men.
Mm.
That's
all right. Well,
go ahead.
All right. Well, everybody, you're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is my lovely wife, Dr. Alicia. And if y'all could please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Also, this podcast is on Spotify. So if you go to Spotify, you look up my name, Boyce Watkins, you can find us there. Also, Dr. Alicia, she sees clients on an individual basis, on a family basis. She sees couples as well. So if you're interested, you can go to coachingwithdralicia.com. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. And she has workbooks on things like financial anxiety, stuff like that. I have a new book out called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. It's a bestseller on Amazon. So if you'd like to take a look at any of those books, feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. And if you go to drboycebooks.com, you can use the code word book club, all one word, and get 30% off anything in the store. So feel free to go in there and fulfill your educational needs. I believe deeply, and I think my wife agrees, that we should educate ourselves and each other. I don't necessarily know if the system is doing its job. So anyway, so we were talking about Kamala Harris bringing in the cast of A Different World to the White House, and she got really hammered by this. And I'm going to keep reading. I'm going to read more of the comments, babe. You want to hear some more of the comments that people made?
I do.
Yeah, because you know the internet's hilarious, and
and
they pretty much
funny ones.
Yeah, they pretty much went off on her. Okay, so here's some more. Someone said, "You're like the special character that comes on 2 times a year on a TV show." Yeah, so
a cameo. You just make a cameo appearance. We don't really. We're not really interested in it. Just a cameo appearance. Okay.
Yeah, so I guess they're saying Kamala only pops up a couple times a year. And then let's see, there's another comment here that says the pandering is sickening. The next comment from Paris Unique Cakes says, "Girl, you've been hiding. Now you pop out with this. You put too much effort into this when you should have been trying to put out this effort into the United States. Great. This isn't good enough. You still don't have my vote." Another comment is the next one is this supposed to be Black voter outreach? No policy, just entertainment and nostalgia. So it sounds to me like there are people who are sort of, they sort of see the Black community, in my view, almost like a community full of children that want to be entertained, right? And so instead of giving them actual policy or giving them something that we can really sink our teeth into, a conversation about reparations, things like that, it's like, no, let's bring the cast of A Different World and connect them, co-brand them with Kamala, and then make everyone feel like this is important. And I'm gonna tell you that in the comments, it's almost like a revolt. And I'm literally reading straight down the comments. Another one says, "Child," this is comment after comment. It's not like there's good comments in the middle of the bad. Like all of them were pretty bad. The next one says, "Child, ain't nobody seen her in 4 years. Did she pop back out with that HBCU shit? Nah, I'm good." And the next one says, "Pandering and planning all of what not to do for Black people." The next comment says, let's see. The next comment is, "It's so weird how Kamala remembers she's Black only during election years." Let's see. Another one says, "Let's give Mr. Cosby his flowers for creating this." And I'm gonna tell you, I think that was a pretty heavy comment. Now, Cosby, we talked about him earlier. How did you feel the night? Remember, you know what's funny? This is why I tell you that. Let me just say this. I don't think that Cosby's whole reputation is gone. I think that there are pockets of society. See, what happens is we don't think that we matter. We don't think that our opinion matters. And I think our opinion is the only opinion that matters in certain situations. So I'm gonna tell you, when I asked earlier, I said, how many of you still have some sort of favorable opinion or respect for Cosby? Most of you said yes. It doesn't mean that you think he's a great guy. You don't think he's perfect, but remember that night when you and I talked to Cosby for just a few minutes. I guess he wanted to reach out and thank us because I don't know what he was thanking me for, because I didn't defend him. I just said he deserved a fair trial. I think that he was kind of railroaded a little bit because they literally broke the law to incarcerate him. So anyway, we were on the phone, and our mothers got so excited.
They were
like when he called, like my mama and your mama both asked to be on three-way when
they
he
was
called,
giggling like little teenagers. I was like,
they really were.
See my mama during that time.
They really were. Your mama was excited. My mama was excited, and they didn't give a damn. Like they just kind of, I think that women of that generation, like the old school women, and shout out to Felicia Rashad as well. I think the old school women, they kind of see the nuance of it. They don't forgive the men when they misbehave, but they do kind of say, you know, we know what the real deal is. Like, we know what was going on in Hollywood. We know about, you know, some of the stuff that they won't talk about in the media, where maybe it's not as clear cut as people want to make it out to be. We know why y'all was all kicking it in the Playboy Mansion, right? Instead of making it like, you know, the black man was there
because Mansion for a reason.
right. Like, the black man's there because he wants to be a predator. The white woman she was on her way to the grocery store, and the black man kidnapped her and took her to the Playboy Mansion. No, y'all was all up in there because y'all were doing some dirty stuff, right? And I think it doesn't mean Cosby
back then.
Right. It doesn't mean that anybody thinks Cosby is innocent or that he didn't do some things he should be ashamed of. It just means, like, come on now, y'all trying to isolate him as the only person. It's like he was the only person that did dirt in the 60s, and we know that that's not true. You know, like, remember the driver? I want you to talk about this because I've talked too much. But remember that time? I want you to describe to everybody, babe. That night, you and I were in Los Angeles, and we rode. We had a driver who drove for Hugh Hefner for a bunch of years. His name was David. He was a white guy. And he gave us his opinion of what all the things he saw. He said, I didn't just know Hugh very well. I knew Bill Cosby very well. And he knew the women that were in the documentaries. What did he say? Go ahead, please.
He said, I've seen things and heard of things that would make Bill Cosby look like a saint. He said it's mild in comparison to what was happening in the Playboy Mansion back then. And everybody knew it. Everybody knew what was going on. When you went to the Playboy Mansion, this was going down. Like, everybody knew what it was about, which is exactly what our mom said. Our mom said, why would you be there? Everybody understands what it was. Why were you there? So it's not like it was a mystery. You just kind of fell into this situation. It's like they were capitalizing off of this situation. They saw him kind of fall down, and then everybody got on a bandwagon so that they can get that money. They were looking for that paycheck. Yeah, and this is terrible because there are real cases of assault against women that we do need to acknowledge, because the Me Too movement in a lot of different ways is shed light on actual situations where women were taken advantage of. So I don't want to, I definitely don't want to sound as if women are just out for money. But I think in that scenario, it was kind of overdone. But I will tell you this, during that time when Bill Cosby was on trial, I was teaching a class to white suburban women about race issues. And all of them said, oh, this is nothing but racism. Every single one of them. There wasn't it could be skewed a little bit because these are like different type of white people. But even they were thinking, isn't this amazing? You know, that they would actually bring down Bill Cosby and everybody else is not going down with him. All the other people that were doing it, it's nothing but racism. And I didn't say anything. I just stood in the middle of the classroom and they all talked about how the Me Too movement was weaponized against Black men.
Well,
so let's
think about it like this. I'm going to say something and I'm going to question my own statement because it just came to mind, and I'm throwing it out there for us to process this because I want to encourage all of us to just be thinkers. I think it's possible that there's a big overlap in terms of who Hugh Hefner was, who Jeffrey Epstein was, who Bill Cosby is, and who Diddy is. Like, I think Diddy, Cosby, Epstein, and Hefner all had a lot in common. I think Diddy, Cosby, Epstein, and Hefner could have all partied together. Maybe they did. It's possible.
Ain't no party like a Diddy party.
Right. So you saw. So yeah. Epstein got it. He paid the price for his behavior. And really, I think that there's even something deeper and more sinister going on, right? Not to feed, and I see, the name Weinstein, maybe that's another name to throw in there as well. And here you're talking about men who were all invited into the most privileged circles. You know,
Hugh Hefner is glorified. I mean, Hugh Hefner is glorified. I mean, they've done specials on him. He got roasted. Like they have done, they have treated him like a saint. And it wasn't until he died. It wasn't until Hugh Hefner passed away that now all of a sudden this Me Too movement is now being seen.
Oh, and another name I would throw in there might even be R. Kelly.
You know, I think R. Kelly is something different.
Really? Okay.
I don't think we can really compare R. Kelly to Bill Cosby necessarily, because that's just a whole different thing that's happening. I think, R. Kelly is a tough one to defend.
I'm not defending any of them. I'm not. No. Let's just be clear. I'm not here to defend. Yeah, I'm not here to defend any of them. What I am here to talk about is the compare and contrast. And I want to ask y'all, give me a yes or no. Let's go back. Let's rewind the clock. Let's go back to 1998. And let's write down all these names. This is a thought experiment. I want everybody to go with me on this if you can. So what names we mentioned? Diddy, R. Kelly, Cosby, Hefner, Weinstein, and Epstein. So we got two Steens, a Hef, a Cosby, a Kelly, and a Diddy. So Kelly and Diddy are two entertainers, a rapper and a singer. Cosby and Hef are two OGs. These are guys that have been around for a while. And then you got the two Steens, right? So who are in a whole different community in terms of controlling, Hollywood or access or wealth, right? Could you all imagine a party in 1998 where at least 4 out of 6 of these men were at the same party? Could you imagine a party where Diddy is there, R. Kelly is there, maybe Weinstein or Epstein is there, and it's at Hugh Hefner's house?
Maybe during the time, remember he had the theme song to the Olympics? Wasn't he like, I believe he had a theme song to the Olympics.
I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Okay, so here we go, right? So can you imagine, like, let's say we rewound the clock 25 years. I can imagine Diddy, R. Kelly, Cosby, Weinstein, and Epstein all partying at the Playboy Mansion. Can y'all imagine this? Is that something that you think would have been possible in 1988? Give me a yes or no. I think it's possible. And here's the thing. This is what's just so interesting to me about this is that I see a lot of overlap in those guys in the sense that they were celebrated at one point. You know, I still remember when the guy from Vlad TV, Vlad, called me to warn me about being friends with Damon Dash, because he said Dame cussed out Harvey Weinstein in public, and you just don't do that because Weinstein. I said, well, who the hell's Harvey Weinstein? I don't know this guy. He said, oh, he's one of the most important people in Hollywood. I remember that conversation, and I was like, oh, that's a big deal. And Dame cussed him out because Dame saw what Weinstein was doing with women, and he didn't care. He just cussed him out in public or whatever. But my point is to say that, you know, it's interesting to me that all these guys were celebrated in the 90s. And then after 2000, their activities became unearthed because the world changed. And again, I'm not here to defend any of these guys, but here's the point I want to make on this too, though. All these men were readily accepted by everybody all the way to the top, from Oprah to the Obamas to, they could go in any circle and be friends. Sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I was saying, those accusations about R. Kelly, I mean, he had been in and out of court. It wasn't like a secret. He had been in and out of court all the way leading up to this, all of a sudden, public display of what R. Kelly has done. Like, if we were really interested in saving Black little girls who were victimized by R. Kelly, then it would have been squashed decades ago when he was driving around Hyde Park picking up little girls at McDonald's, at that McDonald's right there. You know that McDonald's, we've been there a bunch of times, picking up little girls there. If we really cared about, those little girls who they did get used, if we really cared, we would have put an end to, he would have been locked up even back then when everybody knew what he was doing. So
do you remember 20 years ago when you and I were just friends and we didn't know we were married 20 years later? And I called you about R. Kelly. Remember that? And I made up that little song where I took this edition, and I wish I could find it, but I changed the lyrics. And I called you, because I didn't have that many friends. And so you were
I
one
remember
of my
that.
two friends.
You made
And
me think, Boyce. I was like, oh, he's right. But that
yeah,
song
and
was such a
it was
hit.
all about him picking up little girls on the playground.
Mhm.
And like he you know, she's I think I said she counts with her fingers and toes, and she's this many years old.
Yep,
Right? You know how
yep.
little kids go, and you go, how old are you? And they go, this many. I wish I could find it. If I could find it, I'd read it. But even back then, like 2003, 2004, I remember being just really shocked and kind of concerned that the Black community didn't
Back
care.
then, you were saying, Alicia, stop listening to that music. And he had the #1 hit at the time. Like, God, I don't want to listen to that music. Dang, this is playing all the time on the radio. He was the guy, the man. Everybody knew.
Yeah,
Everybody in Chicago knew what he was doing.
Yeah, and here's the thing. This is why I think some of these documentaries where they isolate one person, like he's the only one, I think that it's a bunch of BS, because all these guys, Diddy, R. Kelly, Cosby, Hefner, Weinstein, and Epstein, had a lot of friends. They could go into any circle, hang out with any celebrity, and a lot of those celebrities partied with those guys all night long. Diddy, again, it goes all the way up to the White House. Every single one of these individuals, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, every one of these individuals has hung out with presidents of the United States. So I think that it's more like one of these things where, yeah, there's some inappropriate stuff happening, but I'm gonna tell you like this: if the conspiracy theorist in me wonders about if I categorize and sort them out, I take Diddy, Hefner, and Epstein, and based on their behavior, it would not surprise me if they did work for the government. Because all three of those individuals did things that didn't make sense to me. Like, why would you just have a big house in a big place? Like Epstein had that island, Diddy had his house where people would just go in there and do God knows what. Hefner had the Playboy Mansion. Why would you have this
and they
place?
videotape.
Right.
So that tells you they're videotaping what's happening. Like,
Yeah,
why
I had this.
you're throwing a party. Okay, we're gonna have a party. We'll have a party for your birthday coming up. Like, can you imagine us inviting people over and ain't no party like a Diddy party? And I'm just videotaping everybody. Everybody gets videotaped. Like, what's the point of these parties?
Yeah, like how many of y'all in the chat? I mean, has anybody ever gone? How many of y'all go to parties to have sex? That's what's I don't get me. I know that stuff's out there, and you got the swinger culture and the sex parties and all. Yeah, that's real, and I'm not judging. But most of y'all don't go to a party expecting to just be sleeping with somebody in one of the bedrooms. Like, you go to a party and maybe you hang out, you have drinks, you talk, and then you go home and you sleep with your boyfriend, girlfriend, or wife. You don't, so the idea of that you're even having a sex party is foreign for most normal people. So the fact that Diddy, Hef, and Epstein created a special space, pay attention now, a special space where they said, we want you to just let go. Just come in and just like a Wonka land, like a Disneyland for grown-ups, where you just come in here and do whatever you want. And then they got cameras set up. Oh, if that ain't a setup, I don't know what is.
Let me tell you something. There's a price for fame. And this system that puts you on top, it will chew you up and it will spit you out. And that's what happened to the black men who forget who and what they are and where they come from. And the fact that this system that doesn't need them anymore, they're done, they're useless at this point, and they're spitting them out. And it's rinse and repeat. It's rinse and repeat, boys. You know it is. I'm gonna tell you something. I think I figured the formula out. Now, I sent you a text today. Didn't I send you a text message today, boys? What did I? Don't be ignoring my text.
I don't remember which.
I sent you a text message, and I'm gonna tell you something. I think Cat Williams is on to something.
Oh, Cat Lord, Williams is on again.
Huh?
I said no, not Cat Williams again.
Cat Williams is on to something when he talked about how they marry these black men off to these oh Lord.
I think he said light-skinned, funny-faced women or something.
Light-skinned, funny-faced women. And who is Eddie Murphy now dating? Some light-skinned, funny-faced woman.
Well, she's not light-skinned. She's Australian.
Well, whatever. That's what they do. And just these weird photos. There's a bunch. I've been sending them to you, boys. And I'm like, what the heck?
Maybe. I don't know about that. But let me just say this. I wouldn't be surprised.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
What?
I'm making predictions.
Out of all the 6 men, what's your prediction?
That's my prediction. That's my prediction. That's the
I don't know.
formula. That's to let you know.
I don't get it. What is the prediction? You're not predicting anything.
My prediction is we now know who the next people on the rise are going to be.
Who?
It's going to be one of these black men who are dating these women who are dating these women.
Eddie Murphy's a legend already. What do you? I don't understand what you're referencing. You're not making sense to me, babe.
I'm saying, listen with your ears, Boyce. These black men. Okay, so we just laid out the formula. How you're brought into the system. It's a ritual. You're brought into this system. Cat Williams talked about it in January. He started the new year talking about this. It's a ritual where these black men are getting married off to these white women or these high yellow. You know how he mentioned, what did he say, Boyce? You had it. You just said it.
He said light-skinned, funny-faced women that don't talk too much.
Yes. And that's what you see. And oh, I gotta go. But anyway, that's what you see, and that's what we're seeing now. I think that that's the new formula now. That's how we can now tell who the next people on the rise are going to be. That's how we can identify them, because their whole life, Eddie Murphy's he never dated a white woman his whole life. I mean, you know, you don't really see him that much. And then all of a sudden, there's a rash of these black men who are just dating these that are.
I chalk it up to the fact that California guys don't like black women. That's what I think. I think it's most of the black women I know in California, they pretty much say that the black men avoid them, right? And that's and I would just say, but just going back, I don't know about what you refer, like you and Cat Williams can talk about that one, but I'll just say this. I think that when you talk about Diddy, R. Kelly, Cosby, Hefner, Weinstein, and Epstein, you're talking about 6 guys who were invited into every circle, and they probably tainted a lot of people who are desperately working to make sure they're not affiliated with their relationship with these people. All these people, like I remember hearing stories about how R. Kelly would have Michael Jordan over to his house to play basketball. We know Diddy had everybody around. Cosby knew everybody. And so I think that this idea of kind of isolating people and saying these are the bad guys, everybody else is good, I don't think that that's accurate. I think that there are a lot of so-called bad guys, if you want to call it that. And I think the nuance is called for. So my summary on that would be that if you're going to talk about a different world, then you got to give some credit to Cosby. You can still hold him accountable for anything that you think he did wrong, but the man had a brilliant career. He did a lot of great things for the world, and I think he's going to have a great legacy in the black community. And I'm sick and tired of white people deciding, what the legacies of black people are going to be. Cosby went out into that world and they lifted him up, and the same people that lift you up can tear you down. But I don't think
he did a lot for black people too. So here's my theory. I'm going to lay out my theory here. Okay. I could be stretching it. Just as successful black women have to attach themselves to white men to get their good nigga sticker, for the lack of a better term, so do black men. Black men, it's not good. You're not going to see the rise of a black man and a black woman together in their system. That's what I'm saying. You're not going to get the rise. You're not going to get the rise. And I don't know how Denzel Washington has been able to. I think Denzel Washington, I don't know how he's been able to escape it. He's been pretty squeaky clean so far. But you're not, for the most part, this is my theory, and we can test out this theory. You're not going to see the rise of a black individual unless they're hitched on to somebody who's white. That's my theory.
I can see that, right? I look at it as like you're traveling down the road, and if you have a car, you can go further and you can go faster. But it's still possible to travel without a car. You just have to walk a lot further, right? Like you do have a lot of really prominent black couples. LeBron and his wife, have done quite well. Samuel Jackson has a black wife. There are lots of black couples that get certain opportunities, but I do agree with you at the same time that when you send these signals, like you say, look, hey, my wife is white, or hey, I'm not really black, I'm African black, right? These little subtle differences that does open doors that you would not have if you are a pure African-American couple. Like Ketanji Brown Jackson would not be on the Supreme Court if she were an African-American woman with an African-American husband, because I think white America knows just how much they owe us. And they know that if you are intelligent, conscious, and Black, like James Baldwin said, you have to be full of rage. If you are African American and you are not angry about what they've taken from you, what they've done to you, he says basically something's wrong with you, right? And so I really think that that's part of the reason why we're pushed out, because I think that there is an expectation we're going to have some anger. And truth is that we're supposed to be. When things like that are done to you, you're supposed to be mad about it. So shout out to the angry Black people. I think that you have it right. Babe, I'll let you get the last word. Any final thoughts?
Well, that was my final thought. My theory that I lay out. We should do some more talks about this, and to see, this is my model. And let's just pull the data in as we go along our little life, watching and observing and paying attention and using our critical thinking, our critical thinking brain. Let's see how the data fits this model.
Okay. All right. So
Yeah.
So we can have a show, Conspiracy Theories with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia. How about that? All right. So I want to say thank you very much, babe, for hanging out with me. You can follow Alicia on Instagram at Coaching with Dr. Alicia. And her website also is coachingwithdralicia.com. So if you're looking for a good therapist, she can help you. I don't know how much space she has on her calendar. You're pretty busy, I know. But you guys can go check it out. She also has classes and workbooks and things like that. We're all about healing and making yourself healthy and having healthy relationships, and also about Black people loving each other. That's what we believe in. That's what we like to do. And also, if you want to get free resources from Dr. Alicia, you can text the word love to 87948. Text love to 87948. We believe deeply in the strength of the Black family as a key and critical element for Black success and prosperity. So we don't hate anybody. I don't hate white folks. I have nothing against any other group, but I just love myself and love my people, love my family and love my woman. And I ain't nothing wrong with that. And I ain't never going to apologize. So they just be waiting for the apology. By the way, so tomorrow morning, don't forget, we also do economic awareness training where we help you to elevate economically. So if you are into economic elevation and you want to join us tomorrow morning, the class is totally free. We've trained millions of people on how to get your economics right. You know, my PhD's in finance. Just pull out your phone, text the word morning to 87948, and I will send you an invitation to join us tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. We do this every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. So text the word morning to 87948. Or if you live in another country and you can't do the text thing, just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. And G Love says, shout out to Constance Carter. Yes, that is another person that we love. So thank you all for hanging out with us. We'll be back again soon. Make sure you subscribe and thumbs up and all that stuff so you'll be connected. And we'll let you guys know when we do another one of these talks. So take care. Love you. And thanks again, babe. Talk to you later.
If you are new or you do not want to miss out on anything that we do, because we are here Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, text the word Queens to 87948. That is Queens with an S to 87948. Now, we're going to keep the show rolling, and I actually want to do a slight pivot, okay? I want to talk about the mindset and psychology, or the dark side of wealth. And I actually want to make some parallels, because it just seems like, I don't know what it is, in 2024 has been dragging all of our celebrities and political figures, and everything has been coming out of the closet. So recently, former President, Donald Trump got convicted on 34 counts of felony criminal charges. And what is interesting to me is I noticed the parallel between him and Diddy is that both of them kind of move like they think that they're above the law or above the system. So to see Trump actually get, convicted in this way is personally surprising to me. I want to talk and start with you, Candace. Are there any parallels that we can draw from the Diddy situation with President Trump? Do wealthy men, regardless of industry, so in Diddy's case, music, and Trump's case, real estate, right? Do they think that they're above the
business, politics, whatever he wants to claim? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is he above the law? Or do those men think that they are above the law?
Yes. People with money and power, it emboldens them to believe that they are above the law, that they are godlike. They have a godlike syndrome. And then when you have the general public rallying around that notion, and it empowers them even more. And when it's proven when they actually commit crimes and get away with it, that emboldens them even more. So yes, I do believe that they believe, and men believe, and or people with money and power and control believe that they are above the law. And still neither Diddy or Trump have been held accountable for any of their criminal behavior that we have seen as of yet.
Right. And I want to talk about, I live in Palm Beach, right? So when Trump lands here, he's at the airport 10 minutes from my house. And when I drive past, he has like his base, his fans waiting for him with signs. They will stand in rain. They will stand on I-95. I have never seen this level of cult following. Even when, you know, Obama was in presidency, like I've never seen people react this way to a president. And I feel like with the conviction, what it's going to do is just embolden his base. But I want to pivot to you, Jade. Why do you think people like Diddy or people like Trump have this cult-like following? Do you think it's because of their money or their power? Like, what makes it so people are just like insanely enthralled with them?
Yeah, because, well, I think they're using an old playbook by this man named Robert Greene called the 48 Laws of Power, which basically teaches people how to become master manipulators, and creating a cult-like following and having people sort of look up to you as a religious figure is important for their brands, and it brings them more money. That is one thing. And then also along with that, they are narcissists, master manipulators and narcissists. And this goes back to an earlier comment that you uplifted, Athena, when you said that Cassie ran to her mom's house and then her mom sided with Diddy and told her to go back. Narcissists and master manipulators are really, really good at turning everyone else against you. And so you look up to them. And unfortunately, even when the video of Diddy abusing Cassie came out, for example, when Trump said, grab him by the pee and did all of these other things, people still sided with them because they literally live vicariously through these celebrities, and they have accepted the manufactured godlike complex that people like Diddy and Trump have created for themselves. And it's really, really sad. And then also, yes, I'm sure people are acting crazy in Palm Beach, but did y'all see the chick who was jumping up and down, flashing her boobs for Trump in front of the courthouse this week? These people are absolutely out of control. No matter how many receipts you show them, no matter how many abuse videos come out about these people, folks will make excuses for them and they'll continue to cape for them, because at the end of the day, like that book, 48 Laws of Power, says that people need something to believe in. And unfortunately, when folks are more invested in believing in the power of someone else versus their God-given inherent power within themselves, this is what we see. And we're going to continue to see more of this.
So are you basically saying they're megalomaniac versions of themselves? The following plays into it, feeds it, it makes it even worse because they're like, oh, I have this godlike, these are my fans, these are my, So Lala,
they play into the base. These people know how to say the words that people think and are afraid to think out loud. So when they feel that this person is the emulation of what they want to be, now they become the cheerleader for that person. Okay, so this is why you see this in everyday life. They're talking directly to their heart. So if you was always a racist, but you didn't want to say nothing because you thought maybe next door neighbor might not like you, but now the next door neighbor also likes Trump. Now y'all both can get together and say the things that you've been saying in secret. This is how society works.
Welcome to Fly Nubian Money. We are here to help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I'm your host, Jade Harrell, aka Lioness Crowns. I'm an educator. I am the founder and CEO of highblackesteem.com, and I'm your host for today. And I saw some folks in the comments already. Y'all seem to be, kind of wound up around this topic. So today we're talking about what maybe shifting dynamics in the dating scene between Black men and Black women. In a moment, you'll hear from a woman who says that dating Black men is just exhausting and she's just open to dating other races. So we are going to have this conversation and we're going to relate it back to finances, but also, you know, whether Black women and Black men, you know, are in danger in terms of these relationships. But before we get into that topic, I definitely want to introduce the queens on the panel. We are here with Dr. Lene Javette. She's a monetization strategist and business coach. Hey. Welcome, welcome. We're also here with Miss Laura Lala Key. She's an international real estate agent. Welcome. And we are here with our queen, Athena Gardner. She's a CPA and women's wellness coach. So, ladies, we have this topic today. And a lot of Black women in the dating pool are saying that dating Black men is exhausting. They want 100% from you or from us, and they're not willing to give the same thing. They want the benefits of being married and all of these extra benefits without actually being serious. And so there's a viral video that sparked this conversation. We've seen the video. We're going to show the video. But in the meantime, while we're queuing up the video, we do want to invite the audience to make sure you subscribe to our channel and know that we're here weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern Time at Fly Nubian Queen TV's YouTube channel. Be sure to text the word Queens to the number 87948 so that way you will be notified when we do go live. All right, who wants to start? Let's just do a first round of feedback and then we'll get into the video and we'll debrief that. I'm going to start with Miss Athena because you're smiling real hard right now and rolling your eyes, by the way. So what did you think about this topic? Oh, you're muted.
I was like, I just want to be able to just share my perspective and still be loved. Okay. I just want to preface by saying that I do think that, and we're going to go more into the video, I do think that the dating climate is very contentious, especially as someone who is currently in that climate. The one thing I do know, and I want us to explore this further, is that there is this fallacy that the issues that people are experiencing are exclusive to Black men, which I don't think is true. I think that applies to all men. Like, I don't think race is a delineating factor in what this woman is going to be saying. I think that a lot of Black women, we tend to be late bloomers when it comes to dating. And there's certain things that are just par for the course. But because we mostly date Black men, we think it's just exclusive to them, and it's not. It's across the board.
Got you. Thank you so much for that perspective. And you are loved. You are always loved. Dr. Lene, what's your take on this topic? Are Black women giving up on Black men?
I don't think so. I think it depends on which Black women you're talking to. Are there issues in dating? Yes. Are there issues between Black men and Black women? Yes. But I think that as long as we're pointing fingers at who did it and why and what, we're never going to solve the problem. And I do think that it can be solved. So I think that some women may have given up on the Black man, but I think that it goes both ways. But I also think that there's solutions. And so hopefully we'll get to some of those today.
Thank you so much for that. And Lala?
Well, I think I'm the weird one of the bunch today, but I also have a good take on it as well, meaning that I have been married for almost 31 years, and I've been with my husband longer than us being married as well. We met in high school. So most of my friends kind of look to us as, you know, how did y'all do that when it was a different situation? We had so many things in common from the very get-go. However, I do have a lot of great friends, just beautiful Black women who are single and are looking for partners. And so we do discuss their frustration with dating Black men. And some of them feel like they're not emotionally available to them, but they're not shutting them out. They're just trying to figure out how to get the communication going so that they can glow up together instead of being nitnacky toward one another. Because you know, I'm in my 50s, so most of my friends are of this age, 40s and 50s as well, and many have been in relationships before. So where is the disconnect in here? When do you want to play? When do you want to get serious? You have to get to the common foundation before you can move on.
Thank you for that. Thank you for your take on that. So I have a really close friend of mine, and she will remain anonymous. And she wrote me. I sent her this video that we're about to watch shortly, and she wrote me back in response to that. So I'm going to read her response with her permission. She said, from 2017 to 2020, I really tried with Black men. It's just exhausting. My casual white partners treat me better. When I got my surgery, I had 3 of them, one who I only had 1 date with, and it wasn't a match, offering to grocery shop for me or come over and entertain me. Last time I had COVID, one sent me a care package. Another one I've been messing with on and off for a year, who currently has a girlfriend, comes over and takes care of me when I'm sick. When I was on spring break, he took me to the Hudson Valley for a few days. Another ex of mine, who should have married, but also just out of a relationship, would pick me up and drop me off everywhere I went, even if he wasn't going. It wasn't in a controlling way. He just didn't want me getting on the train or into a car if I had been drinking. It's sad, but casual white partners have treated me better than any Black man I've been in a relationship with. That made me really sad when I got that, because it's just like, wow, that's never been my experience. I only date Black men. I've only dated Black men. But if we have Black women out here saying that Black men are not treating them well, it is very, very, very concerning to me. And so, yes, to what Dr. Lene said, like, we definitely want to get to the solution within this conversation. Like, what's the solution to mending this void and this contention if we have Black women out here who are experiencing this?
So I think the first, and I wrote, you see my pen, I'm writing notes, because one of the things I think we have to do is stop comparing. Stop comparing Black men to white men. Stop comparing Black women to white women. Like, to just stop comparing. This one does this for me and this one doesn't. We are different. We're not monolithic. All men aren't the same. All women aren't the same. All Black women aren't the same. All Black men aren't the same. So we can't go into the dating pool saying, I only want to date this type of person because that race or that gender doesn't do X, Y, and Z. You can find somebody that's Black or a Black man that does those things that those people do. It's not to say that all Black men will not step up, take care of, nurse, or whatever the case might be. You just found 3 others who did do that, and you haven't found any that look like you that do this.
Gotcha. Thank you for that, Dr. Lene. So let's take a look at the video and we'll continue on with this conversation. If you all are just coming in, we're talking about whether Black women are giving up on Black men. You're tuned into Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. So we're going to take a look at the viral video that sparked this conversation, and we'll give more commentary.
I'm aware that I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, but I am so effing tired of the amount of emotional labor that comes with dating Black men. I am so tired of the lack of commitment, the lack of support, the lack of encouragement, the lack of money. Like, I don't know what to do from this point on, but I can tell you one thing. My interest in dating another Black man is like 1% at this point. They want us to be ride or dies until they get their shit together, and then they don't want to support us in return. They don't want to commit to us. They don't want to marry us, but then they want all the benefits of being a husband without actually proposing to us. I need someone who's intentional in every single aspect.
She says she needs somebody who's going to be intentional in every single aspect. Miss Athena, what's your take? You know,
I'm gonna be laughing and smiling throughout this whole thing a little bit. Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there. Like I said earlier, I think that especially if you only exclusively date one group, which is most Black women tend to be race loyal and only date Black men. you can, if you're having these negative experiences over and over again, it can cause you to think that this issue is only with Black men, and that is not true. Trust me, it's not true. It's similar to when people think that, or women think, okay, I can just date an older man and he's gonna be mature and he's gonna exhibit all these qualities. That's not true. You're dating people on an individual basis, and like I said, the issue with dating, if you were to look at different dating statistics, the issues that she's experiencing is not unique to Black men. It's across the board, because when it comes to the dating pool, unfortunately, most men in that pool, while they say they're looking for a relationship, a lot of dating culture is not actually dating. A lot of dating culture is hookup culture. There's a small percentage of men in that pool that are ready, willing, and able, emotionally, spiritually, financially, whatever, to enter a relationship. That is not the majority of that pool, unfortunately. So if you're dating exclusively Black men and you're having these negative experiences, which you would have had dating other races of men as well, then you'd understand that this is not just a unique thing. A lot of women today are experiencing what I call dating fatigue, which that they're frustrated because they're not having experiences with men that lead to any form of commitment. It's very casual. And you actually have to learn how to date strategically to weed out. A lot of dating is mostly weeding out who is not even interested in any kind of serious commitment with you. So whether or not you're dating Black men, Asian men, whomever, you're going to experience that as women, because men tend to prioritize attractiveness and sex versus the actual commitment part, while we kind of prioritize the commitment first, then sex is on the back burner somewhere. And what you're seeing now, as we've seen with the Bumble incident and other things, is that dating apps and revenue with regard to dating are going down because people are kind of tired of each other and kind of experiencing this fatigue.
Got you. Thank you so much, Lala. I know you are married, and the sister in the video mentioned that these days her experience has been a lot of men, or Black men, and that want all of the benefits of being a wife. I mean, of being a husband without actually being serious. Would you speak to that aspect of the conversation? Because that's not the first time I've heard that from a lot of Black women who are actually out here dating.
Well, here's my take on it. Wherever you go, there you are. So sometimes you have to take a hard look at yourself to see if you're attracting the things that you are bringing into your life. That's not to say that's always the case. However, if you're going to dating apps, which we all know pretty much the dating apps are pretty much the hookup thing. Every time you talk about it, I used to work for a guy in social media who created the dating app for Facebook. I won't say which one, but it was all about hooking up. So you didn't go there to go find a relationship. You went there to hook up. So you need to kind of look at your environment around yourself. I do believe that there are many good Black men out there looking for partners. I know many of them as well. I have a young man in my circle who is a single father who loves his daughters and is really looking for a good partner, but he had a pretty bad experience with their mother. So he also is kind of a little afraid to bring someone into the relationship with his daughters. You have to take each situation differently because not everybody is the same. But we have to also start within us. What is it that you really want in a partner? What is it that you want to grow with together? Are you looking for a partner that can still live his life as well as you live your life, but yet you still come together on the same foundation? So it's not that they're not out there, but you got to take a hard look on where you're looking as well. If you are someone who is a churchgoer, okay, maybe you want to go to more church functions. I don't know. I know some people say that's the worst place to go, but I don't find that's the case. Mine is someone who's in the music industry because I'm a vocalist, and so therefore we gravitated for the love of music and the love of Prince. We have something very hardcore together. So look at what you really want, and then know that you can kind of narrow down early on how you can get to the person that you are really looking for. I'm not saying it's easy, but you have to know that wherever you go, there you are.
Thank you for that perspective. So yes, I am compelled to bring in Kevin Samuels into the conversation. I have not been in the dating pool. However, in my opinion, he has been a strong proponent of fuckboy culture. And that's something that I vehemently advocate against. And I'm wondering if, you know, we're seeing this uptick in conflict between Black men and Black women who are in the dating pool. Maybe it kind of stems from Kevin Samuels's toxic, malignant content and perspective as it pertains to Black women and high value men, and how high value, low value men and women, and rating people on a scale of 1 to 10 and all this nonsense. So, Dr. Lene, I would like to know, in your opinion, how does this sort of social media culture and these narratives on social media, the manosphere in particular, how do you think that is affecting Black love?
I think everybody doesn't need to share their opinion. I think her getting online to share her perspective about her experiences, she could have kept them to herself. I think we share too much negative information about Black men and Black women and Black love. I feel like if you have something to say and you're not adding to the conversation or making it positive, keep it to yourself. If that is your situation, Lala started it, but I wrote this down. There was a Cat Williams comedy show many years ago, and he said something to this perspective of, what's wrong with your pee that's attracting these types of men? Like, sometimes it's you, sis. Every Black man is not like that, and we try to make Black men monolithic. We try to say Black women are monolithic too. I'll flip the script a little bit. Black men are having the same problem that Black women are having. It's not a Black woman being tired of the Black man being, are we exhausted dating them? I have multiple single Black male friends who cannot find good, decent, dope Black woman. They're exhausted too. Where are we missing? So to your point, there's the high value, low value. I think that plays a part in it. We don't date and relate and get to know each other. We don't build friendships like we used to. We're not having fight parties and going and hanging out at the little spot where somebody can get to know you, get to talk to you for a second and be like, you know what, can I get your number, sis, before I leave? We don't do that no more. We don't have barbecues. We're not congregating. We're not building community. We're not introducing people. You know what, sis? I have a cousin or a brother that I think you would be great for. We don't do that anymore. There's no community in Black love. We're pit against each other. And so then when you turn to social media and you hear things like a Kevin Samuels talking about high value and low value, now you're starting to get your math, your calculator out and decide if this person you're trying to talk to, are they high value or low value? We don't calculate ourselves. Are we high value or low value? We go out here trying to get who we think that we deserve. And I'm not saying that you don't deserve a high value person, but sometimes the onness is on us. Who am I? What am I dating for? How do I show up in a relationship? What value do I bring? And then what was it? Hypergamy? Who said hypergamy last time? I think it is where you're dating on your level. I think that makes absolutely perfectly good sense. But be honest with what level you on.
Yeah, but this raises a question also, Dr. Lene, I just want to follow up with you, and I want to head over to Lala with this. Like, how are we defining high value at all? Like, for me, I mean, I saw the whole structure of rating people on this spectrum as highly problematic and very, very Eurocentric. But what is, like, how are we defining who or what is high value and low value?
So high value is subjective. First of all, who are you to tell somebody they're of high value or of low value. That to me is not even right there is a problem. What you need to do is to really see what is important to you. What is the most important to you? What is something that you want in your life with a partner? Like me, I knew I wanted a man who wanted to have a relationship and wouldn't look outside of our relationship for any other love. I wanted a man who was going to be able to communicate with me on the level that we were at the time and build. Hey, honey, we had ramen noodles a many a night. We look back on that and now we laugh at that and go, hey, if we ever had to go back to ramen noodles, we'd be okay. But we were sharing that ramen noodle. You hear me? We had the struggles together. I knew that I wanted to grow with someone. I knew that I wanted someone who had the same values that I have. So it's not about who's higher and who's low. I think that's just completely disrespectful to people as a humanity to say that someone is above someone else. It is what you want in your life that is the high value. Don't label someone already out the park, because you really never know someone's heart until you really get to know them and take the time to know them. So know what you want in your life and be really okay with that. Never waver from it, because if you waver from it, that's when you start having problems. There's not to say that there's not some give and take, but don't immediately label somebody just off of what you just assume within a week or two, high or low value. I have a problem with that.
Thank you so much for that. Yeah, and Dr. Lene, my bad. I said Dr. Lene, and then you know, Lala, so I said it at the same time. So my bad.
No, it's okay. I'm glad that she did go first, because I do think that there is high value and low value. I do think that there is. Now, I do believe that as individuals, we get to determine what's high value and what's low value. But I do think that that exists, right? I think that the problem is when you walk around as a human being, a man or a woman, not understanding which one you are. Okay. A, but B, also recognizing, realizing that there's something you can do about it. Like, you don't have to be a person. And when I say low value, I'm specifically talking about the dating, from a dating perspective, not who you are as a person, not your idea, not that, just from a dating perspective. Conversation. If our conversations are not aligned, if you can't converse with me and debate with me up here, then the value that you bring in that area is not high. If cooking is something that's important to me and you don't, and that's a high thing on my list, that's a high value. So I do think that there are things that we go into from a relationship standpoint that are high in our list, that are of high value, and some things that are low. And there's nothing wrong with that. Again, you can learn to be more valuable in certain areas, but it truly comes into that person. I have this saying called, I say, who gave you the wand, right? So who gave you the wand to determine who is of value and who is not of value? As a human being, I get to determine what's of value to me, but also the areas where I feel that I have low value that I can improve upon. As a society, as a civilization, as individuals, we walk around cool in our low value areas and then get mad when somebody calls it a low value area or it doesn't match their what they're looking for. And that's when the high value, low value becomes an issue, because now it appears as if we're looking down at somebody when really we're just saying, this is what I like, this is what I want, this is what I bring to the table, and this is how I want it to match. I think when you have shows or conversations like a Kevin Samuels, where you're talking demeaning to somebody and you're making their life situations be low value versus somebody high value, I think that that's where the conflict comes and it becomes a negative.
Thank you for that. I'm seeing the chat is just really, really popping off right now. When I hear the term low value and high value, I'm thinking about this Kevin Samuels, these metrics like, oh, if she has a tattoo, that brings down her value, or if you have, you know, if you have tattoos, if you have children, if you've been divorced or whatever, like all of these, it's like a checklist of things, and that he was using to determine what's high value and what's low value. But thank you, Dr. Lene, for that perspective, because you're talking about in terms of what's valued and valuable to the person. I see in the comments that James Baker has some really great questions here that his perspective is, on what is determining high or low value. He says, one, what do I want? What's the vision? What action will I take? How can I get in the way? What am I going to hold myself accountable to? It's like those are questions that he, uses to rate whether something is valuable to him or valuable or not. I'm seeing comments about how Black women have, Linda says the dating pool is toxic because of single Black women. And Linda also says single motherhood has ruined our Black race. This is very interesting. There's a lot of stuff going on the comment section. So y'all continue to engage in the comments. We like putting those up on the screen. We like hearing a variety of perspectives. And we also would like to remind you all to text the word Queens to the number 87948. That's Queens to 87948. So you'll be notified when we do go live and you'll get the link. You'll also be informed when we have special events and special offers. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Athena. What's your perspective on this high, low value conversation? Are these social media narratives and perspectives ruining or benefiting the dating pool?
Well, as someone who is a 90s baby and is in this dating pool, I do think that the high value, low value, great value conversation has definitely ruined the dating pool. I think the Kevin Samuels ushered in this whole culture of rating people and assessing people that really isn't beneficial. Because even if you look at the standards that he was setting for men and women to abide by, one, most women, the average person is not ranking on that, if we're being honest. And then two, he didn't even fully comply with his own standard, because didn't he die on top of a woman that was like short, overweight, and all this other stuff? Like a woman that was not his standard whatsoever.
Oh, I'm not sure. I thought it was an escort.
We don't even know if she was an escort or not, but the image of her came out and she did not fit that standard that he was telling everybody to abide by. So, and that's my issue with a lot of this toxic dating, manosphere, red pill culture. A lot of these men preach things that they don't live by. And then there's this huge scandal that comes out ever so often about them doing the same thing that they said they're telling their visitors not to do. So in a lot of sense, a lot of things that you hate, you hate it because that is your option and you're frustrated that you cannot get a better option. As someone I was dating, and I have brothers, I have 4 brothers, grew up in a very masculine household, and I have male friends. I do think on the other side of that, there are good men out here who are also, I think everybody's checked out, to be honest with you. The men are checked out and the women are kind of checked out too. Now, when it comes to value is definitely a subjective thing. And I agree with Dr. Lene that there is a difference. And I think that the old ways of approaching dating and mating, there needs to be some kind of reworking of that, because like I said, I don't think a lot of people are dating. A lot of people are having fun, eating food and having sex. They're not courting or going through a courtship process, actually vetting people of interest. And when it comes to dating, especially from the woman perspective, because me and my brothers, we've actually talked about this. The benefit a man does have is when he decides that he actually wants a committed relationship. There are a pool of women who are ready for a committed relationship, versus when you are a woman in the dating pool, a lot of the men are there not for the commitment. So your levels of assessing and filtering out is going to be a more difficult process. The man's difficult process is just actually having a woman being interested in him. And even with these dating apps, a statistic is only 1 in 10 couples met on a dating app. So if you're throwing all your eggs in a basket in an app, only 10% of people actually date and marry from the app. So I do think that we need to go back to traditional methods of actually meeting people, actually going through associations, of actually going through meeting at the cookout and all these things, technology has disrupted a natural process and has already made the unnatural process of dating even more difficult, in my opinion. I'm not on an app because it only took me 2 months to realize that this was just not for what my goals are. This is just not where it needs to be. And I think that, to be honest with you, people who are on the apps, and I can understand the convenience in your working schedule, but I find the people on the apps to have very low energy. The men are putting in, it's low hanging fruit, it's low effort. I do think we just need to get outside and meet each other. Absolutely. But I agree with Dr. Lene in the sense that we're also inaccurately assessing ourselves, as where, a lot of us think we're better than what we are. I've seen that within my own family of, I hear a lot of guy locker room conversation of them picking apart women, single mothers, all this type of stuff. And I've actually give them the reality check of where they are at on the scale. So I think that's something we need to look at as well.
Very interesting. Thank you for that, Athena. I know that there's a lot going on with online dating. I have never been on a dating app ever, and don't plan on going on there. I just don't like the idea of meeting people from the internet and bringing them into my personal life. I believe that, hey, God, and it could work that way on a dating app or online, but God will bring the right opportunities and experiences into my life at the right time. So yes. So listen, there are many statistics I'm seeing from the Pew Research Center that have been on the screen. This one says 53% of adults under 30 have used a dating app. 37% of adults 30 to 49 have used one. And the older folks get, the less, the numbers decrease in terms of the percentage. But I do know someone who is 90 years old, who shall remain nameless, and is on a dating app. So there are older folks out there as well, because people want companionship. So I'm not judging it. It's just not for me, but they're out there, and there's so many different apps for so many different things. Speaking of apps,
really quick about the dating app situation. Dating apps are not bad if you know what you are doing, right? If you are using dating apps to date and be safe while you are dating, then dating apps are cool. I was using dating apps a long time ago, probably before I moved to Arizona. So 2005, 2006. I have dudes who I am cool with to this day, right now in 2024, who I met on a dating app in 2005. One of my closest, at least 5 dudes all across the country who I'm still cool with today. Have my back. This Tiffany's necklace I got on right here from graduation comes from a dude I met online 2005. We are still cool to this day. He helped me push me towards my master's. And when I finished, I got my PhD. He sent me this for graduation because he's big on education. You can meet some good people online, but you got to know how to decipher who the good people are, and you have to be looking for friendship. Some of the problems I think that happen with the dating apps is people are looking for a relationship too quick, too soon. Just because you meet somebody on a dating app, you got to use the same rigmarole, the same rules of engagement. Let's be friends. Let me see who you are. Let me see your true color. Who are you? Let's talk. You got to use the same thing. Just because you met them online, that doesn't negate having to get to know them and seeing if these are good people. You still have to go through those processes. People use dating apps in belief that it's going to rush the process, and it doesn't. And then that's when you end up with P in the dating pool.
Yeah, that's how they market it, right? eHarmony and all of those other websites is marketed yeah, you can come over here and we'll scientifically use some metrics to help you find your soulmate. Listen, I know who's not on a dating app. Her name is Vivica Fox. Vivica Fox said, hey, I'm up in age. I'm not going on no dating app, but I am taking applications because I want a new boyfriend. And they can go over here to this website and apply. So as you can see, this is Vivica right here. She says at the age of 60, she is finally looking for a husband and is taking boyfriend applications. Quote, I'm not getting on an app. He must be fun, loves to travel, not intimidated by who I am, and lets me spend money going shopping open to all races, end quote. So, Miss Lala.
Yes.
Miss Vivica said she is taking boyfriend applications. Is this a great strategy?
No, no, because you know what? You're going to get all kinds, and you're not, once again, you're not going back to the basics. Listen, we all here have said we have, just within the four of us, we all have said we have friends looking for love. It used to be where people like us, the ones who knew that, would be like, hey, George would be great for Athena. I would love to be able to see those two get together and see if they would make it work. You know, there's nothing wrong with being able to talk to people in your own circles who know you and also know someone else. Like my niece is great at that. We call her the matchmaker. When she knows that two people are going to, she's like, oh, they'll click. And every last time they end up being great couples. We have to look at our own communities. Now, Vivica can do whatever Vivica wants to do. To me, taking applications, it sounds more like a job to me than wanting to be something serious. People see that as a joke. And if she's really serious, then why don't you get down and dirty with it? Let's start really looking at your circles. I don't need a website to put in an application to be your girlfriend or your wife or your friend, and for that matter. Let's get back to the basics of going within your circles and talking to the people within your circles, because 9 times out of 10, they may have someone that fits you perfectly. And I'm still for that. I just came from that community. You know, that's my community of growing up. Susan would go good with George or blah, blah, blah. And usually when you have those people, you know their heart and you don't want to see either one of them hurt, you do tend to present the right people to the right time. Does it always work? No, but you try. And most people that I have put together have either gotten married or still together or just decided, no, we just don't fit. And that's okay too.
Thank you for that. Listen, Dr. Lene, Vivica's taking applications for a boyfriend. It doesn't seem like the requirements are set very, very high. I could imagine Prison Bae or Jail Bae. Y'all remember Prison Bae we talked about the other week? I could imagine him applying for that, applying for that job to be her boyfriend. So my question to you, Dr. Lene, is do you think the application process is rigorous enough for Miss Fox? And what sorts of things should we be looking for when we're looking for boyfriends or putting out these applications? Oh, you're muted. You're muted, Dr. Lene. But you are a great strategist. So I definitely need to know the requirements.
I was saying I can either confirm or deny because I have not seen the application. So I'm glad you went into the second piece of it, which is what should be on it. Because I think, is it going to be rigorous? Without having seen it, I don't know. But just from what I know of Vivica and her personality and what she's looking for, I would expect that there's going to be some things on there that would make it a little bit rigorous. But if it were me, right, and I was putting out an application, the things that I'm looking for, right, and I'm be honest, so if y'all want to come from in the comments, you can, but I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. This would be on my application. How tall are you? Because that's important to me, right? I'm 5'9", I'm about 2+, and so how tall you are, it plays a factor. I wear heels, and so I'm about a good 6 feet in my heels, and I don't want to be the tall one. I'm looking at your teeth. And then these are not in order. I'm just giving them to you as they're coming to my brain, right? Do you love the Lord? Can you pray over me? That's an important one. Where do you see yourself in the next 5 to 10 years? Do you have any children? What's your relationship like with their mothers? That's going to be important to me. How do you get along with your exes? What's your relationship like with your mother? What's your relationship like with your children? What do you enjoy to do? Do you like to travel? I have a PhD. Are you okay with that? You good? Like those are the types of things that would be on it for me, because those are like some of the things that I run up against. I'm not how much money you make, because the type of man that you are will tell me that's for the 5 to 10 years question, right? Where do you see yourself in the next 5 to 10 years? That answer will tell me about the other things I need to know. If you're talking about,
upgrading to a Honda Accord. I already know what's going on. You know, I know. But if you're talking about, you know, I'm good, I see myself in a 10,000 square foot home. Okay, cool. Let's talk about some things. How can we do this? So I think you can ask certain questions to kind of figure out who a person is, man or a woman. That as a woman, this is what I'd be asking. But I think men, you got to ask these women some of these questions too, right? Because you got to ask her, what is her relationship like with her son's father or her daughter's father? It's not the. We put a lot of emphasis on what women should be asking men, but men should be asking women some of these same questions, because we are not above acting a plumb fool, showing up crazy in relationships. Both parties should be asking questions, interviewing, seeing what too many of Black men have had babies with crazy women, the same way that we as beautiful Black women have had children with crazy men. We don't take enough time. I'm gonna raise my hand. I was about to, thank you, Lord. I was about to convict myself. We don't take enough time to get to know the person that we're getting into a relationship with. And I'm raising my hand because I met my son's father in August and I was pregnant in October. That was the conviction as I was getting ready to say it. We don't take, luckily for me, it's a blessed situation. Me and my son's father are cool. That's my homeboy, is my best friend. We still talk today for 2 and 3 hours. My son will be 24 next month. We cool, we get along. We co-parented amazing. I picked a great one. But I have had relationships where we sped past the friendship and the relationship was raggedy. Had we put more time in getting to know each other, asking those questions, having not an interview, but asking the right questions, things would, I think, have gotten better. So hopefully she does have a rigorous process where she's asking those questions. At 60, I think she better knows who she is, what she wants, and can communicate.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. Thank you. That is a great list. It seems very well-rounded, Dr. Lene. There was a lot on there. I do want to see Ms. Vivica's application. So let's talk about money, because you brought up a lot of points about money, Dr. Lene. Athena, do you check credit scores? Are you like, you know, is there a prerequisite for bank accounts, trust funds, and those types of things? And what types of things should women be looking for? What are good indicators about like wealth? Like, is this somebody I can get with to make my money grow or build generational wealth? What do you think? You're muted.
Sorry, we need to get better with that. So Vivica did say she needed a man that will allow her to shop, honey. So knowing her and her being a celebrity, I do think that will be financial aspects of relationships will be a consideration. I actually think Vivica should have worked with if I was in her status, I would work with like an actual matchmaker versus like trying to just put this out there, because it kind of makes her look a little bit desperate. And I know she hasn't been able to recover in her love life since 50 Cent. So I know that's been a hard bar to top. As a CPA, and I do discuss this with women, the financial aspects of relationship when it comes to their money. And it is important to consider a man's financial, not only his financial background and how much money he does have, but his habits around and his mindset and his thinking around money and how that applies to you and your relationship, and also your goals in creating wealth. Because I also teach this in my course, the 3 ways women historically and currently still acquire wealth is either through family inheritance, marriage, or on their own career or business. So those are the 3 ways. So if you weren't born into money by a rich family, or if you have not married wealthy, and within the Black community, the chances of doing that is very low, then, you know, your ways and pathway to wealth is going to be you creating wealth on your own and hopefully your partner. I do think that hypergamy is a necessity at this point, because not only from the financial aspect, so dating at your level financially or above, but also when you do date men who make less than you, there's other negative aspects that tend to happen in the relationship, because how he feels about it is not going to be positive, and that's going to be something that's playing out in the background of your relationship. I've experienced that, and I've also seen that. Every professional woman I know who make more than their partner have certain issues that they face that negatively impact their relationship, because they have to do this extra work and massaging of their partner's ego to make them feel comfortable around their lifestyle or the life that they have together, because she is a breadwinner. So if you want to just cut that off completely, cut that issue out completely, that's my recommendation. And I do think that from the standpoint of men, they do feel better when they're able to do for you. I think a man does want to add value to a woman and to your life, and they start to question that when you don't.
Thank you for that. And I know Dr. Lene said one of her questions is, hey, I have a PhD. You cool with that, right? Because that can kind of be a thing. Dr. Lene, I kind of wanted to circle back to you. Oh, and then Lala as well. I see that the chat is pretty interesting. I'm not sure what's going on in there, but
listen, the chat is very interesting. I want to speak to. I've been reading all these different comments from Linda Anderson. Producer, can you put up the one at 1042? Dear Black men, look elsewhere. Other races of women are better. This generation of Black women were raised to be concubines, not wives. This is very disheartening to hear from a Black woman. If this is literally a Black woman's account, I'm praying that this is a troll and that this is not a legit Black woman feeding this narrative and these lies, because this is inaccurate. I don't know of a single Black woman that wants to be a concubine or was raised to be a concubine. I don't know of a single Black woman that does not want to be a wife. Society, real life relationships, I'm not even going to say social media, but I can say the government, I can say the system, I can say those things have pitted Black men and Black women against each other. And then we, as a community, have perpetuated it. Men and women, homes without fathers, relationships that do not last, communication that's not happening, women not saying what they want, men not saying what they want, people going along to get along, doing something because the other person wants to do it, but you really don't. Like, there are issues innately in relationship, not just Black ones, but in relationship. And I will say, Black men, do not give up on Black women. Do not turn elsewhere. Do not go elsewhere. Black women, do not give up on Black men. Do not go elsewhere. Do not turn your back on what belongs to you, what is yours. Now, if you're a person who believes that you can date anybody and you don't see color, by all means, do what floats your boat, boo. But I would like to ask Black people not to be out here making it worse, spreading harm, sharing lies, being untruthful, tearing down. You're a part of the problem. If you can't add to the narrative or the conversation with solutions in a positive manner, then don't add anything. Just don't say anything. We have too many people on social media, keyboard gangsters, talking trash and not adding to a positive, productive, uplifting narrative or solution. That's all I have to say about that.
Well, Dr. Lene, she said what she had to say. Lala, do we need to read anybody else in the chat? What's going on over here? I mean, this conversation.
I do have someone that is very interesting, because we're women. So a lot of people come in here and they say, things like, well, they don't know the man's perspective. Well, no, we don't always know the man's perspective, because we're coming at it at a perspective of women. And it doesn't mean that we don't have male friends or we don't acknowledge the male energy in our lives. He said, not one man on the panel, but the discussion centers on men's perspectives. Well, you probably didn't join us from the beginning, so you should probably go back and watch the replay. We were discussing how a young lady is having issues finding a Black man for her. And this is what the whole topic is about. And no one on this panel has put down any Black man or said that it's not worth your time to find that partner. What we're coming at is a place of, how do you find this when you are looking? And it seems that we all know someone who's looking on both sides of the fence, but somehow they're not connecting. So what is it that we are doing as a society, as friends, as our point of view, to get people over this hump of this debunked narrative that Black men, good Black men, are not out there, and good Black women are not out there? Because that is false, and that's what they want you to believe. But we know differently, and I'm pretty sure that you know differently in your life too. So what is it that we can do as a society to stop this madness of these lies and really start putting together people who want to be in love? Isn't that what it's about? I mean, that's just what I was taught. I mean, I grew up, all my aunties and uncles lived until they were 80, 90, and they were still together. I had good foundation of seeing what a good relationship was. So I also want that for myself, and I also want that for others, because there's nothing like it. Nothing like it. So it's not about who's on the panel and who's not on the panel. We are talking about how we can overcome this myth to get more love into the world. Simple as that. Then you're diving into the narrative. There's no men on the panel. No, but you know, we do have an interesting perspective as well.
Absolutely. And this is the perfect time to go to commercial. You are tuned into Fly Nubian Queen TV, and this is our weekday Fly Nubian Money panel. And we're here weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern Time on Fly Nubian Queen TV's YouTube channel. So be sure to text the word Queens, Queens, right? As in women, as in Black women. Text the word Queens to the number 87948. That way you'll be notified when we do go live and we have cool things going on. And we welcome brothers to come over and share their ideas and be in community with us. But this is a network that definitely centers the perspectives and narratives of Black women. So you're at Fly Nubian Queen TV's YouTube channel. And also you can go over to our website and check out flynubianmoney.com, because we have many programs over there. We talk about how to get your money straight. So y'all tried it though, but it's all good. So with that being said, I don't even know. Let's talk about therapy, because I think that we can't leave this conversation. We talked about finances and mindset, but the importance of mental health support and getting therapy for both Black women and Black men. I want to sort of get your perspectives on that, whether this could be a viable vehicle to sort of bridge the gap and deal with the trauma that is experienced in many within the community. Let's hear from Athena.
Okay, I almost bust out my tambourine, because from my experience, I do think from both sides now that therapy is a must. And I don't think that a lot of us use that as a way of introspection and to really get to the root of some of our dysfunctional behavior and lack of dating success. I have met men who have done therapy or said that they have, and I really question the quality of their therapy. And I have met women who have done therapy and dating school and wife school and all these other things. I do think that what is plaguing part of us not coming together is that we do have a lot of trauma as a community. I cannot tell you how many men I've been on dates or I've known who have said or told me things that have been very traumatic experiences that do show up negatively in their dating life, and quite frankly prevented me from even continuing dating them, because not because of the trauma and stuff, but your response to it and how that would negatively and how it did negatively impact any kind of communication and relationship. So I think that especially because of slavery and all the other factors of oppression that we face as a group, I do think that therapy is a must at this point for success.
Thank you so much, Lala.
Well, Hey, here's what I think. And, I may sound like I've been thrown back into the 40s and 50s. We all have to understand that we have our own issues. And no matter whether it's something that we've seen in our household or something that we have seen around us, maybe you didn't come from the same type of community that I came from. Maybe you came from an area where you didn't see a lot of marriages last a very long time. That does not mean what you saw put around you is your reality. Okay. What people think and what people do around you is not your reality. So you can always improve upon yourself. You always can reflect upon yourself. You always can take the time to grow and go outside to the therapy world to see where it is that you may be lacking that you can improve upon. I know many years ago, there's still a few out there. I've seen some on social media where they used to have these beautiful etiquette classes where girls would go and do their thing and the boys would go and do their thing, and they were taught how to be gentlemen and the girls were taught how to be gracious, and then they would have these beautiful balls and they would be able to come together and practice those skills. I think that we are lacking in that today, and I would love to see that come back. It doesn't mean that it's old-fashioned, but it does open up a different mindset to how do you start becoming the person that you want to attract into your life. So is therapy a good thing? I say so. I've been to therapy many times to improve upon myself where I know that I've had roadblocks. And not only does it enhance me, but it enhances my relationship with my husband, because now I am a better person so that I can be a better person for him too. So I think that therapy is a good thing all the time in anything that you want to improve upon, because you can be your own roadblock. So get that roadblock out of the way.
Thank you for that, Dr. Lene. What are your perspectives on therapy?
Yeah, I don't disagree with therapy. I don't disagree with it at all, because therapy does it. What therapy has done for me is it has allowed me to say the things that I've been walking around with that I haven't said, to look at the things that I didn't look at, to just release some stuff that you're carrying around. But before I had therapy, I did self-reflection. I looked at the relationships that I had been in, the outcomes of those relationships. And what I found was I had put myself in the exact same situations 2 times in a row. If I closed my eyes, I had dated the same person, the exact same outcome, the exact same situation. I was like, these are 2 different people, X amount of years apart. How did I end up in the same situation? What is the common thread? And it was me. I was the common thread, who I was and how I showed up. So I had to start doing some serious soul searching, self-reflecting, getting to some of my ugly ways, how I act, my traumas, what I say, what I don't say, how I show up, why I stayed. It was very hard. And it can be embarrassing. It could be hurtful. But it wasn't until I took myself through those things that I was able to mature in relationship to be a better partner. It even helped me with my therapy, because now I can speak about myself in a way that's like, this is how I show up. This is what I do. Now my therapist can be like, well, why is that? Well, let's dissect that. That's what I'm here for. Why do I do that? But if you don't even take that first look at you, because it's always somebody else, he did me wrong, she did me wrong, you know what you're doing, because you'll say, how do I find myself in this situation again? If you've ever said that to yourself, unpack that. How did you find yourself in this situation again? Because you'll start to see things in the people that you date. You'll start to see things in the things that you don't say. You'll start to see things in the things that you settle for. You'll start to see things in the type of person that you go after. But it's hard to take that self look, because you have to really be honest. And now you got to deal with some things that you didn't want to deal with. I used to tell my mom, used to say to me, you have issues. And I'd be like, I know, I'm just not ready to deal with them. Because I did. I knew I had issues. I just don't want to deal with them. I got, who want to deal with their issues? Like, I don't want to look at myself. I'm a mess. But it wasn't until I really started looking at myself that relationships got better, life got better, my business got better, how I communicate got better, the opportunities that were coming at me got better. all from just taking a moment to look at me. That's what I would say. So if you can do therapy, by all means do therapy, but you still got to take the time to look at yourself.
Absolutely. That's a whole word, Dr. Lene. And thank you. And thank you to everybody in the chat. I see Linda keeps popping up. Linda, I'm going to pray for you. I really believe your name is Linda. I think you're a dude. You might be maybe a disgruntled manosphere, Kevin Samuels cult follower, but it's okay. You are still loved. You are still loved by these Black women over here. Either way. We are going to go around and have final words. We talked about many, many perspectives in this conversation. Are Black women giving up on Black men? And let's go to Lala. Final words, final thoughts, and where can we find you?
Love is a beautiful thing, but you have to love yourself first. Really get to know who you are, what it is that you want, so that you can start beaming out those love beams and someone can answer that call. No, it's not always that easy, but if you don't have self-love for yourself, you can attract the love that you desire. And you can find me very easily, I made it easy, at bit.ly/Laura Key Info.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Athena?
My final thoughts would be this, that are Black women giving up on Black men? I would say not all of us, but I do think there's some fatigue. And I do think that we need to get rid of the viewpoint that non-Black men are better. The issue is men across the board. If you are a woman who is interested in growing your wealth and to create your wealthy goddess life, you can find me at wewealthwomen.com. I am Athena. I am a CPA and women's wealth coach.
Excellent. Thank you. Dr. Lene?
Hey, so I will leave with, I am a Black woman. I birthed a young Black man. A Black man gave life to me in my mother's womb. I will never give up on the Black man. I love Black men. I love Black women. I love Black people. And we have to keep love at the forefront for how we talk to each other, how we deal with each other, how we guide each other, how we relate to each other. Across the board, whether you date outside of your race or not, be one, always, every day. I am Dr. Lene Javette. I am a monetization strategist, a business coach, and I help people to create strategies that bring them money, but more importantly, give them success. And you can find me on social media at I am Dr. Lene Javette. Thank you so much for having me today.
Excellent. Thank you. And I'm your host. I'm Jade Harrell. Really grateful to have been able to lead this conversation. I am a race loyalist. I think that word came up. I'm also a familyist. I have a t-shirt that says familyist, not feminist. And so my dedication and loyalty will always be with the Black man. I believe in Black families and Black love. And I learned how to be a good Black woman from the Black women and the Black men in my family. My grandparents, my parents, everybody was married. And so, you know, I was very blessed in that sense. And so I would say just hold the vision and also know that there's nobody in the room but yourself and God. And so when we see people and things, we're attracting certain people and energies into our life, then that's an opportunity for us to check in with, okay, how am I showing up and what is coming up within me that's being reflected on the outside and these people that I'm dating. You all can find me at highblackesteem.com. I do coaching around activists, movers, and shakers in the Black community that want to expand their impact and do service-related projects in the Black community. And so go over to highblackesteem.com and we really get into that. And I also want to do a shameless plug and testimonial. I came up with this brand and I got all of the workings of the brand while I was working with Dr. Lene in one of her courses. So I highly recommend that you go over and check out everything that Dr. Lene has. She will get you straight. She will be a great demonstration of what Black excellence is and take your brand to the next level. I know that for a fact. I want to thank you all for tuning in. Be sure to come over here at FlyNubianQueenTV.com. You will see all Black women on these panels. Okay, it's okay, brothers. You are welcome. You don't have to feel a way about it, but if you want to hear the perspectives of Black women that are very, very diverse, come over to flynubianqueen.com. These are our Fly Nubian Money panels. We're here weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern time, and we always have dope topics. Be willing to hit the like button, subscribe button, and share these conversations with folks. And also text the word Queens with an S to the number 87948. That's 87948. And you'll be notified when we do go live and when we have free offers and stuff. From the bottom of my heart, I want to say, keep Black love alive. And thank you, ladies, and thank you, viewers, for tuning in and tapping in with us. We are so grateful.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on when you're watching this show. This is Fly Nubian Money. I am your host for today, anyways, Dr. Lene Javette. Fly Nubian Money is where we help you to master your mindset and maximize your money. We are exploring an exciting and empowering topic today, the best side hustles for Black people. Whether you're looking to supplement your income, start a new venture, or achieve financial independence, our co-queens are here to share their invaluable insights. Today, my co-queens include, I need to see I believe it's Minister Connie. I can't see the names on the screen, but I believe it's Minister Connie up there. Thank you so much. And then we have Linda, bodacious lifestyle coach for Black women over 50. We have Athena Gardner, CPA and women's wealth coach, as well as Laura Lala Key, international real estate agent. Good morning, Queens. How are you guys doing? Or afternoon. We might not all be in the same time zone. So good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are. So side hustles is our topic today. But before I get into that, if you are just tuning in, this is your first time seeing us, or if you want to be reminded to see us on a regular basis, right now you can text the word Queens to 87948. Again, that's 87948, so that you can be reminded every time we go live, Monday through Friday at 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern, I believe it is. I'm in Arizona, so it's 10 o'clock a.m. for me. So I want to say 10 a.m., but I know that that's not the right time. Anyway, so side hustles. I want to talk about the reason why side hustles are important. Before we get into what a side hustle is and who has one and why, let's talk about the reasons that side hustles are important. The racial wealth gap. The Federal Reserve's said in 2019 survey of consumer finances, it showed that the median wealth of white families is 8 times greater than that of Black families, highlighting the importance of additional income streams. So in order for us to make this wealth gap a little bit smaller, we need to make more money, okay? And so all the queens here with us today have had some type of side hustle. So let's start with, like, what is a side hustle? I will throw that over to you, Lala. What's a side hustle? I think you might be on mute.
I'm muted. A side hustle is something that you can do outside of your regular 9 to 5. That doesn't normally necessarily mean it takes a whole bunch of time, but some of the hot side hustles are short-term for a certain amount of money, or you can make a side hustle a long-term thing and just take a couple of hours out of your day and then earn coins on the side. So it's something that can help you add additional income to what you normally make for your 9 to 5.
I love that. So we're going to go to our wealth strategist here. Athena, what was your first side hustle and why?
My first side hustle was, I was an online tutor. So I was an online tutor and I liked it because it paid me, I think it was getting like $15 to $20 an hour. And I could do that in addition to my current job at the time. Now, I didn't want a side hustle that would require me to leave my home, have to put any additional money. And when I talk to women about these things, I ask them the best thing to do is to do what you know how to do already. So I just graduated college. I was an accounting major. I started working in an accounting firm, and accounting was a very big subject matter and it got paid like one of the highest on the tutoring website. So that's what I chose to do.
I love it. Linda, bodacious lifestyle coach. So we're talking about side hustles. So let's apply that to life. Somebody's thinking about possibly starting a side hustle, or they have a talent or a skill, like Athena said, and they're thinking, you know what, maybe I should start a side hustle too. I want to shorten the wealth gap in my family. What kind of mindset should somebody have or be working on to start a side hustle, or to step out in faith and start a business? You might be on mute.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. Well, the first thing I would say is if you already have a full-time job, know that your side hustle, give it time to mature. A lot of times we really have this microwave mindset as far as today I choose to hustle, by next month I'll be flourishing and I'll be able to quit my job by the end of the year. So you definitely have to have a growth mindset and a realistic mindset, and realize that success is not a straight line, it's a squiggly line. So bear in mind that this is going to take time. You need to be flexible in your expectations and stay the distance. It is not set in stone. And it's not like clocking in, or do people clock in? I've been working for myself for so long. But anywho, it's not like you're going to get a certain amount of money every 2 weeks. As long as you can keep that in mind, you'll be just fine. So have a flexible mindset, a realistic mindset, and a growth mindset.
Ooh, I like that. Minister Connie, you have author, real estate investor, entrepreneur, hyphen behind your name, right? How do you, what are some of what, I'm going to ask you the same question as Athena. What were some of your early side hustles that helped you put these commas and hyphens behind your name to become, some might say, a serial entrepreneur? What was like your first side hustle, and why did you choose that one?
My first side hustle was skincare. I love to do facials. So when I went out to do a facial, I would charge $30 if they didn't buy the supplies. If they bought the supplies, the facial was free. So that was my first thing. It was something I was passionate about. I'm still passionate about skincare. So that was my first one. And then from there, I became a notary. I used to do notaries on wheels. I had so many side hustles that it was crazy. I did so many things. I had to find my niche, and I went from one thing to another. I'm not advising anyone to do that, but everything I did, I really loved doing. So that's how I began. I began just doing different things to find out what was my niche.
Awesome. All right, so we're going to go to the side hustle popularity slide. According to a 2022 survey by Dollar Sprout, 45% of Americans have a side hustle, and nearly 1 in 3 earn more than $500 per month from their side hustle. More than $500 per month. So I'm going to ask all the queens this, because I think this would be kind of cool. How much money did you make in your first side hustle? We'll start with you, Lala. You're on mute.
This mute button and now we're going to argue today. I have to tag on to Minister Connie. My first really good side hustle was being a notary. And I found out how important that was, being in real estate, because there are levels to notaries. You can just do a regular notary. You can do a signing notary, which means you understand real estate signings, and they pay more, anywhere from $250 to $500, depending on how fast they need you and if you can get to somewhere to get to that person. Notary on wheels. That is a great side hustle. You don't spend a lot of money getting your notary. And a lot of times when they know that you have that signing part of notary, banks see a list of who has that, and they'll reach out to you. And that's free advertising. You could even go into the banks and say, hey, listen, I am a signing notary. If you need me to go to someone, I can do that. That was great money. But here's the third level of notary, because I do international real estate. Apostille. The apostille notary can apostille things that is cross country. And that pays a lot of money too, because there is not a lot of apostille notaries. And so when someone really needs something out of country, they are searching for you. So if you get all three of those, you have great opportunity for a great side hustle. And you'll be turning away business sometimes.
I like that. What about you, Athena?
Well, it's so interesting because I'm actually a notary too. Another thing with notaries, you can do remote online notaries too now. So you can notarize people's documents online and get paid from home. So that's another thing. My first side hustle, which was the tutoring, I was making at the time around that 500 mark because I was only doing it ad hoc. But the side hustle that kind of paid the most was I had a YouTube channel for one of my businesses, and that channel was bringing me around $3,000-$4,000 a month.
Wow.
So that was
wow.
I know the channel
was more.
I grew to like 22,000 subscribers. Yeah, that was a good channel. But yeah, so that was the one that paid me the most. I'm not into having to do extra hard work with side hustles. So for me, I always recommend to my clients to just build something that you can do from home based off of your expertise. I think that's the best way.
Right.
That's good. That's good money. Linda?
This may be a little off the rail, but I am a huge thrifty queen. And when I was a lot younger, I would go to thrift stores and purchase things. I have a really good eye for fashion. And I would then take my finds, my treasures to the swap meet. And I could make, back then I was in beauty school, so it supplemented my beauty school because we don't make money going to beauty school and the tips were not tipping. So I could make in a weekend from $500 to $1,000 a weekend. But I was really hitting up so many thrift stores and I became known that the ladies would see me and they'd be like, oh, we set some stuff aside. I don't know if they can do that now, but back then we're talking like early 90s, late 80s, they would set things aside and I would get something for say $0.25. And depending on what it was, I would look up things in the books back then. I could get $0.25 could turn into $50 easy. So it was great.
Man, y'all had good side hustles. What about you, Minister Connie?
That's a good question. I had the facials and then I did the notary. And then after that, I was selling cell phones.
No, how much money were you making off of your first side hustle? Like, so the slide said 500 was about.
I made a little over $500. I wasn't really trying to hustle it. It was a passion, so I did it. So it supplemented my income by about $500, $600 ish. It helped pay the bills, some of the bills, but not a lot because I didn't really push that too much.
Okay. So my side hustle, I didn't really have a true like side hustle because when I left corporate America, I jumped full 2 feet into entrepreneurship. However, entrepreneurship wasn't entrepreneuring. And so I had to get a side hustle for my business. So I worked through this company called Arise where you can do things at home. And so I did taxes at home and I worked for T-Mobile at home on the side of my business. And they paid pretty good. I was making like $1,500, $2,500 a month because I could work based on what I wanted. I could work my own hours and I could work them around my business. So that was my side hustle. I had a side hustle for my side hustle, kind of. But anyways, so let's look at the top 5 side hustles, if we can have that slide up. Okay, so one is freelance writing and content creation. Another one is online tutoring and teaching. The third one is e-commerce and drop shipping. I love that one. That's one of my favorite. The next one is gig economy jobs, and then remote virtual assistant. All right, we will start with you, Linda. Have you done any of those jobs?
I have not.
No? Okay.
I have not done any of those. Those are more sit down type of endeavors, and I like to be out and about around people. So everything that I've ever done was in that capacity.
So what you're basically saying is that it's important that your side hustle aligns with who you are and what you do, kind of.
Without a doubt.
Okay,
and that's why some people will struggle, because they'll get into the hot thing, but if it doesn't align with you, it'll fizzle out and die really quickly, and all that money you invested goes out the window. So absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. What about you, Athena?
So I've done many things on the list.
Okay. Off of the top five. Off of the top five. We haven't got to the 40
top five. I've done content creation. So I had a YouTube channel where I might as well say, I was doing a YouTube channel where I was doing a lot of tarot readings, because I'm into tarot. And that channel used to get so many views. I used to get like 2,000-3,000 checks just off of the ad revenue. And then I charged like up to like $250 per reading. So I used to get people who book me for those things. The tutoring was when I was younger in college, and I used to get around $15-17 an hour for that. So I like the online tutoring because it's easy. I'm a proponent of online. I've done drop shipping with like a Printful store before. That's good too, but you need to create like a business around that, like to get advertising and people to your actual store. So that takes a little bit more work, but I definitely prefer online and ease and making money while you're sleeping type of thing. I think that's the easiest and best way to like scale a business, and just a side hustle that is scalable as well.
Yes, I like that. What about you, Lala?
I've done several things. I do teach online, and I keep it within my context of what my job is. I teach first-time home buyers classes online, and with that, I also create digital products to go with my class. So I may have a no-fee class, but the materials that go with that class do cost something, and it's a nice little side hustle, and I'm educating people. So, you can count that as being educating other people as well. So anytime that I can tap into what I do and show my expertise, I grab that as quick as possible.
All right, Minister Connie, we're going to round that question out with you.
I never done anything on that list of the five top, freelancing position. No, I haven't done anything.
And so that goes to show, while this is the top five, there's so many more. We actually have a list of a full 40 that we're going to get to. So just to reiterate, what was up there? Freelancing, e-commerce, drop shipping, virtual assisting. There's a variety, remote gig economy jobs, and remote virtual assistant. So those are the top five. And you have, I think 5 of us here. Some of us have done those, some of us haven't, and everybody has made money. I have a question. How much time should your side hustle take, Athena?
Well, it depends on what you're trying to do, right? So the tutoring, I always think the less money you make, the less money it is easier to kind of allocate the time. So the tutoring already had a customer base already. I didn't have to do much work. So I was making like $15 an hour. So when I was doing YouTube content creation and then drop shipping, that took more time. That took at least 10 hours or more a week, because I would have to create the videos, and I had like a consistent schedule. And then with drop shipping, like I said, creating the store and picking the items is the easy part. The hard part now is coming up with your whole marketing and sales strategy to try to get people to come to your site and also actually buy. So I also want people to consider what their normal day-to-day is, what their normal job is, and figure out what makes sense for them and their lifestyle. I know some people who do Uber and all these other things. I don't recommend those, because you're exposing yourself to strangers. By the time you deduct your gas and depreciation and wear and tear in your car, plus the additional insurance, you're not really making much, in my opinion. But it's also a very easy thing to do. So you have to weigh the trade-offs when it comes to side hustles.
I put myself on mute to ask the question. I said, I like that. Lala, how much knowledge should somebody have when they're starting a business? Athena kind of tapped in on business acumen around marketing, things of that nature. A lot of times people go into a side hustle, they don't know anything. So what would you tell somebody who's thinking about starting a side hustle and maybe they don't have a lot of business acumen?
Well, first you got to tap into what you know. You are an expert at something. I don't care if you're an expert at frying chicken. If somebody doesn't know how to fry chicken, me, because I'm scared, I'm going to buy your $5 product to show me how to fry some chicken. So you need to tap into what you know. And if that is something that is in your career or something that is great for your hobby, perfect example, I need to remodel a desk and I don't know how to do that. So I'm going to pay somebody to show me how to stand that thing down and make it mine. So that's someone else's wheelhouse, but I can pay them for what they know. So tap into your knowledge. Do not just go into something that you don't know about, because people will know about that and word of mouth travels fast. So tap into what you know.
Okay, so let's say somebody wanted to tap into something that they didn't know, because I'm gonna pivot over here to Connie real quick. Real estate is hot. Everybody want to get into real estate as a side hustle. They want to keep their job and they want to sell houses. What would you say, or what would you recommend to someone who is potentially thinking about real estate as their side hustle?
I started off by reading every book I could get a hold of in real estate. That's how I started getting educated. And then I took a class, which cost me some money, but it was very, very well worth it. So I had consultants to help me to grow my business. So that is always good. If whatever you don't know, you can always find a consultant. So, and I joined a lot of women's group in real estate. So one of them that I did join and I paid money for was called REN, WREN. So I joined them and they taught me a lot of things to help you to keep from making mistakes on buying properties that is going to cost you a whole lot of money and you don't make anything. So I wanted to be safe in that area, but I've been doing it for like 26 years. There's all kinds of things that you could pick up out of a book and learn. Or YouTube. YouTube got a lot of things too.
YouTube University.
Yeah.
It's always open and it's free. It doesn't cost you anything to go to YouTube University.
Yes.
Or you can tune in here to Fly Nubian Money every Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. Eastern. If you would like to get more content like this so you can stay encouraged and motivated and talk about your money, text the word Queens to 87948. Again, that's Queens to 87948. That way you can get notified when we go live, when we're in the room, when we're talking about money. So I am going to pivot to Linda, but before I do, I want to talk about entrepreneurship among Black Americans, if we can get that slide up. A study by Guidant Financial and the Small Business Trends Alliance found that 30% of Black entrepreneurs started their businesses to pursue their passion, making passion-driven side hustles a significant trend. Okay, 30% of Black entrepreneurs found their side hustle by way of their passion. I often say, when you start a business, usually it's for one of three things. And if you're lucky, you get to do all three. And those three things are passion, purpose, and profit. Mm-hmm. Passion is great, but the people out there saving the wells, they don't always make a lot of money. So sometimes people go into business because it's something that they're passionate about, but then they can't figure out how to profit from it. I don't know how to make money. I love the air, and I want to tell everybody about how clean the air should be, but can you make money from it, right? So that's passion. Purpose, there's a reason for this business. You may not love it, you might not like it, but there's a purpose for it, and you're going to do it because somebody has to do it. Somebody has to have a garbage company. Somebody has to have these various businesses that are out there. So you say, okay, you know what, I'll do it. There's a purpose for it. And then other people start a business because it's profitable. I just want to make money. I'm going to go out here and get in this business. It's profitable, and I'm going to do it. So of the three, you at least want to be profitable. If you can't, if you can't have passion and purpose, at least have profit. But if you can't have, if nothing else, then have two: purpose and profit, passion and profit. If you're lucky, you get to do something that you're passionate about, that has a purpose, and you can profit from it. Like that's the qualm, if you will, right? Linda, what are practical steps that someone should take to ensure that their side hustle aligns with their personal and professional and or passion goals?
So make sure that it aligns with their personal passion and professional goals. Or. All right. I would say that if you can get into something that you are passionate about and make that profitable, or you see a profit place in that passion project of yours, that is the best thing, because there are going to be times when you're not going to make any money. Something has got to drive you to continue with the business. So I always ask people, what is your why? Why are you doing this? And be honest. If it really is, you know what, I just want to make some money. Then I would question them and say, so what's going to keep you going when you're not making the money? Because you're not just going to dive in and make the money. So I always tell people, especially being a life coach, what is your why? You have to identify why you're doing it, because something has got to be able to sustain you as you're building. You're not going to just take off like a plane and just go straight up into the altitude. So what's going to keep you going while you're gaining your momentum, so to speak? So I believe passion is number one. I just believe that, because even with you ladies, Connie and Lala with real estate, if you're giving up weekends, a lot of times you're doing open houses, you're missing events and different things, especially in the beginning. So if you are not passionate about that, you got to build a clientele, all of the things, go to networking events. So it cannot just be about, because then I'm going to start selling luxury properties. It takes a minute to get to that point. So I believe the passion in your why has to be there, or it's not going to be sustainable.
I like that. Connie, with the hyphens, right? Author, real estate investor, entrepreneur, minister, you have all these different things. How do you choose? Let me make sure I ask this question properly, because sometimes we start, like I would say you're a serial entrepreneur, right? Mm-hmm. And sometimes when we're talking about having side hustles, people will start adding on too many things, or they'll start doing all of the things. How do you know, or how did you select which things that you would do, that you would add to your plate? Become an author, be an entrepreneur, be a real estate investor, because these are multiple different things. I don't even know if I would call them side hustles. It sounds like serial entrepreneur.
Right, exactly. What I had decided to do for each thing, I would take like a sabbatical away from one area that was working in my business. One I had for 27 and a half years. So I was able to pull away a little bit instead of working. I don't work in my business. I work on my business now. In the beginning, I had to. Then I kind of like pull back and separate myself for that area of what I want to do. I also have a mental health, I'm an associate owner of a mental health clinic that's here in Pittsburgh. So I dedicated 5 years to that. It was a lot of work. But the thing is that I dedicated that time. So what I do, I get up in the morning, I spend my time thinking about what I need to do that day, what's important, what is not important, and what is emergency that I need to work on. So from that list, I will work on whatever business, writing, whatever I need to do, I will work on that for a few hours. So sometimes I might work on something 10 hours a week, 5 hours a week, maybe 1 hour a week, or not at all. So it's kind of like, I don't know, I just do with the flow. And I also pray and ask the Lord, give me super to my natural.
I like that.
Yeah.
Give me super to my natural. Okay, come through. So I see a couple of the comments in the chat asking questions about certain things. So let's kind of, we don't have to put the list up, but I'm going to talk about just a couple of the ones. There's this list of 40 different side hustle ideas, some of which we have done, some of which we haven't done. I'm going to call out just a couple of them, right? And I'm going to use the ones that I feel like anybody that's on here or watches this replay can do. Okay. So freelance writing and blogging, if you have something that you're interested in that you can share with other people, that would be a great one. Online tutoring and coaching, basically something that you know about that you can help somebody else to come through or experience. Real estate investing. We have 2 real estate investors here, so we can definitely dive deeper into that. Affiliate marketing is another side hustle that I think people sleep on. If you are making recommendations or referrals or telling people about some type of a business or an event or a product or a tool, you can get paid for that. People are literally making tens of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars every month doing affiliate marketing. Drop shipping business, which Athena talked about earlier, using like Printify or Printful, event planning and coordinating, YouTube creation, ebook publishing. I saw somebody was asking about authoring. We're going to get into that in a hot second. Podcasting, fitness training and coaching, meal prep and catering, online courses. I like the pet sitting and dog walking. I thought that one was pretty cool. Personal shopping and styling, beauty services, an e-commerce store, personal chef. If somebody said it earlier, if you're good at cooking, somebody will pay you to either cook for them or teach them how to cook. Mobile notary services, language translation. I'm not reading them all. I'm just kind of going through the ones that I think are really anybody can do. A subscription-based box curator, voice acting, and online clothing boutique. That's not the whole list, but those are some very simple side hustles that literally anybody who's watching this show right now can go and do. So let's talk about authoring, because I saw the comment about being an author. I can't see who asked the question. I think it was Spirited Poetess. Oh my, I'm editing my 3rd book. I have no idea how to market. Who all on the panel is an author? Okay, I'll start with you, Linda. How would you help her in that?
What was the question? I apologize.
Because I'm editing my 3rd book. I have no idea how to market.
How to market. All right. One of the things that I did is I pre-sold my book. First of all, I created a landing page. Well, I didn't create it. I had a virtual assistant create the landing page. And on the landing page, if they pre-ordered the book, they would get a signed copy from me. And because it was about my life coaching, I gave them a complimentary session, 1-hour session, if they pre-ordered the book. Now, the book was $35. So I felt like I was definitely getting my value. Another way you can market is by setting up a challenge or a contest by how many people can buy the book, tag you, and maybe showcase themselves reading your book. You can do challenges, you can do pre-orders, you can do a book summit. You can have other people join you. You could have people chime in as you read the book. You could have people purchase the book and then create a book club. There are so many different ways that you can market the book. Those are 4. You can pre-sell the book before it's even done, before you've even done with the edit. Challenges, contests, have the people purchase or show you the receipt that they got, and then do something with that as well. So those are 4 different easy ways that you can do that really don't cost you that much either.
And so that kind of goes back to a little bit of what we're talking about around business acumen, right? So I am super, I'm going to do it one more time, super passionate about business acumen in the Black community. I personally believe, this is me, that the reason why we have a lot of these negative stereotypes around Black business is because most of us, not all, but most, are first-generation entrepreneurs. You might not know somebody else who's an entrepreneur. Your mom might not have been an entrepreneur, your cousin. You might not be around or sitting at tables with other entrepreneurs, and you want to start a business. And most times when somebody's starting a business, the objective is to make money, right? And so being a first-generation entrepreneur who without the experience and or connection, ties, and knowledge of another entrepreneur kind of leaves you out there by yourself in the wind. You're getting free information on YouTube. You're piecing things together, reverse engineering funnels, trying to do the best that you can with your business. Pricing doesn't help because you're a smaller business. So if you have to order a product, you're going to pay more. So you can't give people a lower price because you had to pay a higher price. So there's all these different things that come against us as Black entrepreneurs who want to have or start a business. Again, this is why I think that we have some of these stereotypical issues. Prices are too high. Business doesn't run well. I've never ran a business before. I'm doing the best that I can. I'm trying, whatever the case might be. So I do think it's super important, even if you're doing a side hustle, to take the time to understand what you're doing, to get the knowledge, to read, to invest in a course or a class, better understand writing, understand the process. And if it's something that you really want to do, take the time to invest in it, learn it, find a muse or somebody who's doing the business like you want to do it. What are they talking about? Understand your target market. I think sometimes when we hear side hustle, it doesn't equate to, or we don't calculate it as an actual business, but it is. You're just hustling it on the side of whatever else you're doing, but it's still a business. And if you want to learn more about business and money and what's happening in the world, you should always come back to Fly Nubian Money, Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. And if you want to get reminded when we're live and what we're going to be doing and talking about, you can text the words Queens. Text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948. Again, that's 87948. Athena, how much have you invested to better your craft, to learn more about what it is that you do so that you can take your side hustle? And it doesn't even have to be taking your side hustle to your main thing, but let's just talk about investing in knowledge to learn what it is that you do. How much have you invested?
Listen, I don't even know what that number is fully between college education, these professional licenses. I had mentors. I've paid for mentorship now. Okay, this was just last year. That fee was 10 grand. So I'm just gonna put that out there. Now, what I do recommend for people looking to get into business and they have ideas is to find a coach, find someone like Dr. Lene, like myself, Lala, everybody on this panel, because what we will be able to do for you is to shorten the learning curve. What I've realized in business is a process is a process. You're not going to escape that. Anyone selling you like you're going to be rich tomorrow is selling snake oil. But what you can escape is some of the mistakes, some of the hardships, and some of the expensive lessons by investing money in getting someone who is certified or is doing what you're doing or knows what they're doing. So that is one thing. What I also want to advise people is, yes, passion is important in business because, and your passion doesn't necessarily have to be the business itself. Your passion can be the reason why you want to have the business. Maybe the reason is that you want to provide your children a better life. Maybe you want to, generational wealth. Maybe you just don't want to work for nobody. Whatever that reason is, but I also want people to tap into their talent, because if you are talented at something, then that will have a more perceived value and people are willing to pay more money for it. And also, since this is a Black channel, I want to talk about the concept of just because you are a Black business doesn't mean that you only sell to Black people.
Right.
So I want to put that out there because a lot of us start these super, super niched business. And it's for some business models, it works. The black and melanin t-shirt model, obviously that's the target audience. But if you have a product that anyone can buy, focus on, just remind yourself that you don't only have to target Black people. And an important thing with that too, and as I've learned in business, is that because we are the economic group that is struggling the most, sometimes just targeting only Black people will limit your earning potential, because we're looking for disposable income dollars. And that is a group that is financially pressed, is what I'm going to say. So open up your pool or who your target audience is as well. Don't limit yourself to just Black people.
I like that.
I just want to just chime in really quick. When you say the group that is financially pressed, what do you mean by that?
Meaning that
You mean
because
Black people in general, or what are you saying?
meaning that our socioeconomics, when we're comparing statistically, comparing to what was the stat you said earlier, Dr. Lene, about generational wealth, that white people have what, 8%?
8 times greater than that of Black families.
Correct. We have the racial wealth gap, and we know the historical implications of that has led us to this day. But I've often found, even in business, you don't know who your client is or who may also need your services. So I always encourage people to expand their mind around who is going to give you that money, because the money is green, honey.
Right.
The money is green.
As working with Black women exclusively, I am doing quite well. And it could be because I'm working with Black women who are 50 and over, so they have more time in the workforce or whatever that is that they're doing. And so for me, niching down and working exclusively with Black women has been quite productive for me. But again, that could be because they have been in the workforce for quite some time.
Yeah, women in that age bracket tend to have more disposable income because for the reasons that you said. And then, like I said, for some business models, that works because obviously you're a bodacious life coach. And if I want a life coach that looks like me, then I'm going to be more encouraged to go to you, Linda, obviously.
Right.
Yeah, knowing and understanding your business model and your target market are super crucial when you start talking about who you're branding to, who you're marketing to, the type of product that you're going to have. I too, and or also specifically work with Black individuals. I'm a business coach who has a passion for making sure that Black businesses are not stereotypical and that they don't operate from a negative perspective. So I teach, coach on business acumen to make sure of that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm passionate about. That's what I profit from. However, I have another business that's a tangible product that's for everybody. So I can't get to $1 billion. Lord, let me make sure I say that with conviction. I would love to build a $1 billion business off of Black people. It has never been done before. Maybe I'll be the first, but just in case I'm not, I am diversified to make sure I can get all the monies that are out there. I want all the coins from all the tables. So even if you do have a business that focuses on Black people, because we do need to focus on Black people, there's a whole world out there of people who have money that are willing to spend it, get their money. We need to be more diversified in the types of businesses that we have. I promise you, no tea, no shade. We have a lot of restaurants. We got a lot of beauty shops. We got a lot of wig shops. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need to get out here and get some tech companies. We need to get out here and get some other things. So please be diversified, and please do create products, services, businesses, side hustles that everybody can buy from so that we can bring this money into our community. Let me reset the room. This is Fly Nubian Money. We're here every Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. You can tune in to us here, but you can also join the text message list so that you can get notified when we're here, because we know you don't want to miss this, right? So text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948, and you can be notified whenever we are live. Again, that's Monday through Friday at 1:00. Lala, I know you have something to add to something we have been talking about. I don't even necessarily know if I want to go to a question because you've been sitting there so patiently. Would you like to add anything to the conversation at this point?
Yes, don't be afraid to try things, because sometimes when you try things and you think that's the thing for you, then you find out maybe that's not the thing for me, but something else comes from that. So don't just fall for anything, but at least give it a try to see if it's something in your wheelhouse that you can expound on. And I always start with small things. Like, you always hear people say you can take surveys, and a lot of those places like that don't pan out. but I do have one that does pan out very well. And if you just need to get started to get money for your side hustle, you can do small little things. And you can go to this place called Respondent, and they are legitimate survey place. And sometimes they even look for people within certain niches where you can take a survey and earn anywhere from $25 to $250. I literally earned $250 just doing a test product for something in real estate with them. So you always can go to places like that, make sure they're legit. And the reason I throw that out there is because there are so many that are not legit. So I don't want you just going out there and looking on the University of YouTube and everything else and listening to everybody saying this one works when you go there and you waste your time. So even if you need to build a side hustle, sometimes you need instant coins. And this place would normally pay once a month. And if you fit into one of their surveys, they usually pay really good money.
I like that. I'm going to read our last slide. I think that's what we'll call it. The last slide, financial impact. A survey by Bankrate in 2022 indicated that 34% of side hustlers use their extra income for essential expenses and 27% use it for discretionary spending, showcasing the practical financial benefit of side hustles, meaning more money, more money, more money. If you want to have more money, you want to have a better quality of life, if you want to be able to spend, then you should have something else that brings in revenue, that brings in income to your home. And we see this a lot of times through side hustles. I think I would like to add that it might not be the first thing that you try. I think that while I was saying that, right, you might have to try a couple of different things before you find the thing that works for you, before you find the thing that makes the money that you want to make, before you find the thing that aligns with your schedule and your talent and what you're doing. Don't be afraid to experiment with a couple of different things. Our producer said, if you would like to get the list of the 40, like if you would like to get the complete list of the 40 side hustles, you can send an email to info@realvirtual.net. Can you guys put that up on the screen for me, please? info@realvirtual.net. If you would like to receive the complete list of the 40 side hustles for your own personal viewing, and maybe you might want to use one of those. Again, that's info, INFO, at real, REEL, virtual.net. Okay. Minister Connie, I'm not going to ask you a question either because we're kind of getting low on time. So a lot of things have been said. Did you want to add anything to the conversation before I ask my next question?
Yes, I would. I'm from an entrepreneur family. Thank God for that. So I was able to see how my family did things. One of the things that I would say, when you walk into a company, I have like a couple companies. So when you walk into a company, you can usually get the feel of a company. You know, when you walk in, it should be nice. It should be professional. You should not be able to tell if it's a Black company or a white company. And that's the way my companies are set up. I don't want nobody to have a color attached to my company. So I always put a lot of money into the look of what I want. And I do a lot of, I spend a lot of money on counseling and consultants to reach that. So I just want to put that out there also, that people could come in and they should not be able to tell what type of company or what is the color of the owner or the CFO or CEO or whatever. So I just want to put that out there.
Awesome. I'm going to ask everybody this question. I think it'd be beneficial and I think people will be able to learn from it. Being that I've been in business for 10 years. I've been a full-time entrepreneur for 10 years, me personally, right? And oftentimes I think, God, if I could go back, what would I do differently? So if you could go back to the beginning of your either entrepreneur career or your side hustles, what's one thing that you would do differently today? If you can go back and do your side hustles again, or go back and do entrepreneurship again, what's one thing that you would do differently? I'm going to go with you, Linda, because you're smiling like you already know. Look, go ahead.
One thing that I would do differently is build the business from the foundation outward instead of outward inward. I feel like now I'm building the foundation of my business because I had never been a life coach before. And it is something that I feel that is exploding, but nobody was really teaching the foundation of the business. I got certified in all of that. And then I went to figuring out or getting the people who could teach me how to create the business, the back end of the business, the fact that you're going to need landing pages and funnels and processes and Trello and Notion and all of these things. They don't teach you that. They're just teaching you how to become a life coach. What are the processes? How do you coach someone? But they did not teach me the business. And that's what I would have done first before I even hung up my flag to say, hi, I'm Linda, the Bodacious Lifestyle Coach for Black women over 50. That's what I would do differently.
I love that. What about you, Lala?
When I first got into real estate, I thought I was supposed to buy everything. So I did not come from a sales background. I actually came from an admin and creative side. So when I first got into real estate, anytime anybody came up to me and said, you need this and you need that and you need this, I put out more money in my first year than I ever did in any other years on products and things that I did not need. So don't become so obsessed with the shiny object syndrome. You can start with the basics. I could have very well, and still do, I created my own flyers. Why? Because I came from that background into sales. So use what you already have, knowing that you don't have to pay a lot of extra money to get your feet wet. So be very mindful of your pockets, because everything sounds wonderful when everybody's like, buy, buy, buy. And you're like, okay, okay, okay. And promises don't get fulfilled. So make sure that you watch your own pocket and use the skills that you have to uplift your side hustle.
Love it. What about you, Connie?
At first, when I started my business, I was the bookkeeper, I was the payroll clerk, I was the janitor, I was everything. So I was working in my business instead of on my business. And I think I could have grown a whole lot better. But one advice I want to say, do not hire all family, because that can be a headache.
All right, Miss Athena.
One thing I would redo is embrace failure and mistakes. So I have, and still kind of do, perfectionist syndrome. And what happens is that it can stall you because you take so long to do a process. And with business, it's an iterative process. You're constantly learning and refining and learning and refining. So embrace mistakes and don't beat yourself up on those. And also invest in your business and invest in coaching. When I invested in coaching, it took me to the next level because I was able to see things and gain knowledge on things that it would have probably taken me years to figure out. So sometimes it's worth the investment just to get like a coach or a mentor to kind of shorten that gap. And also understand, have really, really good clarity over who you're serving and what the things that they actually need. So go in groups, comment sections, just find out your particular target audience, what they actually need to experience the transformation or what your product or service is going to do for them. And then build your products and services around fulfilling the solution, providing the solutions for those needs.
Woo, I like it. What I would say that I would do differently is start. I would start. I have a terminology that I say to my clients, and that's always be like Apple. Be like Apple, literally. Apple puts out a new phone every single year. They do not know if that phone's going to work. They do not know if there's the bugs are figured out. They put out the phone, people stand in line, they use the phone and they say, we don't like this. This doesn't work. fix it. Then they put out an update and people are happy. Stop waiting to launch. I'm not saying throw messy stuff out there. I'm not saying to be raggedy, but I am saying it's never going to be perfect. Whatever it is that you're thinking about doing, whatever it is that you're thinking about starting, lean into it, put something out, invest in it, do the coaching, read the book, go to the networking events, take the class, find somebody that can be your muse, get a mentor, but start taking steps towards it, because it's never going to be a right time. It's never going to be the perfect time. Everything's not going to be working right. You're never going to have the right money. The sun's not going to be in the right position beaming down on you so you can be, that's never going to happen. So if you know in your heart, in your spirit, if something has been put inside of you that you're supposed to do something, if you have a talent or a skill or some knowledge or a passion or some purpose, or you want to make a profit, do it. That's what I would do differently. I had the concept and the idea for my business for 10 years. Wow. I sent myself an email in Yahoo in 2001 when I came up with the idea. I didn't actually start my business until 2013. I wouldn't have waited that long. So don't wait. All right. All right. As we close out, we're going to go around the room really quick. I want to just make sure that everybody knows where you can find these queens at. Outside of here, Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. And if you want to get notified, again, I'm going to tell you again before we leave, but I'm going to tell you right now too. You can text the word queens with an S to 87948 so that you can be notified when Fly Nubian Money is live every Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. But in the meantime, I want to make sure that you can go and love on and support and follow and network and work with, or whatever the case might be, with all of these queens that are on the stage right now. We're going to start with Miss Linda, our bodacious life coach. Can you tell people where they can find you and how they can reach you?
Yes, I can be reached at Linda S. like Sam Husser.
I think you meant mute.
Yeah, I think I do. You can find me at Linda S. Husser 1 on TikTok. I am an avid TikToker. Please don't take TikTok away. And Linda S. Husser on Instagram. Linda Susan Husser on Facebook. That name Husser, Husser, that's me. All over these internet streets.
I love it. All right. What about you, Ms. Lala?
Well, I always like to tell people or leave something that you can think about in your heart. And here's what I'm going to tell you. A closed mouth never gets fed. You need to make sure that you open your mouth and ask the questions so that you can get to the next level. And I hope that we've answered some questions for you to help you better yourself financially. And I make it real easy. You can just find me at bit.ly/Laura Key Info, and I'll have some other resources up there for you as well.
Thank you so much. And what about you, Pastor Minister, Miss Connie?
Yes. You can reach me at ConnieSpearman.com. And I would just like to say, just do it. You know, like the check mark, check it off. Just do it and check it off and keep on going and see what works for you.
Thank you. Good word. And you, Miss Athena?
All right, ladies, you can find me at WeWealthWoman.com. My brand is We Wealth Woman, and you can find us on social at We Wealth Woman as well. And you can listen to me on my podcast at We Wealth Woman Podcast. I am available to give wealth, womanhood, and wisdom to you all, and that is where you can find me.
I love it. I am Dr. Lene Javette. I am a monetization strategist. I help my clients to triple their revenue. I am a business coach. I help service-based Black entrepreneurs to brand their brilliance. So if you're looking to create a business where your brilliance takes the front stage, that is what I do with my clients. You can find me right there on social media at I am Dr. Lene Javette. You can also find me at my website, which is the same, www.drlenejavette.com. I want to thank all of you all for tuning in, not just today, but for the duration of Fly Nubian Money. I've been working with Boyce for a very long time. Folks of Fly Nubian Money. I'm here in Fly Nubian Queen. We are here every Monday through Friday at 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern. And if you would like to get notified when the queens are on, you'll notice that there's different queens on different days. And so it's always exciting to tune in. So if you can get here every Monday through Friday at 1 o'clock, wear your ear pod at work. You can work and be listening. Like this is a live podcast. So you get to see us, you get to engage with us. And we want you to be here. So text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948 so that you can come hang out with us every day. We thank you for being here. Thank you to my co-queens for being here. We appreciate you guys all. Have a great day. Be blessed and be one. We'll see you tomorrow.
And I'm not really here to discredit or to make anybody feel bad about that. But I said, I'm going to tell you, I think that some of it may relate to the fact that in our society, we're not trained to prepare. And I said, the thing about having the life that you want, and I said, look, I don't care. I'm not here to tell y'all what profession you should want to be in. I'm not here to tell you whether or not you should want to where you want to live or what kind of person you want to be. I said, I assume you just want to be happy. Like, and I don't think you're going to disagree with me on that. I said, so the thing about happiness and getting what you want out of life and being where you want to be is that typically that doesn't happen by accident. Right. Typically that happiness, that fulfillment, wealth, whatever it is you want, whether you want to have a great relationship, you want to be in great shape, you want to catch the bus on time to get to school, whatever it is, it usually comes down to preparation. And I said, so I guarantee you that 99% of the time, when you run into situations in life where there's something you want and you can't get it, I guarantee you that more preparation will get you where you want to get to. I said, so for example, I'm not a broke man. Now, remember, I'm not the dad. I'm the bonus dad, and I'm a proud bonus dad. I love being the bonus dad to these kids. I said, but think about it. I said, I got money, your daddy got money, and your mama got money. A lot of black people ain't got no money. A lot of black people don't have a lot of money. I said, now, if you want to know the secret for how all of us got money, it's because we prepared. It's just simple preparation. I said, when we were in our 20s, all of us were saving, we were investing, we were preparing because we knew that one day we'd get a little bit older and we'd want to have resources. We'd want to have what we need to be able to provide for you and to do the things we think that we're supposed to do. So what I was really talking a lot about was just these basic ideas of preparation, temporary sacrifice for long-term gain. Some people may call this delayed gratification. That's another term that might be used for this. And I don't believe that any of this is encouraged in society. I don't believe that in our society, we really challenge people to really prepare for the future or to do the things that are preventative. An ounce of prevention is usually worth a pound of cure. For example, I always found it really interesting how because we try so hard not to judge people or make them feel bad about their choices, someone will go to the doctor and be clearly doing things that are killing themselves, like clearly eating the wrong food, clearly not taking their medication, clearly coming in, morbidly obese, in horrible shape. And the doctor I don't think they're even allowed to even say, I think you really need to change this, or if you keep doing this, bad things are going to happen. We just sort of deal with the issue and don't say anything that might remotely make them feel bad about their choice. And I kind of feel that that's wrong. I feel like challenging people a little bit is a good way to go. And so that's what I was doing with the kids. I was challenging them, and hopefully that went through. They probably ignored me. They probably sat in the back laughing about how I was like the preachy dad or something, but I don't care. I said, y'all gonna take this message today because y'all got me out here driving y'all to school because y'all didn't get ready and didn't get up on time. All right. So anyway, so let me just say hello to Tonia Patillo, the wonderful Patillo family. Good to see you. Let's see here. I see Gregory and Charlene and Sharon. Good to see you. April West, Olivia, George Calhoun, Ralph out of the Bronx, Winston Butler, David Francis. Good to see you. Karen Dorsey, Eric Bennett, Antonio Fuller, L. Nicholas, Carolyn Thomas, Gina Mills. I see all of you here. So very good to see all of you. And let's jump in. Now, one thing I want to mention quickly is that if you want to get you always talk about the $5 a day investing plan. There is an ebook attached to that. If you would like to pick up a copy of the ebook, there's a URL. You can feel free to write this down. It's b1investing.com. That's b the number one investing.com. And so there's some free resources there if you want to pick up something that can help you to implement the $5 a day plan. That's the thing that we've been talking about a lot. It's part of the Black Wealth Master Plan. So b the number one b1investing.com. So feel free to take a look at that. Secondly, I wanted to talk a little bit about something that was on my mind this morning as it pertained to student loans. I was listening to an interview. The guys at Earn Your Leisure were interviewing Robert Smith, I think that's his name, the billionaire. And I never met Robert Smith, but he said something really interesting about the student loan forgiveness thing that happened when they were at Morehouse. Does anybody remember that? Give me a yes if you remember that. When Robert Smith gave the speech at Morehouse, the commencement address. And in the speech, he surprised everybody by saying that I'm going to pay off all your student loans. Anybody remember that? And I thought it was remarkable and wonderful and beautiful and extraordinary. And I was incredibly happy that he did that. I thought it was a great thing for him to do. Now here's where I'm going to lay out some nuances. And Robert mentioned some of these nuances. So this is not just coming from me. This is also him. He talked about a couple of things that were interesting. First thing he mentioned was more from a practical standpoint. He talked about the tax implications of giving and receiving gifts. So if you receive a gift like that, there could be a tax bill attached to that. And he said that that was one thing that they had to deal with when they were paying off people's loans because they didn't want to put them in a different kind of debt with the IRS. And that was made sense. It was interesting. And then he mentioned something that I'd seen in stats, but it really popped out in my consciousness when I heard him talk about it. And he mentioned that 60% of Black wealth goes toward paying student loans. 60%. Now, I knew the number was big. I'd seen some data on it. I didn't know that it was 60%. I did not know that 60% of the inheritance, your children's birthright, 60% of the wealth, the very scarce, rare wealth in the Black community goes toward paying student loans. And I understand exactly how the economic trap works. The trap is very simple. You tell Black people, hey, the way to get better in life is to go and give all your money to these big universities run by white people, and they're going to give you these skills that are going to help you get better jobs, which is going to somehow miraculously lead to you becoming wealthier. And it doesn't work like that because jobs are not a pathway to wealth. It's hard to really work your way to wealth because most Americans cannot operate at enough of an economic surplus to actually engage in the wealth building process. To actually build wealth, you have to have a surplus, which means that your income has to exceed your expenses by enough that extra money can become part of your nest egg, part of your stock, your nuts you stored for the winter that you then are able to deploy to various forms of investing to let your wealth grow. Now, I'm going to add to what Robert said and mention something that you may have heard me mention before, that half of all Black college graduates default on their student loans. So when you default on the student loans, not only is a big chunk of your wealth drained, but also it means that your ability to build wealth has been inhibited. So it's almost like you're in a race and you're running, and two things happen. Number one, you ran 8 miles, but they take away 4 of those miles. And then number two, they not only take away 4 of the 8 miles that you ran, they also break both of your legs at the same time. So now you're not running 100 miles an hour or whatever speed you were going before. Now you're just on 2 little nubs trying to wiggle your way down the street because you can't run on nubs. You can't win the 100-meter dash when you have no legs. So effectively, by sort of dealing with the default on the student loans, that takes you out of the wealth building game. If you're not in the game, you cannot win the game. If it's one thing to be losing the game, it's one thing to be struggling in the game, it's one thing to be trying to figure out the game, but a lot of us are not even in the game. We're not in the game of stock market participation. We're not in the game of real estate. We're not in the game of building businesses. We're in the game where we're not doing the powernomics. We're doing the strugglenomics. We're doing the survivornomics. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you're struggling to survive, it's very hard for you to even process what it means to thrive. It's very difficult. How can you thrive when you're just barely trying to get by? So you see your friends and you say, hey man, how you been doing, man? Nothing, man. Just just making it, just surviving. Anybody ever hear conversations like that? You know, those struggle conversations. And I'm not making fun of it. A lot of us have those conversations. Sometimes I would pretend to have those conversations just so I could fit in. But then I was like, I don't really want to fit into like a culture that's not really winning. But I would do that. You know, I'd see my friends and I'd feel a little bit guilty because I was like doing kind of good. And I had, you know, I'd been busting my butt. And I'm talking about when I was like 29, 30 years old. And I'm making six figures or whatever. I was doing better because I'd been busting my butt, working really hard. And, you know, and I was raising this weird family where we were really big on like personal responsibility. I'm not gonna, I'm not making fun of anybody else's family, but me and my sister reflected on that. I said, yeah, our parents kind of just told us like everything is your responsibility, even if it's not. Everything is your fault, even if it's not. Everything is your doing, even if it's not. That you are the number one driver of your position in life. So we never really grew up hearing that that there were limitations because of racism or that somehow the government was going to save us or anything like that. It was more like, yeah, white people can be mean. Some of them are crazy. A lot of black people are too, and don't nobody really love you. So you better get out here and you better bust your butt and you better go make something happen, because if you don't make something happen, then nothing will occur, right? And again, not making fun of anybody else, but that's what I kind of heard. So long story short, I remember I would still though try to, you know, fit in and have these struggle conversations. How you doing, man? You know, man, just making it, bro. Just trying to get by. And I really think that just from a spiritual standpoint, number one, those conversations are just not very empowering. They're not very uplifting. Also, I heard brother Nuri Muhammad, who is just a brilliant man. Y'all know Nuri? How many? Give me a yes if you know Nuri Muhammad. If you don't know Nuri Muhammad, give me a yes. How many of y'all know Nuri? Nuri is just one of the great thinkers of all time. He's one of the greatest men on this planet. I am honored to say he is my friend because this brother is so sharp. He is such a great product of the nation and Farrakhan and just, you know, again, you don't have to love Farrakhan to at least appreciate some of what he's able to do, right? Even if you don't love him, there's got to be something in there that you can find to appreciate. And Nuri just brings the best of that together. And so Nuri was talking about religion, and he was explaining how there's some religions that what's the word? Some religions that empower you to say, because you got the power of God, you can go do anything, right? Don't be scared because God's got your back. And as long as you're connected to God, you become a piece of God or what, you know. And so if you think you're a God and you're out here doing things because you really feel like you're connected to a higher power, you're gonna go, you ain't scared of nothing, right? That's to me, that's powerful. That's faith. Faith is a wonderful thing. I love faith. I live on faith. I've been living on faith for my entire life. But then there's like some religions, he said, some spaces in religion where it's not something that empowers you. It's kind of just a coping mechanism. Do you understand what I'm saying? It becomes, oh, as Nietzsche was a great philosopher, and he said, he actually described it in a very cynical way. He described religion as opium for the masses, just something that will help you get through the day, like just a pill that you take to survive your otherwise miserable life, to remind you that you are nothing without, you know, without coming to church and giving your money to the pastor. You're just a nobody. You can't get out of bed. You can't do nothing on your own. You have no power whatsoever. And that doesn't necessarily make you feel confident enough to go out here with a sword and a shield and take on the world. And so, in fact, it reminds me of this song. My wife has a song that she loves. There's a singer. I'm trying to remember his name. He sings really well. Anthony Hamilton. I think that's his name. Yeah, we went to an Anthony Hamilton concert. Now, mind you, I would never go to an Anthony Hamilton concert on my own. I went there because my wife is gorgeous and I would have pretty much followed her anywhere. And so we went to this Anthony Hamilton concert, who, by the way, is a great singer. I said, man, this guy can sing. And he had this song that was like a religious song. It was like, if you catch me sleeping, don't wait me till I'm done. Anybody know that song? Just leave me be. I'm waiting till my savior comes. And I was listening to the lyrics, and it's a great song. And my wife plays it all the time. And I said to her, I said, I love this song. It sounds really good, but I'm kind of depressed with this song because it seems like it's kind of telling me, like, just stay asleep, just sit there, and I'm not going to do nothing. Don't wake me up. Don't, you know, I'm just going to wait for Jesus to fix it. And I can't do nothing on my own. And my life is terrible and I'm sad. I said, if I listen to this song every day, I'm going to be kind of depressed. I don't know. Again, I maybe go find the song and read the lyrics. Like I listen to the lyrics, like especially with hip hop and all that, because hip hop hip hop really taps in, like I think they're deliberately tapping into your subconscious, right? So hip hop, when they have the 808 beat and the rhythm and the repetition, that's definitely brainwashing. That's textbook brainwashing, right? So hip hop, I pay attention to lyrics, but then also even with gospel music, and I was listening to the song and I said, so it's kind of just telling me that I shouldn't be proactive at all in my life, that I should just lay there, stay asleep, and just wait until Jesus comes and fixes it. And that to me comes from slavery, right? It's a great song though. It's nothing against the song, nothing against religion, nothing against any of that, but it's just something to kind of process and think about whether or not we feel that we are on a regular basis being given ideas that are going to really make us feel powerful. Are we really given ideas that are really going to make us feel like, okay, you know what? If the white man ain't gonna fix it, I can fix it myself. And I really think that that's critically important, because when you circle back to some of these challenges, some of these issues, I said, I really believe that a lot of our problems, our financial problems, are quite solvable. The question is, do we have the willpower and the discipline and the desire to actually do it? Do we have the confidence to do it? A lot of accomplishment comes down to believing that you can do it, being willing to make the sacrifice to do it, having the discipline to be consistent enough to put in the work or whatever is required in order to make it happen. If you have these things, and then you have some strategic planning on top of that, you plan where you want to go, you commit to the journey, you put in the work on a regular basis, and you're very consistent, then you can accomplish things. But you have to have a level of belief that you're even capable of doing it. And I think that Black self-esteem is deliberately kept very, very low, to the point where there are things that we believe happen around us that we truly believe we have no say in any of this. And it shows up actually a lot in a lot of the depression and anxiety statistics. There's a friend of mine, I can't remember her name because I haven't talked to her in a decade, but she was a very nice lady. She wrote a book, Terry Williams. She wrote a book called Black Pain. And basically it was all about all the Black women that are suffering from clinical depression, and it's not diagnosed, it's not being treated, it's not even being acknowledged, because we all have that strong Black woman stereotype that is just sort of that sort of overwhelms all that. It's like, okay, you're a strong Black woman, you can handle all that. So in their strength, and I do believe Black women are strong, and I think I see that as a compliment, but at the same time, obviously it can be a problem if you're not acknowledging and dealing with the pain. And so really, if you study like where depression might come from, one of the ways to end up feeling very depressed is when you feel like you have no say over your situation. When something terrible is happening to you, they did this study with rats in a lab. They shocked them. They would put them in a lot of pain, and they gave them no way out. And the ones that had no way out and no solution were the ones who were the most depressed. They could measure how depressed a rat was by the amount of serotonin in his brain. So they said that the rats where they gave them no out, no options, those rats were very depressed. The rats that were given a solution, the rats that were given a process where they could go hit a button and make the pain stop, those rats had far less depression than the rats who were just being hit randomly with all this pain and had nothing they could do about it. So translate that to people. I believe that, especially when you talk about things like economic pain, let's go back to the economics of it all, because money is power. Money is used as a way to control people. Money is used as a weapon. It's used as a tool. It's used as a defense mechanism, whatever it is. Well, so when you look at the economic pain that Black people are in, I really suspect that we are put in situations where we're deliberately exposed only to ideas where someone else is always in control of our economic fate and our economic destiny. We are led to believe, even those of us who are the most educated and the most capable, literally feel that if we want to be economically successful, someone has to kind of give that to us. Someone has to give us a job, or someone has to give us an opportunity, right? Instead of seeing opportunities as something that people actually create, or jobs are something that can actually be developed and given to other people. But your training from the very beginning is, sit down, shut up, be well behaved, make sure you're very well trained, so that someone will give you an opportunity. And then what happens is that when you are, say, like I was a big mouth Black man. I've been a big mouth since I was in my 20s. You can go check the record. I used to write articles at the University of Kentucky. They used to get me death threats and everything when I was 24 years old. And at that time, I had a lot of well-intended Black people who warned me. They said, if you keep talking like this, you'll never get a job. And they were like, we're only telling you this because we care about you, Boyce. And if you keep talking about this pro-black stuff, then you're going to end up being in a situation where you won't be employable. And I said, but it's true. I said, we're being mistreated. I can't sit here and allow this to happen. I'm not going to let somebody talk to me like this and just put me at the bottom of the barrel. And they're like, yeah, we agree with you, Boyce. We get it. But you can't keep talking like this. And they would send people to talk to me. I kid you not. Because I didn't even realize how much power I had at the time, because I was a 24-year-old kid. But they would send the white administrators would send. One time they had me meet this black man who was a former quarterback at the University of Kentucky, and they sent him to talk to me because they figured that because we're both black, he could talk me down and calm me down, so I wouldn't like criticize the administration and the white people in charge. And even at 24, I saw right through it. I remember thinking, wow, they sent the black guy to talk to me, the one resident black guy to come and talk to me. And he's a nice guy, and I talked to him, but I remember walking away thinking, I'm not going to change who I am. So we just had a good conversation. And so generally speaking, I think that there's a big chunk of our soul that gets lost, that we end up selling and giving away, because we end up being stuck and committed to this very false idea that the people that are in charge of our set of opportunities and possibilities are going to be unhappy with us if we let that part of who we are out of the closet, right? So effectively, a lot of young black children go crazy. They go crazy because they get in this system where they're forced to constantly code switch. Y'all know, anybody heard that term, code switching? How many of y'all have heard people talk about how we have to learn how to really code switch, almost be bilingual in order to survive in corporate America, and in just these awkward situations where who you are is not good enough. So you have to engage in the fundamentally horrific task of living your life as somebody that you're actually not. You have to learn how to live a lie and live that lie very well, just so you can survive economically, just so you can pay the bills, just so you can have some semblance of financial security. But really, you're not secure, because the minute they discover that you're really black, or that you're sitting and listening to people like Boyce Watkins or Dr. Claude Anderson, or even, God forbid, a Farrakhan, they're going to come punish you for that. And I would just dare to say that they have no right to do that. They don't have a right to tell you who you're allowed to be, but also you have an obligation to defend who you want to be. You have an obligation to understand from an economic consciousness standpoint that when you get to the point where you start to be big and bad and grown and define your own path, you have to have the economic intelligence and economic security to defend that path. Do you understand? Freedom, there's no group, and this is the thing, that we want to get into this conversation to say, well, it's, because we're black, they're not letting us do this, and because we're black, they won't let us do that. And I would just say a free man or a free woman does not really talk like that. A free man or free woman understands ain't nobody gonna let you do nothing. Ain't nobody gonna let you conquer nothing. Ain't nobody gonna let you have your freedom. Ain't nobody gonna let you have nothing. You have to be able to fight for it and defend it. There's no country on the planet, there's no free country on earth that did not have to have a lot of money spent on a military just to defend their freedom. There's no country, you find me a country that has resources, especially the ones that have resources, like you got oil or whatever. If you can't defend what you have, then someone's going to beat you up and take it from you. That's just it. And black people have a lot. We have a lot of amazing things that are very profitable for other people. Our culture has made billions for other people. Our music has made billions for other people. We have style. We have the best athletes on the planet. So of course they're going to come in and colonize and take things like Kendrick Lamar in his battle with Drake. In case you don't keep up with this, it's been really interesting to watch two big rappers kind of going back and forth. I think Kendrick might have won, but Kendrick made this verse where he said, "You're not a colleague, you're a colonizer." And somebody made a really interesting point, and they said and everybody's like, "Yeah, that's right. You tell him, Kendrick, you won because you told him he's a colonizer." And somebody said, "That's not a compliment to you, though. That's not really the flex that you think it is. When you call someone a colonizer, you're basically saying that they were able to come into your space, take all your stuff, and all you can do is sit and complain about it. All you can do is say, 'You're a colonizer. I figured it out. You stole everything from me. You took all my stuff. You came in and you took from us. We don't got nothing because you took it all." Well, you're kind of bragging, like you're kind of letting them know how powerful they are. Like you're really just saying to them, I'm weak and worthless. I can't, because I'm gonna tell you this. Look, give me a yes or no. Do you think that if I wanted to go colonize Chinatown, and let's say I want to go in and take over all the Chinese restaurants in Chinatown, how successful do you think I would be if I tried to go economically colonize Chinatown? What do you think? You think they'd sit back and let me just take what I want and take all their money, all their renminbi, that's the Chinese currency, and destroy all their businesses and put them out of business and make them all come work for me? You think they would just that would just be an easy task? No, I would probably end up at the bottom of the river. I would not, I would, and I certainly wouldn't have any customers in Chinatown. They wouldn't even that. The Korean community is so gangster about their economics. They won't even let a black man take over the hair care industry. If you are black and you try to go into the hair care industry, there are countless stories of black people who tried to do black hair. They weren't even trying to do white hair or Asian hair. They were just trying to do hair that was already on their head and get the supplies or whatever, and they would freeze them out. They'd be out of business because people would engage in these underhanded tactics to make sure that your business is not going to grow. My fofo going to make sure all your money don't grow. That's what they're like. No, we don't let black people actually run the industry. We'll allow them to shop with us and give us their money, but you're not taking our money. That's not a who made you think that who do you think you are? So ultimately, anything that when you talk about things like freedom and power, you really have to understand what game you're playing and what you're really dealing with. You're dealing with highly competitive situations that require tremendous amounts of strategic thinking, discipline, and preparation and sacrifice. And I would just dare to say that I don't see very many elements in the culture other than sports, other than like basketball and football, where elements of discipline and sacrifice are readily discussed. I certainly don't see it in education. I just don't. I don't see the level of educational excellence that I think that we're capable of. I definitely don't see it when it comes to economics. Again, the Black Wealth Master Plan, where I was explaining to you guys, every black child should know how to start a business by the age of 12. Every black child should own stock by the age of 5. Every black child should be in a position to put money on a property by the time they're 21. Most people are not at that level. And I deliberately said it to be aspirational for us to sort of reset our expectations for ourselves, to understand the competitive game that you're in. So I would just encourage you to kind of think about things this way. And so that student loan conversation was kind of where we started with this. And to make it clear, just as because I have to keep saying this because I get misinterpreted a lot, is I've never said people should not go to college. I've never said you're a fool because you went and got a bachelor's degree. I've never say that. I'm a college professor. But what I am saying is that student loans are without a doubt one of if not the greatest drain on black wealth. So if your goal is to close the racial wealth gap, assuming that white folks don't decide to write a big gigantic reparations check, then closing the racial wealth gap means looking at that gigantic economic leak called student loans and saying, how do we do this better? So this does not mean student loans are only for suckers or there's something you should never do. It means sort of rethinking our relationship with college. It means saying, okay, maybe if your goal is to go to college and just go to parties and step shows and major in English literature, maybe there's a better way for you to proceed than for you to go $200,000 in debt for a degree that won't even make you $40,000 a year. Maybe that's not the strategy for you. Now, if you're going to be a dentist and make 6 figures, then go for it. If you're going to be a medical doctor or any sort of professional license, an attorney, I get it. Student loans can make sense in that context. So I would never say student loans are bad. What I am saying is that the high default rate, the fact that half of all black college graduates, these are our talented 10th. The ones that went to college were the good ones. I'm not talking about the ones who didn't go. I'm talking about the ones who went to college. Those are the ones that you're hoping will pull you out of the mess. So your greatest economic athletes are showing up with a pulled hamstring, a broken toe, and a missing leg. And you're thinking these people are going to be the ones that are going to get you to the next level. They can't get you to the next level because they can't even survive. Your best swimmers that are supposed to come and save everybody are drowning. How are you going to elevate a community when your best swimmers can't even swim? They can't, because when you have a college degree or a master's or whatever we have, and you are saddled with so much debt that you can't hardly move, and that you default on that debt, so your credit score is now in the garbage. And then on top of that, you have no ability, no understanding of how to even elevate your economic situation through things like entrepreneurship, real estate ownership, or stock market investing. It's hard to say that you're somebody who's going to save everybody, because your ability to even save yourself is limited, right? So I'm not making fun of anybody, because Lord knows, Lord knows I would not do that, because I know that there are a lot of us in this room who have fallen for that trap. And I'm not here to beat up on you about that. Please don't think that I'm making you. I don't want to make you feel bad. I want you to be aware, and I want you to just understand, so we can sort of repair that and fix that and adjust the culture, so we don't keep making the same mistake over and over again. Someone can benefit from the mistake that you made. You just have to use your mouth and explain this to them, so that we don't get caught up in the simple-minded message that college is for everybody, or anybody who's smart should be in college, or that college is the only pathway to success, or that student loans are a necessity for everybody. That's just not true. And then also on top of that, here's another thing too. For those of you that were able to pay back the loans, that didn't borrow too much money, one area where you're limited is that you don't have that Swiss Army knife of options when it comes to how you make your money. A job, again, should be one way to make money. That should be one out of about maybe 8 or 9 different ways that you have to go make money. So this is where the Black Wealth Master Plan kicks in, where every child learns how to start a business by the age of 12. Because I know plenty of highly educated Black people who are making 6 figures, who absolutely hate their job and really would rather just quit right now. But they can't quit right now because you got bills, and the ability to figure out how to make money is not quite where you want it to be. I sat down with a bunch of my relatives, and we were having a family financial meeting, and we were talking about all the different ways to make money. And I remember I had one cousin who had 2 master's degrees, who had a 6-figure job working for somebody. I don't know who it was, but he made all the right choices, and he wasn't in a bad situation at all. And he had this really nice job, probably making about 200 grand a year. I have another cousin who was also a Black male, who was in his early 30s, who did not have a college degree. So he learned how to become an entrepreneur. He also got really good with computers. So he was actually making more money than almost everybody in the room. In fact, he's the one that where I sat down, where we were talking, and he casually we talk about the price of Bitcoin hitting 50 or 60,000, and he casually says, "Really?" He says, "I bought some Bitcoin." I said, "Well, how many did you buy?" He said, "I don't know, about 3 or 400 a few years ago." I said, 3 or 400 Bitcoin that's I think that might be worth over a few million dollars." And he was like, "Oh, really? Cool." It was like that, because he had casually bought Bitcoin when it was like $1 or $5 and forgot about it. And then he goes back and finds out he's got all this money sitting there, right? So anyway, I remember listening to them talk, and my cousin, with all the education, with the fancy job, he says, it's really hard to figure out how to make money, like without a job. Like I don't really know. It seems like there's just not that many opportunities to make money without a job. It's really hard to figure that out. And my other cousin, the oppressed Black man with no college degree, he casually says, "Oh, there's money everywhere. There's money everywhere." And I'll never forget that exchange, because what that said to me was that my cousin without the college degree had a very high level of economic consciousness. And what is consciousness? Consciousness is awareness. It is sight. It is the ability to see things that other people don't see. And so what I was visualizing is, I'm thinking about this, and I'm thinking, okay, so one of my relatives was in the position of a lot of us educated Black people. He'd been given these opportunities because he had the right credentials. He behaved like he was supposed to, and he got a great job making good money. Good for him. It's worked out for him. But he wanted to leave his job because of the obvious reasons that many of us might want to leave our jobs. But in my mind, it's kind of like, it reminds me of an animal that was trained in a facility, maybe in a zoo or in even a circus, right? Where you are you're skilled, but you're constrained, you're controlled. You eat every day because the zookeeper comes and feeds you every day. And so you've learned that if I want to eat that day, I got to do what the zookeeper tells me to do. Give me a yes if you're following this analogy. If I don't do what the zookeeper says, I'm going to be punished. They're going to electrically shock me or put me in solitary confinement or something like that, right? So you're doing well, kind of, because you're well behaved. Right, and you're talented. They come in. They taught the bear how to ride the tricycle, and you're the one who learned how to ride the tricycle first. So you get lots of treats for learning how to ride the tricycle and perform well at the circus. But as that bear, you really, if you ever even begin to act like a real bear, like you growl at somebody or you maul somebody or you decide to go hunt and fight or whatever, like you're gonna get shot, right? So in a way, like you're kind of in a nice situation. But another way, it's kind of limited who you are and even transformed who you are. You are a bear in captivity. Do you follow what I'm saying? You're a lion in captivity. So then my other cousin, I saw him and I saw a bear in the wild. So the bear in the wild is going to be a little rough around the edges, right? Because he doesn't know the system. He doesn't follow the rules. He would not do well in a zoo or a circus or even a wildlife reserve. And he's struggled. He's been out in the wild, which means that he's had many days where he's been hungry, and being hungry motivated him to learn how to hunt and fight and kill and fish and do what he's got to do to survive. So because he went through the struggle and the pain of being hungry and not having a system to take care of him, he's also picked up these specialized skills that he never would have gotten if he spent his whole life in the zoo. Do you follow what I'm saying? Let me know if you're getting what I'm saying here. So with my cousin, the reason that he was probably the richest person in that room, the one without the degree, is because he sort of just learned how to adapt to the situation that he was in. He was in a situation where there was no Superman, there was no boss sending a weekly paycheck, there was no security whatsoever being given by the system, and he learned how to just adjust and survive in however he could. And as a result, he was fitter than everyone else. The animal in the wild that has to survive in the wild, he has to hunt to get his food. So he's going to be in a better position to hunt than the animal who has sat back in the cage, getting fat, waiting for the zookeeper to drop the food off. Do you understand? So people who know how to hunt tend to be better off. Also, hunters have a stronger level of awareness. So a hunter can be, and think about this, a person, imagine you take a person out of the city and you put them in the middle of the Amazon, and then you grab another person who is who's a survival expert, who's lived in the woods his whole life, and you put him in the middle of the Amazon. Who's going to survive? Who's going to have the greatest likelihood of surviving? Right? We know the answer to that. And part of the reason that there's that differential in survival probability is that the second person who grew up in the forest, who understands how to hunt and fish and everything else, his awareness is much higher. So one person, the person who's used to only eating whenever there's a restaurant available or when a grocery store is open, they're going to look around, they're going to say, gosh, I'm starving, I'm so hungry, there's no food out here. The other person may look around and say, what are you talking about? There's food everywhere. I saw a flock of geese over there, and I saw some berries over there. I saw some, I saw something else over here, and there's wood, and there's this, and there's that, and you can eat those things, right? But that's because they've been educated. Their awareness is high. So economically speaking, the equivalent of that is that when you make that decision, or when you're raised in a culture, or when you adapt to a culture of a free Black man or a free Black woman, your financial consciousness tends to be higher than those of us who are raised in captivity. People that really understand, this is why I'm glad you're coming to financial consciousness training, because that's the goal. The goal is to say, there's, like my cousin, there's money everywhere. There's money everywhere. So I want you to be able to see it. And when you start to see it, and then you start to have the confidence to know you can go get it, and you've got the skill to see it, you see the flock of geese, you learn how to use the bow and arrow so you can hunt and get those geese. Then what happens is, at first it's hard because you're a little hungry, you're a little scared, but eventually you're eating better than the person in captivity. You're eating better. What do I mean by that? Well, do you know how many people I've seen who went out and really embraced entrepreneurship and started a business and were suddenly making like literally 50 times more money than they made on their job? Like they literally, I'm talking about like $100,000 a month, that kind of thing, just by tapping into something that was always there, but they never really knew it was there because they didn't have the consciousness to see the opportunity. Do you know? Do you know the feeling? The one thing. This is why I love entrepreneurship and the freedom of it is because, like, if you want a raise, you just know that I don't have to ask my boss for a raise. I don't have to wait another 3 years for them to give me the raise I deserve. I don't have to get a better job. I can just sell another product. I can market differently. I can cut my costs. I can make a partnership and give myself a raise, which gives you a more empowered feeling in life than simply waiting for somebody else to do something. Now, I'm not here to tell everybody to become an entrepreneur. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying is that I believe that culturally speaking, we must make sure, especially with the kids, that they are exposed to all these possibilities, that they're just sort of exposed to this idea that's really a controversial idea, but I don't want you to overreact to this. But just like what ideas that might seem extreme, like slavery is a choice. Like, I'm not saying that slavery was a choice in 1745. I'm not saying that. And I'm certainly not trying to advocate for the ideas of Kanye West, because I've spent enough time on the phone with him to know that he needs his medication. What I am saying is that maybe there are some types of slavery that really are a choice. And maybe the choice isn't necessarily a choice that you can make right now, right? Like if you're in a tough spot, like it's like when let me explain. It's like when our 13-year-old misses the bus and I say, "Well, you still got to go to school." And she's like, "Well, what am I supposed to do? I have no choice. I can't, I need a ride, Boyce, because I can't get to school." Well, the thing is, you had a choice. You had a choice proactively. Your choice isn't being made right now. That's not the best choice for you. That's not the best scenario for you. Now you have no choice, but you backed yourself into a situation where you have no choice because you had a choice this morning when you chose to hit the snooze button on the alarm clock instead of getting your butt out of bed. Do you understand? So when we say slavery is a choice, no, I'm not saying that when you get up on a Tuesday that you have a choice as to whether you're going to go to work or not. What I'm saying is that your choice really comes from not putting yourself in a position where you've only got one choice. Do you follow what I'm saying? So what I would say with children is it goes back to that word I love to use called options. I can teach you all about stock options and all that. We do that regularly here in the Black Business School, but I'm talking about just options in life. If you raise kids in a certain way and prepare them for the future to always know how to have plenty of options, then that will translate into choices. And for people that have options that also have choices, slavery really becomes a choice. There's a difference between going to work because you have to versus going to work because you want to. That person that's going to work because they want to is literally making the choice to go to work and deal with their boss. Other people may not be making a choice because all their choices were murdered 10, 15 years ago when they locked themselves into capitalist slavery. Capitalism is slavery. It really is. I'm not being extremist when I say that. It becomes slavery when you don't understand this game and you don't prepare. Oh yeah, they're going to eat you up. And their number one goal is to lock you down to the point where you have no choice. In fact, it's really weird how many financial things pop up on a given day. And literally during my little sermon that I was giving to the teenage Black girls that were stuck in the car with me for 15 minutes, I said there are so many people who, because they did not engage in proactive strategies to prepare for life, they get in situations where they have no choice. And so what happens is that when you get in a situation where you're desperate, say financially, and I was warning them as young women, I said, there will be plenty of men who will take advantage of your lack of options as it pertains to money. They will show up and they'll say, "I'll pay the rest of your rent, but you're going to have to give me something that money can't buy." And I said, so the reason I'm forcing you all to listen to me right now is because I want you to prepare in advance so that you will always have a choice. You will never have to do something that is unethical or harmful to yourself or something that makes you feel terrible because you're stuck in a situation where you have no choice. Everything's about those choices and options. And that's really what this conversation is all about. When you use the words freedom, choices, and options, they're all connected. They're all cousins of each other. I'm done. I don't have anything else to say. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Don't forget to get on the text list if you want to get reminded when we do Money in the Morning. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. If somebody could type 87948 in the chat, I would appreciate that. So text morning to 87948 and I will send you an invitation. Number two, I'm going to be speaking this weekend in Philadelphia at the Get Money Fest hosted by Jay Ortiz and the Pish Posh Girl. If you'd like to come out, you can go to getmoneyfest.com, or you can just show up. It's in Philadelphia. On my Instagram, I put the flyer up. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. So you can go to my Instagram, look at the flyer. The address is on there. Just come to the door, tell them you're with me. They'll let you in. It's free to the public. Let's see what else. Thirdly, if you want the ebook for the $5 a day investing plan, that's also free. Just go to b1investing.com, the number one investing.com. Somebody type b1investing.com in the chat for me if you could. And then last but not least, you guys know in our Black Wealth Mastery store at drboycebooks.com, we did a 24-hour discounts. Everything is 60% off until the end of today. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, write down this code. It is today only 2024. So if you use the code word today only 2024, all one word, it has to be all one word, and you put it in the checkout, you'll get 60% off anything in the store. And the store has financial flashcards for children, tickets to the All Black National Convention. You can get books. My book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. Dr. Claude Anderson's books are there. My wife's books are also in there. There's a lot of good stuff in there. And so if you'd like to go take a look at drboycebooks.com, the code word is today only 2024, all one word. Put that in and checkout. It'll take 60% off. So even if the price is already discounted 30 or 40%, it'll take another 60% off. That's today only. So feel free to go take a look at that. All right. Chelsea says, bought my tickets yesterday. Yeah, the convention's going to be in Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside Chicago, October 25th to the 27th. The convention, I guarantee with everything that if you come to the convention, you will love it. It will be life-changing for you, and you've never seen anything like it. That's our goal, is to create spaces and experiences that are just different from what we've kind of dealt with and been exposed to. And so since this convention didn't exist, God told me to create it, and we did it. I didn't know how to do a convention, but we did it 15 years ago. Lene Javette helped me, and now it's an annual thing. We're almost on our 10th year. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com if you want to take a look. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. Okay, guys, have a good day. I will see you all tomorrow morning. Don't forget, if you want to get a reminder, get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948, and I will hit you guys up then.